Cooper, Book 6 of Seals of Honor. A highly skilled practitioner of medicine saved Cooper's life and sanity, while that same woman steals his heart. Being a SEAL is at the core of Cooper's being, but he isn't just doing his duty when the doctor who miraculously restored him to life is kidnapped. He's the first in line to volunteer in her rescue. Dr. Sasha Childs has devoted herself to helping others. Finding out her husband is helping himself to her best friend solidifies her sense of single-minded devotion to practicing medicine. Disillusioned about love, she volunteers her skills to a Syrian refugee camp crying out for medical aid. She's completely unaware of the war brewing around her until she's caught in the middle of it. Cooper had his hands full rescuing Sasha from foreign hands the first time. After the war comes home, keeping her safe a second time becomes damn near impossible. Blessed with getting his life handed back to him, he discovered he needs a second miracle before the woman he's fallen for becomes little more than a casualty of war. Chapter 1. Like hell, he was going to stay behind. Cooper Braxton slipped into the room and took a seat at the back. He'd come as soon as he'd heard. He didn't know the details, but he was going on this mission. If he could. And he needed to, if the rumors were true. Listen up, everyone. We have an unusual situation. Turkey has requested our assistance. Because we're in place, this one is ours. Right. They were doing specialized training with the Turkish military, who were facing a unique situation with the millions of refugees crossing their borders. We have intel that a medical team working one of the smaller refugee camps in Turkey is being targeted. He looked at the men. Why them, we don't know for sure. But most likely because one of the two medical clinics are staffed with U.S. citizens. Cooper winced. Being one of the good guys trying to help those less fortunate was no guarantee of being safe. After a joint military push to move the Islamic terrorist troops out of one of their strongholds a few days ago, they knew retaliation was a given. But doctors and nurses trying to help those displaced? Some of the team members are retired military, one Dr. Landry, a retired SEAL, adding to the attraction. There were several angry murmurs in the room. Cooper took a quick glance around. He knew them all. All good men. All men to have your back. But he wasn't going to trust Dr. Sasha Child's life to anyone but himself. Not after all she'd done for him. The orders came hard and fast. They knew what they were doing. No one needed to be told twice. An 8-man team was leaving within 2 hours, and he wanted in on it. The men broke up and headed out. Cooper, hold a moment, will you? Levi called out to him. Cooper nodded. Levi was a conundrum. One of the best SEALs here. He'd been on some of the worst missions and always on the most secretive. Even here amongst the elites, there were layers with Levi as one of the most unknown and always one of the most dangerous. No one really knew what he did, but he'd disappear for days, and when he came back it was as if the lines of his face had been carved a little deeper. There were others in his group. But no one knew who. Cooper walked over, his mind trying to formulate what the hell he could say that would get him on this mission. I need you on this one. Cooper's eyes shot up in surprise. Good. Why? Apparently, you know several of the doctors personally. Cooper winced. You could have said because I'm the best bomb man you've got. Levi smiled. You are the best EOD man here. But I can't tell you that, so this works as well. Has a move been made against the medical team yet? Or does this remain at the threat level? Do we know if the doctors have been put on alert? The Turkish military is on it, Levi said. They have doubled security, but there are over 15,000 people at the camp. And it's one of the smallest here. The medical team has been warned. And they shrugged it off, of course. Cooper knew that both Dr. Landry and Dr. Sasha would. Right. I see you do know them. A little too well and yet not well enough. Levi studied him for a long moment, then gave a clipped nod. Understood. And he probably did. Levi saw everything. We can't let them be taken. He kept his tone cool, controlled. "We're actually sending you to escort them home." Cooper narrowed his gaze. "A joint task, 8 of our men, to escort a group of American doctors home?" He shook his head. "No. There's more to it than that." A whisper of a smile crossed Levi's face. "It just came in a few minutes ago. One of the doctors has gone missing. As of 45 minutes ago. She was seen at the clinic with a full roster of pregnant women waiting for her. 30 minutes later, she was nowhere to be found. No one saw her leave, and no one has heard from her since." And he knew. Inside he knew. Instinct. That's why he'd come racing. "It's Dr. Sasha, isn't it?" Levi nodded. "It is." Cooper's breath rushed out of his chest. "And the others?" "They are accounted for at last check-in. A search is underway for Dr. Sasha." Cooper nodded, but his feet were already taking him out of the room. "Cooper," Levi called out. "Don't do anything stupid." "Never," he called back. "She saved me. I'm not going to rest until I have returned the favor." And if anyone suspected he had feelings for the sprite, who had more dynamo and energy than any person he'd ever met, well, he had no plans to confirm it. She was married. And that made her off limits. And didn't change his loyalty one bit. Chapter 2. Sasha leaned back on her heels, then slowly straightened, wincing as her back screamed. She smiled down at the young woman in the very early stages of labor. "Everything looks good, Yalta," she said in a cheerful voice, knowing the woman didn't understand English well but would recognize her tone. It was hard to keep the worry back, though. The woman had an extremely narrow pelvis and could have a bad time of it. "But we need to get you to the clinic where we can keep an eye on you." A series of musical voices rose above her as the driver translated her words to the men and women filling the small room. The accommodations were tight, and there was barely enough room to give the woman any privacy. From the dark looks and deep tones of those muttering around her, she figured it didn't matter what she said, her suggestion wasn't going to be allowed. In an ideal situation, the young mother-to-be should have been moved to the hospital. But the refugee camp didn't have its own hospital, and the closest one was overcrowded, short-staffed. If Mother Nature wanted to, she could make things very difficult for this young woman. Therefore, she needed to be where Sasha or one of the other doctors was close to keep an eye on her. She didn't have much room at the clinic, but instinct said this delivery wasn't going to be smooth or easy. She picked up her bag, but that caused another uproar. She turned to the driver and asked, "What's the problem?" "They want you to stay," Jamel said with a shrug. "They say you aren't allowed to leave." With a sharp look, she responded in a cool voice. "Yalta needs to be at the medical center. I have dozens of other people who need my assistance." As she turned to walk out of the small shelter, several men stepped in front of her. She pulled her radio out and sent a message back to the clinic. "I'm at Yalta's place. She has just started labor. I'm being asked to stay," but she paid careful attention to the word asked. There was no asking being done here. They were going to force her to stay, whether she liked it or not. The young father-to-be sat beside his wife and didn't look ready to let Yalta leave. Sasha said, requesting assistance. "Understood," cracked the voice on the other end of her radio. And she hoped they did. She wasn't into strong-arming her way out of here, and if someone got hurt in the process, that wasn't going to help anyone. A delay here was going to have serious implications for other patients at the clinic. She'd been forced here by the driver, who was related to Yalta. He'd been adamant that she see his cousin. And she was glad she had, but they had rules here for a darn good reason. And safety of the medical team was one of them. With the rush to this spot, she hadn't had a chance to let anyone know where she went. Now, almost 2 hours later, she'd been able to call through. She returned to her patient's side. A film of sweat covered the young woman's forehead. She wasn't in terrible pain, but was obviously discomfited by the situation. Sasha reached down and held her hand. Yalta squeezed her hand tight. "You'll be fine," Sasha said calmly and smiled at the young woman. Only this would take time. Time Sasha didn't have. She checked her watch and mentally calculated. Security would be a half-hour getting here. And then if everything went smoothly, it would be the same time to return to the clinic. If Yalta's family became difficult, then well, it would take longer. The refugee camp solved many problems for these people, but was a short-term answer. When that short-term turned long-term, the refugees became frustrated and violence broke out. The atmosphere had been less than peaceful these last few weeks. Her 3-month stint here was almost done. She was ready to go home. But it made her feel guilty. These people needed her, in fact they needed dozens like her. One doctor could only do so much. And with a dozen more refugee camps around the country, the government was calling out for assistance of every kind. The newest and largest camp along the border had 2 full hospitals and 7 clinics. She didn't have anything close to that here. There were 2 clinics at opposite ends of the compound. In the distance, she heard the familiar sound of a truck. She hoped it was her security detail. She hadn't had to use one the whole time she'd been here, but things had gotten more difficult lately. And she was finding her sense of security had thinned. 2 more days left and she'd be safely back home in California. She gave a snort that had Yalta look at her anxiously. She squeezed the young girl's hand reassuringly and tried to keep her reactions to herself. It was a little difficult though when she remembered that going home had its own set of problems. Greg, her ex-husband, would be there. They were divorced. The ink dry over 9 months ago. She didn't want to see him. There was no reason to, he was living with Sasha's ex-best friend as well. Only they all lived in Coronado. Greg and Maureen were in the Navy and lived on base in the same house Sasha had shared with him. Nothing like catching the 2 of them in bed together to find out who was really there for her. Of course, listening to her husband blame her for being married to her job had smarted. She'd worked hard to get where she was. She completed her residency and went immediately into her specialty, all at a very young age. She had the brains and a talent for surgery, and now as she specialized in spinal injuries, she saw more of those brave men and women in service than she liked. Coronado was big, but not big enough she wouldn't trip over them at any moment. And that was to be avoided at all costs. It had been hard to live there. Even though she no longer lived on base, she was forever looking over her shoulder and avoiding her favorite haunts, as they'd been their favorite haunts. Leaving had been a good answer. When the call came out for medical volunteers here, she jumped at it. She'd hoped volunteering would help her gain distance and perspective. And it had. But it had also shown her the lost dreams that would never happen now. The cottage in Maine she and Greg had hoped to buy to be closer to his family. Or the 3 children they'd planned to have starting in a year or 2 from now. Something brought home to her even more with Yalta here beside her. And that just sent her into a funk. She was as much to blame as her ex was. He had a right to make his own choices, but his methodology, well, it sucked. Then there was her best friend, Maureen. They'd gone to school together and been there for each other ever since. Apparently, she'd been there for Greg as well. But as she stared down at Yalta, about to give birth in the refugee camp, a young woman who'd lost so damn much due to war, and yet had gained an opportunity for a new future, she realized she was in a similar position herself. And that her trip here had done what it had been meant to do. By taking her out of her own sorrows and placing her where she could see the reality of so many thousands of other people worse off than she was, she'd healed. Raised voices at the door startled her. She could hear the kerfuffle as security came to retrieve her. She smiled down at the young girl. "Do you want to come with me?" The girl's gaze slid to the side and the men standing glared at her. "Right. You do, but you don't think you'll be able to." "Well, that's not necessarily their choice." She stood up and turned to speak with security. She motioned at Yalta. "She is coming to the clinic." The men nodded. She was relieved to see 4 big men here to pick her up. And then she caught sight of the guns, the proof that there were bigger problems to solve here. The men transferred Yalta to a portable stretcher and quickly loaded her up on their vehicle. Sasha turned to the driver who'd brought her to the home and said, "Tell them she needs more care than I can give her here. They can visit her in an hour at the clinic." And with a guard at her side, she walked out to the truck. She hopped up onto the back seat where she could keep an eye on her patient, and with a still silence all around them, they slowly drove through the crowd. These people had lost everything. But they'd managed to retain who they were. She had no intention of changing that or the way they lived, but if there was something she could do to save a life, or in this case 2 lives, then she was obligated to do it. The vehicle slowly wound through the camp back to the medical center. She could wish for a delivery of more medical supplies, but that was likely dreaming. She missed the simple necessities of her medical world and the ease with which she could get them. At the clinic, Yalta was unloaded and carried into one of the small rooms. Sasha followed behind. "Dr. Sasha." She turned, drumming up a tired smile. "Yes?" She didn't recognize the soldier in front of her. He motioned her to come into the supply room. She'd been planning to go there anyway, so she stepped through expecting to see the same person handling inventory as always. Turning, she looked around and frowned. The room was empty and the back loading door open. "Where is?" Something heavy slammed into her head. The force sent her to her knees, then to the floor. Something was shoved in her mouth, a hood pulled over her head. Then she knew no more. Salty. The wind blowing in his face had a saltiness to it that was unmistakable. Cooper studied the waterfront shack in front of him. Did it hold Dr. Sasha and the 3 others his team was looking for? They'd barely landed when they'd heard 4 U.S. members of the medical team had all gone missing. Not just Dr. Sasha. There was plenty of confusion at this point as to whether Dr. Sasha had been missing since morning or if she'd gone missing, been found, and then had disappeared again. Bottom line. None of the 4 could be located. They'd been tracked this far. Now Cooper and his team, jointly with the Turkish military, were spread out in the woods around the shack. Intel had led the teams here to the Turkish coastline a few hours out of Mersin. But no one had confirmed the hostages were inside. The building was derelict, unlit with no windows, and showed no signs of being inhabited. He damned well hoped they were inside. They had no other information to go on. He rubbed the scar across his back. Some things never changed. Some things one never forgot. He'd been a long time getting back to active duty, and even longer back to his SEAL team. But it was Dr. Sasha that had made it possible. He loved the guys he worked with, trusted them all. Damn good men. Even after all he'd been through, there was nothing else in the world he wanted to do. His headset crackled in his ear. All quiet. But the doc who'd saved his life and helped him make it back to the job he loved was supposed to be inside that hellhole. Keeping low and moving fast, Cooper raced around the corner of the tree to the far side of the shack. Keeping to the shadows, his eyes moved constantly, looking for something, anything, that would confirm the hostages were here. Nothing moved. Now the moon was sneaking out from behind the clouds, and he wanted to take another look. He quickly relayed his new position to the others. Moonlight shone down, rippling on the waves as they lapped up against the long wharf. There were no vehicles to show how the hostages had been transported to this point, and given the shack's location, they could only assume the hostages arrived by water and would be taken out the same way. And that couldn't be allowed to happen. So far there'd been only silence surrounding the kidnapping. There'd been no demands made. No videos posted online. No boasting or laughing. Just an eerie silence that was more haunting than anything else. Something caught his eye. He had no idea what he was looking at, but it was odd. He narrowed his focus, tried to identify the object, and realized it was an older model army rig camouflaged in the trees. Finally, a sign. Chapter 3. Sasha huddled beside her 3 coworkers. They were squashed in the corner of the dilapidated building that smelled of old fish and fear. This nightmare was entering the 10th hour. There'd been no sign of rescue. And once a boat arrived, they were being moved to a ship anchored offshore. Just the thought made her want to cry. Dear God. If they weren't rescued soon, then the opportunity would be lost. The gunman had laughed and told them how they'd be made examples of, as a warning to the Western world. Made famous by YouTube. She didn't even know what terrorist group held them. She'd woken with a headache and dried blood from a split scalp to find herself trussed up in the back of a truck. After what had seemed like hours of traveling, she'd been dumped here. The air was damp, salty. And the thought of being spirited away in the dark terrified her. She couldn't stop thinking about the people they'd left behind. The patients. The need was great, and the number of trained medical personnel were few. Now even less. Teresa, the only other woman captive, had flown over on the same flight with Sasha, but had signed up for a full year. Sasha didn't know if she could do that. David, the other member of their small group, was a retired military doctor and had devoted his life to helping others. The same as Dr. Ron Landry. 5 of them had been taken in all. 2 women, 3 men. All had worked at the same clinic, all doctors except for the driver. That left 2 nurses behind. And neither were American. She groaned silently and took a quick look around. Her driver, Jamel, lay on the far side, most likely dead. He'd been shot while trying to escape. Ron had raced over to help him and taken a bullet for his efforts too. The rest had been warned back. She glanced down at Ron. The oldest doctor of their group by a couple of decades, he lay beside her, the sweat pouring off his face. He needed medical treatment, but the kidnappers refused to let them help. He didn't have long if he didn't get that bullet out, and the bleeding stopped. To make it worse, he was in a great deal of pain. She gently stroked his shoulder with one hand as she adjusted his makeshift bandage with the other. Anger burned inside. This was despicable. Ron had devoted his life to helping others. He'd always been one of those who stepped up and out to help anyone in need. She could see the still form of the driver along the wall. She didn't know what role he'd played in this, if any. Had he helped the terrorists? Been killed for his efforts? But why? Surely they'd reward him instead. He'd always stuck close to them at the camp, maybe too close now that she thought about it, moving the doctors from one area to another as needed. Was he a traitor, and was possibly double-crossed and killed for his efforts? Or an innocent bystander? Their kidnappers had shot the 2 men so fast, maybe they hadn't cared who they killed. They were all about fear, terror, pain, maximum damage. She deliberately avoided looking at the gunman. She didn't want to draw any attention her way. For the same reason, she rested her head on her folded arm and kept her free arm on Ron. Keeping pressure on his wound, keeping him calm was all she could do. Did anyone even know they'd been kidnapped? And if so, how long before they were rescued? Or were they just going to be another casualty of war? A statistic. A number the world would glance past, not really understanding what it meant. Who it hurt. There was no sense to it. She'd been shocked to see the size of the refugee camp. The sheer number of physical ailments and the injuries needing treatment. She'd left behind 4 pregnant women due to give birth in the next week. She had managed to get one little girl's dislocated shoulder fixed before she'd been hauled out to attend to Yalta. She'd left behind a little boy with a broken leg. She hoped he got that leg set properly. Ron's harsh breathing slowed. She eyed him carefully. At 61, he'd been doing this type of work for over 20 years. How sad that there was 20 years of strife somewhere in the world that required his skill set. Now he was going to die for his efforts. She hated that. He'd done so much good in the world. He deserved to be treated better. She closed her eyes and tried to sleep. Almost impossible to do with panic sitting just below the surface and her nerves raw, screaming. But sleep was the only thing that would make time pass, and even that was going to be painful. Her body ached after the long truck ride, and now they were sitting on the hard wooden floor. They hadn't had any food or water since leaving the camp either. Her throat was parched and the ocean breeze was making it worse. The last thing she wanted was to dwell on their possible future. Yet it was hard not to, after all the horrible videos that had been splashed over the internet. Countries would only offer aid if it was safe for their people. Killing her group would send a strong message to deter more from coming. And that was too bad. She'd heard about the videos of hangings, mass burnings, people being put into cages and drowned. What made these terrorists so angry, so full of hate? How could they do this to their fellow man? No respect for life. They didn't see their victims as people, only as bugs to be squashed. A sudden spat in a language she didn't recognize between two guards made her peer through her hair to see what was going on. Two men raced to the door. Two others raced toward her, yelling at them to stand up. Bending over Ron, she tried to help him to his feet, but he was barely conscious and she couldn't hold his weight. David stepped in to help when a rifle butt hit him up the side of the head. David lost his grip and Ron collapsed to the ground. He never made a sound. She cried out, but Teresa held her back from going to him. The gunman separated them from him and moved the group to the doorway and outside. The moon was high and shone bright overhead. She tried hard to look around. She wanted to leave a trail, a sign for someone that they'd been here. That they needed help. The gunman didn't give her a chance. She cast one last look at Ron before she was pushed out of his sight. He needed medical attention, and if he didn't survive, he deserved a proper burial. He was a hero. And should be remembered as such. At gunpoint, they were moved down to the edge of the dock where a motorboat waited. She tried to take stock of their location in case she could send aid back for Ron. The building smelled like an old fish cannery. But it was too small. The woods were dark. Shadows moved in the darkness. She caught the slight movement out of the corner of her eye. It was to be expected that they'd have other guards in the woods. But no signs of a rescue. Resistance was futile. Helpless, they were pushed on board. Two gunmen joined them. The powerful engine fired to life and slowly pulled away. They kept the lights off. Damn, she could barely see anything. Offshore sat a large ship of some kind. She didn't know how international water laws worked here, and although she hoped she was still in Turkey, she doubted she would be soon. David reached over and grabbed her hand. "I'm going overboard," he murmured. No, she screamed inside but didn't say a word. Silently she shook her head, her gaze pleading with him to not do this. He stood up as if shifting his position. The gunman hit him on the shoulder with his gun. David grabbed for the gun, but the second gunman slammed into him. David fell to the bottom of the boat. The gunman fell over the side. He splashed and cried out for help, but the weight of his clothing and gear quickly pulled him under. She watched in horror as the disturbance in the water diminished as he sank deeper. The other gunman roared in outrage as the boat driver pulled the boat into slow, wide circles looking for their fallen comrade. After 10 minutes of fruitless searching, the kidnappers, pissed, their faces ridged with anger, turned the boat back to the ship waiting for them. Now there were only two of them, but the one looked all too ready to shoot. Shit. With only the 3 hostages left, their odds of overpowering these men and escaping looked worse by the moment. She stared straight ahead and tried to marshal her thought. A blast exploded behind them. She spun around. The remaining gunman shouted and waved at the pilot. She didn't understand the words, but she understood the urgency. The pilot gunned the boat. Good, that hadn't been part of their plan. Behind her, gunfire blazed into the night. She smiled fiercely. Damn well time. These assholes they'd left behind had been found and were taking heavy fire. Not heavy enough for her. She twisted in her seat to stare at the shack they'd left behind. A second blast rent the air, and the building where Ron lay burst into flames. She stared at the flames in horror, tears coming to her eyes. Teresa reached out a hand and grabbed her. Sasha sniffled. She was torn between diving into the water and trying to reach land, and the obvious rescue going on there, or stay here, and hope the rescuers realized where they'd been taken to. She was a strong swimmer. No, don't. Teresa tugged her closer. They'll shoot you too. The lone gunman clicked his gun against her shoulder and pointed it at her head. She realized they'd read her mind. She slowly sat back down, her gaze on the fiery scene behind them. Please, dear God, please let somebody have seen them on the boat. The small motorboat pulled up beside a larger vessel looming out of the water in the dark. Terrifyingly large. She couldn't read the writing on the side. But the letters looked Greek to her, which, considering they weren't very far off the Greek coastline, made sense. The motorboat drifted toward a ladder. At the gunman's prodding, the three were forced up the ladder and onto the deck. "Climb," said the closest male. He shoved her forward. She tripped, but David caught her before she hit the floor. "Thanks," she muttered. "Just take it easy," he said, helping her onto the ladder. Once on top, they were grabbed and dragged down another set of stairways, inside a hallway and down to a room. They were shoved and locked inside. Grateful for the reprieve, she threw herself across one bed. "What are they going to do with us?" Teresa cried out, taking the second bed. "Does anybody know where we are?" "I don't," Sasha whispered. "But the terrorists were fighting off someone on shore." "I wouldn't count on that," David warned. "They could have been just burning any evidence they might have left behind." "I heard gunfire," Sasha said. "I did too." Teresa laid down on the mattress. "I hope somebody rescued Ron before they blew up that building." She rolled over onto her side and faced the wall. "He was a good man." In a pained voice, Sasha added, "We have to stay hopeful. And we have to stay strong. It's the only way we'll survive. We have to find a way to get off this ship." Teresa sat up and stared at the others. "That's the only way we're going to survive." "We're also not underway," David said. "That's a good thing. There are other boats on the deck. We could make it to shore. We don't need much time, but we do need that window of opportunity." "I think our window of opportunity has already closed," Sasha said. "We should have overpowered them when the man went overboard." David shook his head. "They'd have shot us." He groaned. "They'd have waited until we surfaced, then shot us dead." Cooper raced along the front of the wharf. Where were the boats? They were supposed to be here already. He glanced behind him, but flames blocked his view. A boat carrying 6 had managed to escape. That there were 2 women in that group was great news. They'd rescued one injured man from inside the burning building and handed him off to the Turkish team. He'd been in a bad way, so they hadn't managed to get any information out of him, but they'd recognized Dr. Landry. That meant the others were close by. In the distance he could see a large ship standing silent in the dark, no lights, no noise. Damn it, they should be out on the water already. The moon drifted behind the clouds, casting a dark shadow over the water and highlighting the whitecaps. 3 sleek black watercraft pulled up. He and the other men climbed on board. The hostages had to be on this freighter. He couldn't stand the thought of losing her. Not when they were so close. In the bottom of the boat was scuba gear. He hoped it wouldn't be needed, but if it was necessary, he was glad to have it. Mason leaned closer. "The Turkish underwater team is ahead of us." "Understood," Cooper said. "It still sucks though," said Swede. "I could use the swim." His grin flashed in the dark. Mason laughed. "Maybe you could go for one afterwards. Just for fun." Spray hit them in the face as the boat slammed down on the water. At the speed they were traveling in the dark, the rough waters, they were hitting waves face on. And dropping on the other side. They'd get a swim after all if this kept up. Cooper grabbed the side of the boat as it slammed down hard a second time. By the time they came alongside the freighter, a storm looked ready to crack overhead. Knowing that the thunder and heavy winds would cover some of their approach but not all, the men silently unfurled grappling hooks. Once on top, Cooper crouched low. With the moon playing hide-and-go-seek with the storm clouds, visibility was limited. Both good and bad. Outside of his own team, the deck appeared empty. There should be a half-dozen people to man a ship this size, including the hostages, potentially twice that amount. With the teams racing along the top and splitting to go down into the layers below, he took the first right and followed the hallway down and down. At each level they checked, looking for the enemy and the hostages. Too often on past missions they found both at the same time, with shitty results all around. Hearing a voice up ahead, he stopped outside a door and listened. A woman's voice. Motioning to Swede, who was behind him, they stepped to either side of the door. He tried the handle. The door was locked. The voices inside stilled. At a motion to move back from Swede, Cooper complied. With a sharp kick, the entire doorknob snapped off and hung drunkenly to the side. Cooper grinned ferociously, and lashing out a second time, the door opened. Inside, 3 terrified faces stared at him. His gaze went from one to the other and stopped. 1 woman and 1 man, and the elf in the middle, Dr. Sasha. He studied her. Traumatized, but physically, she was fine. Something settled deep inside. Swede quickly identified themselves, then asked, "Are any of you hurt?" They all shook their heads. Cooper studied the dried blood on the man's head. The man stepped forward. "I'm fine. Just an argument with the butt of a rifle," he said. Cooper nodded. "Are there any more of you here?" "No," Dr. Sasha said. Dr. Landry, who was badly injured, was left behind in the warehouse. That there was a hardness to her tone didn't surprise him. This group had already seen enough of the war-torn country. Watching their friend gunned down would have finished the job. "And our driver," said the tall, lanky woman. "Don't forget him. He was killed in the warehouse too." "We found Dr. Landry," Cooper whispered. He peered into the hallway. At the women's gasps, he held his finger to his lips. "He's alive but in rough shape." Dr. Sasha whispered, "They wouldn't let us help him. They gunned him down when he tried to help the driver." With Swede leading, he motioned at them to follow. One by one they raced behind his friend and teammate. They made it topside without meeting anyone. That bothered him. Surely someone would be on guard. Just as they raced to the side where he could help them down, gunfire filled the air. One of the women cried out, and the group hit the floor. He grabbed Dr. Sasha and maneuvered her toward the edge. "Go now." She sent him a startled look, then looked at the railing. "Move it," he ordered. She took a deep breath and grabbed for the ladder now hanging down over the edge. He watched her progress. When she was down far enough, he motioned at the second woman. "Hurry. We're out of time." Sobbing, she struggled down the first rung. "I'm so scared," she whispered. "No time for fear," Cooper said. "Keep your eyes on the rungs and go." She dropped down several more rungs, and finally it was the man with the head wound, who stepped over the top rung and started his descent. It had only taken 4 minutes. To Cooper, they were all taking too damn long. Chapter 4. Sasha stared toward the shore from the back of the boat. The vessel was small, sleek and dark. Like the night closing in around her. The wind had picked up. She tugged her shirt collar higher against her neck. It was warm out, but her nerves were stretched taut and she had no stomach left. It had gone south along with her nerves. Add in the wind and spray, and the rising panic that they wouldn't be fast enough. That the enemy was racing behind them, closing in. Please God, let them get away safe. Until she was a long way away, she wouldn't feel safe. Or until she saw the dead bodies of the terrorists. She dealt with death every day. It was permanent, final, and she needed to know that the assholes wouldn't be able to terrorize anyone again. If she didn't get that closure, she was afraid her nightmare would just relive this hell over and over again. These men could still pop out like the boogeyman from hell. And that she couldn't handle. She wasn't sure she'd sleep again. But even if she confirmed these men were dead, there were always more men waiting to take their place. Feeling safe would take time. Something she was going to have plenty of now that her time here was done. Or would be in less than 2 days. Was she supposed to go back right now? Finish the last day? But what about the patients, Yalta and her baby? The new doctor to take her place wouldn't be arriving for a couple of days, so if she didn't return, she'd be leaving the camp in a tough situation. Not to mention, there'd been no replacements booked for the other 3 doctors. The second medical clinic was just as overrun as hers had been. Her gaze caught sight of and lingered on one of 2 soldiers who had found her. He looked familiar. None of them seemed real considering what she'd just been through. She wanted to reach out and touch the soldiers. Make sure they weren't part of her imagination. You okay? David asked in a low voice against her ear. Both women tucked up close to him. David was one of those big teddy bear kind of guys. Always a smile on his face. Even-tempered. She'd never seen him angry. Frustrated, yes, but given the shortages of medical supplies and long line of recipients for these medical supplies, that was to be expected. She nodded. I will be. Are they Americans? Teresa asked in a low voice as she cuddled up closer to David. Sasha blinked in surprise. She hadn't considered the rescuer's nationality. The ones she'd spoken with had sounded American, but she'd also heard a group speaking Turkish. Then joint task force operations were the norm. SEALs? Nah. Soldiers, yes, possibly. If the American government had been informed, but surely it would take longer to get here and help. Of course, the SEALs were elusive and over-the-top miracle workers. Would they have come over to help? Why? Because she was American? Because David was? Or was Ron someone big in this world? She'd never be important enough for someone to stretch his neck out and save her. She'd helped a lot of people due to her profession, but she'd not been the recipient of much in return. Then she hadn't gone into medicine for what she could get out of it. She'd been all about helping others. And she still was. But finding out your husband was cheating on you with your best friend, well, that did tend to sour your outlook on life. The three all huddled up close against the sudden bitter wind. Sasha stared out at the darkness. The boat rocked with the heavy waves. She felt the hard glances of those soldiers, but no one said a word. That worked for her. She just wanted to get the hell home. That meant on U.S. soil. She needed to go home and spend time with her mother, who was all alone now that her father had passed away. So many people went home when they hit troubled patches, but she'd been raised to be independent, and going back to her parents hadn't been an option. She'd happily visit, but she had an empty house waiting for her. 15 cold minutes later, they'd made it back to shore. Not once did she look at the freighter. She kept her eyes on the land, but couldn't help that horrible sense of being watched. Surely all the gunmen had been caught by now. She'd only seen the 3 men who'd forced her to the motorboat, but there had to be a dozen or more. And as she stared at the blazing fire on the shore, she had to wonder how many of the others escaped. Terrorists never seemed to run out of willing men. Still, she'd balanced some of their lives for Ron's. That he'd been rescued and not burned alive was a miracle. Now they needed a second one that would save his life. He was a tough buzzard, and given a chance, he'd pull through. The boat nudged up against the dock. The heat of the fire, although a good 100 yards away, was stifling. One of the soldiers reached a hand to help her off the boat. Gratefully, she accepted it and clambered up to safety. Once on the dock, she said, "Thank you." She smiled up at him and recognized the man who'd kicked the door down for them. There was something about him that was familiar, and the look in his eye was almost overly familiar. Did she know him? He seemed to know her. He grinned. "No problem," he said, a low voice. "Glad we found you in time." Tears burned the back of her eyes. "So am I," she choked out. Then, trying to hold back the tears, she started to walk away. Her mental state roiled with relief and fear. She couldn't help but search the shadows. What if some of the men had gotten away? The soldier in front motioned at her to keep moving. So obviously they weren't out of trouble yet. She turned back to wait for the others to catch up. The one soldier was speaking to Teresa. Something about his voice caught her attention. She caught a glimpse of his profile, but in the dark, it was almost impossible to see his features. She had to be imagining him. Still, those electric blue eyes. She'd spent a decent amount of time in Coronado, so it wasn't out of the realm of possibility that she'd have seen him before. And then there was her line of work. Teresa said something in a low voice to him. Sasha couldn't hear the words, but she understood the tremor in her friend's voice. This had been a traumatic day for all of them. These men had done a hell of a job. They deserved a medal for freeing her group. The soldier said in a louder voice, "You'll be fine now. We'll get you home in no time." And she realized she knew that voice. With the big soldier waiting for her beside the open door of a black SUV, the items in her brain clicked and she gasped. She did know him. And knew what he was, a SEAL. She spun and studied the soldier still standing with his head bent toward Teresa. "Cooper." The soldier behind her froze. And damn it, the soldier in front of her did too. He turned to study her. "Hello, Dr. Sasha," he said, his tone droll. "Nice to see you again." Cooper stared at the tiny doctor in front of him. God, he'd loved her since she'd done the surgery and given him his life back. Not only had she done the surgery, but she'd hounded him on his physical therapy too. He grinned. She wasn't bigger than a mosquito. That's why everyone called her Dr. Sasha. Her real name was Sasha Childs. But given her 5-foot stature, her name caused her more grief than anything. So Dr. Sasha it was. "It is," she said with a delighted grin. "Thank you for saving us, me." He'd always loved that about her. So much spirit. Almost with an edge, but she had a ready smile for anyone. But then she surprised him and barreled toward him, arms open. He laughed quietly and held her close. "Glad to be able to return the favor," he said in a low voice. "Now that's a fair trade," she whispered. He knew what she meant. Swede made a harsh sound. Right. They needed to save the reunion for later. "We'll talk later. We have to go now." She gave a quick nod, picked up her feet and ran back to Swede. She flashed him a big grin and dove into the back of the truck. Apparently seeing a familiar face had picked up her spirits. Then again, seeing her had picked up his. But what the hell was she doing over here? And where was her husband? Swede nudged Cooper, making him realize he was standing there like an idiot. "You know her?" Cooper gave him a sheepish grin. "Yeah, long story. The surgeon on call that day I was shot collapsed in surgery. She was there for some special training at the time and took over. She saved my life." Swede's eyebrows shot up to his hairline. He turned to glance back at Sasha, then snorted. "You got all the luck. When I got shot, I ended up with that old geezer Mahoney." Cooper snickered. Mahoney was close to 70 and had the bedside manner of an old goat. "I lucked out," Cooper said. "The nurses told me about what happened afterwards. She not only saved my life, she saved the doctor's life who'd been working on me." "And you let her walk away," Swede said with a note of incredulity. "Haven't you learned anything from the guys yet?" "Yeah, well, this was before Mason found Tesla," Cooper protested. "And besides, she's married." Swede frowned. "Are you sure about that? I wouldn't want my wife over here in this troubled time while my fat ass is back home." "You don't know, they might be happy with that arrangement," Cooper said in exasperation. "Besides, you won't let Mia out of your sight for 5 minutes. Have you seen the guys on base?" "Hell," Swede said, "I'd lose her in a heartbeat if I did leave her alone." He had a point. Their team had gotten a hell of a name for themselves. Not only were they SEALs, but they were hell on wheels in the love department too. Somehow his buddies had all found love, often in the most unexpected places. The base had dozens of nicknames for the team. Only one they were called to their face. The Keepers. But there were rumors of others. Loveboaters was the worst. The guys hated that one. Some were cruder, but no one ever made mention of the names around the team. They wouldn't stand for it. And dare anyone say anything against any of the women, the guy would be knocked flat in no time. But on the other side of that coin, there'd been dozens of requests for guys to work with the Keepers in the hopes that the luck might wear off on them. The love vibe was a hard thing to miss out on if you were looking for it. Many SEALs were already happily married. And some were in the middle of ugly divorces. Still others hadn't recovered from breakups and had no plans to. The military was hell on relationships. Chapter 5. How do you know him? David asked when they were settled in the back of the SUV. Teresa turned to listen when Sasha answered. I did surgery on him a lifetime ago, about a year ago, she said with a smile. He was a decent size back then, but not like he is now, she admitted. Looks like he recovered well. She laughed. He had to do a fair bit of physical therapy as part of his recovery. He wanted to return to work and was chafing at the bit, so I pointed him toward powerlifting. The man was a SEAL and in incredible shape anyway, but all that downtime while his team was on active duty pissed him off. He needed the outlet. Well, I'd say it worked out, Teresa said admiringly. How come I never get patients who look like that? Maybe because you specialize in pediatrics, David said with droll humor. Teresa nodded slowly. I'm sorry about the divorce, Sasha. They suck at any time. They do indeed, Sasha said in a noncommittal voice, hoping the conversation would move on. They were stuck in the SUV, waiting for something or someone. She studied Cooper outside the vehicle. He stood beside her door with his back to her. Could they leave already? This might be safer than before, but it sure as hell wasn't safe yet. And she didn't do unsafe right now. She needed it locked down, to know for sure she wasn't going to be spirited away. She'd been okay with the edge of uncertainty while married. Not now. Now she had to know where she stood at all times. Was there anything more devastating than betrayal, especially times 2? She sank down into the seat, aware of the stilted silence around her. Then David, dear David, who wouldn't hurt anyone, piped up. The first thing I want is a hot shower. Food, said Teresa. I'm starved. Water for me, Sasha admitted. Cooper popped his head inside. That's one thing I can help with. He opened a pack from the front and handed around several bottles of water. Sasha smiled her thanks when he gave her one. His searching gaze made her realize he might have heard some of the earlier conversation. That was okay. If he didn't hear it now, he'd hear it soon enough. Divorce was like that. Not that he'd care. He hadn't seen her on anything other than a professional footing, and likely didn't know her ex anyway. At least she hoped he didn't. Divorce was hard on everyone, not just the couple involved. Then again, a dead love was just that dead. She almost laughed. Talk about being morose when it came to her marriage. Not bitter but sad. Knowledgeable about hurt and pain in a way she'd never experienced before. And not sure she liked the way she'd changed. But once a hard lesson is learned well, you do anything you can to avoid being forced to learn it again. And now here on the other side of the world, the size of the planet was brought home to her again. Cooper was a good man. She'd seen him when he was down, and he'd never given up. A smile broke free and made her laugh. The smiles had been coming on more and more. Good thing. Her family hadn't known what to do with her. She'd lost her sunny disposition when she'd lost her husband. It had taken a long time to get over him, she wasn't proud of that, but she loved very deeply, and any deep wound took time to close. Now she realized she'd hit a turning point. One she'd been waiting for. It was time to go home. Not because of the hostage-taking. Not because of the volunteer work, but because she could. She'd healed. Become whole again. And now she could return to her old life. Cooper took the driver's side and started the engine. He glanced behind to make sure all passengers were buckled in. His gaze lingered on Dr. Sasha's profile as she stared out the window. Fatigue lined her face, but there was a small smile playing at the corner of her mouth. He'd heard the others. But wasn't sure if he'd heard right. The good doctor was divorced? Good. If the man couldn't make her happy, then he didn't deserve to have her. She was a hell of a doctor. Of course that didn't make her a hell of a woman, but he'd love to find out. They had several hours ahead of them. He'd heard the comment about needing food, but they didn't have anything with them. He figured they'd get a few hours under their belt, and then stop. They were heading deeper into Turkey. But would have to go past to the camp the team had been snatched from. Behind him, the rest of the men were in the second vehicle. Backup had arrived to help the Turkish team handle the scene. Cooper and the rest of the SEAL team had the 3 doctors and were taking them back to safety. He'd hoped for a military helicopter and maybe a quick exit to Germany, but that hadn't pulled together. At least not yet. Still, they were a short distance away. Good enough for him. Swede motioned at the turnoff for the highway. Once we're on the road, we'll need to stop for gas. Cooper nodded. Coffee and food too. He nodded to the back of the vehicle. With any luck, they'll sleep that far. Swede nodded, but he'd turned and was studying the passengers. They aren't out yet, but will be soon. His headset crackled. That's Marcus checking in. Says the Turkish team have searched the freighter. They've picked up 3 men only. Damn. Swede nodded. Should have been twice that many. Not our problem. He knew that's what the bosses would say. But he hated to leave a job half-finished. And our orders, he asked. Did Mason get any update? No change. Get the hostages to safety. Cooper glanced in the rearview mirror. Dr. Sasha's eyes were closed, her head leaning against the window. He'd have hated to find out that Dr. Sasha perished because his country hadn't done enough to save her, when she'd done so much for her countrymen. He wasn't the only military man to end up on her table. He didn't know what had happened to her a year ago, but he was damn sorry for it. She was good people. Chapter 6. Sasha's neck ached and her butt throbbed. For a moment she was afraid she was still in the hands of the damn terrorists. But a quick glance around reassured her she was riding in the vehicle, and Cooper was driving her and the others to safety. The vehicle slowed yet again and made a turn. The change in the engine had woken her. They'd taken a ramp off the highway and were now rounding a large corner to a gas station and restaurant up ahead. Even SEALs needed gas. She smiled as the large SUV pulled up outside a pump. Twisting to look behind her, she saw David and Teresa both slumped in their seats, sound asleep. There was no sign of the second SUV and the rest of them. But they were out there somewhere. Swede and Cooper hopped out. She opened her door. Cooper was there in an instant. I need a bathroom, she confessed. And if there's a chance of a coffee. Cooper nodded. I'll escort you in. She beamed. Thank you. With a backward glance at the other 2 still sleeping, she walked with him to the restaurant and on to the ladies' room at the back. There she used the facilities and washed her hands, staring at her face in the mirror. She looked like shit. No, actually she looked like she'd been attacked and grabbed, a hood thrown over her head and tossed in the back of a vehicle, then held hostage for several hours before being forced out to a ship. And subsequently rescued. Thank God for the last part. Her face looked pale but her eyes twinkled, so something had improved. She grinned. At least she hadn't lost her sense of humor. She took advantage of the hot water and towels to do a quick wash. She ran her fingers through her hair and froze. She'd never once considered her personal belongings. Her purse, wallet, passport. She groaned. Replacing that stuff was going to be a bitch. After freshening up as much as possible, she straightened her clothing and went back out to the restaurant. Cooper stood outside the door. Hey, thanks for waiting. He hooked her arm in his. I won't be leaving your side until I know you're home safe and sound, Doc. She laughed. It might have been Doc before, but do make it Sasha now. I don't plan on cutting up your muscled body anytime soon. I should hope not. He grinned. I went to a lot of effort to put this body back together again. She poked him. So did I. Laughing, he led her to the front counter where a large paper bag and a tray of takeout coffee sat waiting for them. As he paid, the door opened, letting in a large group of men dressed like Cooper. Instinctively, she wedged up beside Cooper in the counter. He glanced down at her inquiringly. She nodded to the noisy group. Cooper spun, his stance alert, wary. And then Cooper relaxed. What kept you so long? Marcus, you drive like my grandmother. At that, the guy standing on the left looking like a cross between a Hell's Angel and a real angel snorted. Maybe so, but you've never driven with my granny and you drive like her. Those were speed signs back there, you know. Cooper's voice was wry as he answered, "What signs?" The guys smirked. Then their gazes shifted to her. One after another they tilted their heads and said, "Ma'am." She raised an eyebrow and studied the group. They were all Americans and likely Cooper's team. She nodded back to them and said in a low voice, "Thank you for rescuing me and my team." They nodded. She walked forward carrying the coffee tray. They instantly moved to the side. She beamed in thanks. They were extremely respectful. Maybe too much so. It raised her suspicions. But then again, there was a feeling of walking a gauntlet as she exited the restaurant. Cooper walked behind her, and a few of the men made some kind of comment but in a low voice. Cooper snorted and raced to catch up. "Hey, wait for me. How can I protect you if you race ahead?" "I'm always racing around," she said with a grin as he caught up to her. "You should remember that." "I remember. You ran from point A to point B without ever slowing down." She laughed. "That's about the sound of it. You don't have to rush here. We're not going anywhere until the others are ready." At the SUV, she found David and Teresa standing outside the vehicle, stretching with Swede standing guard. His eyes lit up at the coffee in her hands. "Is one of those for me?" he asked hopefully. "Actually, Cooper has yours." She smiled up at him. "And he's got food." Swede spun toward Cooper, hands out. "Oh no you don't." Cooper backed up slightly, holding 2 bags of food. "You're driving from here on in. Keeping your hands on the wheel is the only way the rest of us are going to get any food." Sasha handed out the coffees to the others as she listened to the men's banter. It added a sense of normalcy to a very non-normal situation. She appreciated it. Swede growled, "If that's all the food you got, I'll go order more when I take these 2 in." And true to his word, he shepherded David and Teresa into the restaurant for their own bathroom breaks. Sasha placed her coffee on the hood of the SUV, then turned and did a couple of stretches. She was sore and bruised but knew she needed to stay active. She'd already stiffened up more than she was happy with. As she straightened from touching her toes, she winced. "Shit," she whispered under her breath. "Are you okay?" Cooper asked in a sharp voice. Cooper studied her wan features intently. "Did they hurt you?" She shook her head. Then shrugged. "Maybe a little. I'm stubborn." "I do remember that part." He smiled at her. "But just because you are a doctor doesn't mean you can't be injured. But it does mean I know when the injuries are something to worry about." Silence. She smiled. "Besides, we all got beat up a little, it's not just me." He spun to look at the others, visible in the restaurant window. "Anyone need medical care?" She laughed. "We're all doctors. We can manage." He frowned. "Maybe, but you haven't got any medical supplies." That wiped the frown off her face. She blinked rapidly and stared at a point over his shoulder as she struggled to regain control. He reached out a hand and placed it on her shoulder. "I'm sorry." She sniffled once and gave him a watery smile. "Let's just hope he survives. Ron is a good man." Cooper nodded. "We did get him to the medics, but I haven't heard an update on his condition yet." "Then we'll stay positive." Cooper waited a moment. "After they shot Ron, what happened?" She winced. "We ran to help him, but that just angered them more and they started yelling at us. Kicking and hitting us with their rifles." "Anyone get knocked out?" "No, thank heavens." She took a sip of coffee and recovered her composure. "We were just beaten up a bit. A small price to pay for helping Ron." "And could you help him?" "Not enough," she said candidly. He raised his eyebrows at that. He suspected there was a lot more to the story that she wasn't sharing. That was okay, he'd get the information from the others. Eventually. He doubted anyone wanted to talk yet, but the details had to come out. They needed every bit of information available. No one realized how important their information was until someone else heard it. Would you recognize the men if you saw them again? There was 6 of them. I'd recognize 3, possibly 4. She frowned. Not sure about the others, considering I tried to avoid looking at them too closely. Also, one flipped overboard and drowned while they were taking us to the ship. Right, one less to worry about. And 3 or 4 is better than none. Loud noises erupted from the restaurant as the door opened to let more people in and out. He reached out a reassuring hand to Sasha as she studied the new arrivals. Where are we going? She asked him. My purse and passport are back in the refugee camp, and I have patients who need help. They're going to be picked up for us. You're all going to be debriefed at the Turkish base, then again in the US. She nodded. My contract was up anyway, but we've left them short-handed. Can I get a call through? There's a young woman in labor I want to check on. Swede said from behind, when we get to our rendezvous. I don't think that your contract would hold anyway if the camp can't guarantee your safety, Cooper added, pulling out a muffin from the bag. He handed one to each person. It's too bad. This will impact the aid the camps receive. And they need way more than they have now. Not our problem, David said. Remember that. We can't save the world. Only one patient at a time. Teresa smiled her thanks and said, I think I've heard that saying at least once a day for the last 3 months. Not sure what I'll do when I'm back home again. Cooper could feel the air lighten. I'll be turning around and heading right back again, David said. This isn't likely the last incident like this. He shrugged. There are still a lot of people to help. Cooper admired that they were all doing what they loved and obviously shared a common outlook toward humanitarian work. The world needed more people like them. The rest of his team joined them. Marcus walked beside Evan, Mason bringing up the rear. It was Mason who motioned Cooper to the side. Let's split the numbers up better, Mason said. I don't like having them stacked the way they are now. Cooper understood. All the SEALs in one vehicle meant that they could be taken out in one event, leaving the doctors alone with only 2 men to defend them. He nodded. I'll take Dr. Sasha and Teresa. You can take Dr. Monroe. Mason grinned. Cooper glared at him. Swede and Shadow made no attempt to hide anything. They beamed. Swede said, So where do you want me, Cooper, with you or with Mason? They are comfortable with you, so with me. He meant Sasha, of course, and they all knew it. Swede nodded. Sounds good to me. He smacked Cooper on the back, then strode quickly to the driver's side. I'm driving. Marcus stepped up and said, I'm riding shotgun. Damn it. Cooper frowned at him, but Marcus ignored him and hopped into the front seat. Evan, Mason said and pointed to the back seat where Sasha sat. Sure. Evan walked to the other side and got into the middle seat. Hey, Evan said. Don't I know you from Coronado? Sasha smiled up at him. It's possible. I've lived and worked there for years. Yeah? Cool. Where are you living now? And just like that, Evan and Sasha were laughing. Cooper, still standing outside, glared at them both. Shadow walked over to Cooper's side and in a low tone said, That will push her away. That's the last thing you want to do. He smacked Cooper on the back and said, See you at the next rendezvous spot. He turned and helped David into the second SUV. That left just Mason. Mason studied his face. After a long, uncomfortable silence, Mason asked, You good? Of course, Cooper said in a clipped tone. No, you're not. But if you're lucky, you will be. And with that cryptic remark, Mason sauntered over to the second vehicle and took the shotgun position. Sourly, Cooper got into the last seat beside Teresa. She smiled at him. Sorry, she said. Seating arrangements not to your liking. He realized how churlish he was being and smiled back, holding up the 2 bags of food he'd collected. I've got the food, so it doesn't matter where I sit. And that's when Swede and Marcus realized they might lose out. Swearing and cussing at Cooper for tricking them, Swede pulled out onto the highway, and everyone settled into the next part of the journey. Chapter 7. They stopped 2 hours later at a rest stop. Sasha welcomed the chance to stretch and breathe the morning fresh air. The sun had crested over the horizon, but her eyes watched as the leader, Mason, walked toward them. As we have to pass close by, we're willing to swing into the refugee camp and give you time to collect your belongings and transfer cases off to other doctors. You can thank Dr. Munro for that. He's very persuasive. At David's whoop, he added. We're talking an hour, 2 at the most. Another of the SEALs stepped forward. We're expected at base in 2 hours. We made good time so far and can extend that slightly, but that's all. Are we clear? Sasha nodded. Thank you, she said. My passport and personal belongings are still there, at least I hope they are. Mine too, Teresa said. Plus I have some keepsakes I'd like to not lose. You will have 2 escorts each. Remember, we don't know how you were selected or why, but you were kidnapped from the camp. There is an ongoing investigation, but it hasn't gotten very far. Some people will know you went missing, and others won't. No talking about it. No details. Stick to the plan, and we'll get through this fast and without any trouble. But his tone of voice made it clear they were going to follow his rules. He studied each of the 3 of them in turn. Be alert. If anyone acts suspicious, tell us. She had no problem with an escort. In fact, she preferred it. The last thing she wanted to do was find herself thrown in the back of a truck for a second time. They reached the gates a half hour later. The security was tight, but finally they parked off to the side of the medical clinic. She hopped out and took a look around. She'd been gone less than a day, but it seemed like weeks. Yet in many ways it was as if she'd never left. The small audience they'd garnered, even though it was really early, had the same look of hopelessness on their faces as always. Intermixed with anger and relief, the cracks and crevasses said much about this stage of their lives. And how they were handling it. She smiled at them and turned toward the door of the clinic. With Cooper and one of his team, she walked through the entrance, her mind already consumed with what she needed to do. She'd check the clinic first, then grab up her few belongings. Home, such a magical word. Right back to California. The place was dim, but in the back she could see lights. And hear crying. Voices she recognized. She raced to the commotion and found Yalta in the middle of a contraction. A nurse stood at her side. When the woman looked up, there was such a wealth of relief on her face, Sasha knew the situation was dire. Update, she ordered as she quickly washed up. She's been asking for you for hours, the nurse murmured. The baby isn't moving. We've requested an ambulance to the hospital for her, but so far there's no sight of it. It's been 2 hours. The hospital is overwhelmed as well. Of course it is, isn't it always? That doesn't mean they can ignore our needs. We bother them the least we can, but... I know. Go check on the ambulance. I'll give the hospital a call in a minute. Sasha walked over to the weeping woman. Easy, Yalta, take it easy. The woman broke into tears and words poured forth. Words Sasha couldn't understand. A male voice answered Yalta from somewhere behind Sasha. She twisted to see the man with Cooper answering the woman. She thought his name was Marcus. What is she saying? She snapped. She's been calling for you. Where were you? She is all alone. Marcus gave her a crooked grin. And more of the same. Right. I had moved her to the clinic, and that's when I was snatched, she murmured. From this point? Cooper asked, his voice hard. She nodded. From the small room on the side where we store our medical supplies. It has a door directly to the outside, and I was taken out that way. Did you see the person who kidnapped you? Was it one of the men that held you captive? She frowned, but her attention was on the irregular heartbeats from Yalta's belly. No, not really. I was hit from behind. So you didn't catch a glimpse of anyone? Her frown deepened. A soldier called my name, and he motioned toward the supply room, which is where I'd been heading anyway. There was supposed to be someone inside. Cooper cut in. Anything you can remember will help. We'll check out the supply room ourselves. She heard him, but she wasn't listening as she checked her patient over. She straightened. We need that ambulance. If it doesn't get here fast, we'll have to try and save the baby, but I'm not set up for it, she muttered, turning to look around the small room. As clinics went, the place was decent. As a surgical delivery room, hell no. She turned to Cooper. I need one of the other doctors here, now. The two men turned to look at her, then at each other. It's not a request, she snapped. This is an order. And she turned back to her patient. The nurse came running back in at that moment. The ambulance hasn't even left yet, she cried. There's been a big accident, and they are short-handed themselves. That means we're on our own. She spun to make sure one of the men had left, and sure enough, Cooper was gone. Good, the one left behind spoke the language. Marcus, she asked. Can you tell her that we're going to have to do a cesarean to save the baby? Can you do that here? She shrugged. Sure I can. Is this ideal? No. She might survive the wait to the hospital, but her baby won't. He walked closer to the young woman and spoke to her in a low, calm voice that Sasha loved. He had a great bedside manner. And there was something about his voice that oozed caring. The woman started weeping, but she clutched his hand tight. When his voice fell quiet, she glanced over to see him gently stroking her hand before speaking to her again in that same low tone. Whatever he was saying to her was helping. She was curious, though. What are you telling her? I'm telling her that she's lucky to be here and that you're the best. If you can save her baby, then you will. How do you know? Sasha stared at him in shock. I haven't worked on you before. I'd have remembered. No, he said with a gentle smile. But you saved Cooper. I heard about the doctor you saved at the same time, too. She shook her head. That's not fair. I was just doing what needed to be done. And did both jobs well. He grinned. I know many a man who says they owe you big time. Discomfited, she returned to her patient. A moment later she asked, Can you ask her about her family? Does she have anyone she'd like here with her? The musical sounds erupted again as the two spoke. Her mother is ill and the rest are men. Husband. Does he want to be here? Custom won't let him, Marcus said. And that's something you and I aren't going to be able to buck today. No, I guess not. She walked to the small cupboards and pulled out a tray. They didn't have an incubator for the baby, either. She could hope they didn't need one. As she set up a bassinet for the baby, David came rushing in. What have we got? Cesarean, she said quietly. No progress for several hours. Baby is in fetal distress. She showed him the woman's chart. No ambulance for at least an hour, then the return trip, and we'll lose the baby in that time. Crap. Right. They smiled at each other. They'd been required to pull a few miracles out of their respective hats these last months. Let's have at it. With David handling the drugs, Sasha sorted the tools while the nurse prepped Yalta. She glanced over to find Marcus staring at her, his gaze wide, his lips pinched. It was probably the first time anyone had asked him to do what she was about to ask him to do, but heck, he was a SEAL, he could handle anything. Can you stay for her? He glanced at the scalpel in her hand, his eyebrows raised. Then gave a grim nod. She nodded at him once, waiting until he turned his attention to the poor woman. It wasn't going to be fun, but she'd make damn sure it was fast. And it was. She was holding an unhappy newborn male in her hands in minutes. She laughed as his angry cries filled the room. With Yalta's happy tears and cries of joy, she handed the squalling boy off to the nurse and turned her attention back to the patient. We're almost done, she said, more for Marcus's benefit than anyone else's. Yalta wasn't feeling anything other than the overwhelming emotions that overtook every woman at this moment in her life. Sasha had helped deliver any number of babies, but wasn't sure she'd ever done a cesarean under these circumstances. The reality was, it didn't matter. The joy was the same for everyone, no matter where in the world it happened. What she wanted to know was, would it ever happen to her? She'd had no doubt a year ago. She'd been happily married and completely in love with her life, and knew the time for her own family would be soon. After that dream had blown up in her face, she'd avoided facing that question. It was too painful. Done? David asked at her side. He looked at her over the mask in question. She realized she'd been standing there staring at the woman. She shook off the reverie and nodded. I am. She's in great shape. And you're a great doctor, he said seriously. Love that you're so calm and controlled. Always, she said with a smile at Yalta. It's all about the patient. She hopped off the stool and walked over to the water to wash up. The nurse was taking care of Yalta, while David studied the little boy now swaddled in towels. He's beautiful, he announced to the new mother. Marcus quickly translated. The mother beamed and held out her arms. They shifted her in bed so she could meet her new son. The nurse came over to Sasha and gave her a big hug. Thank God you got back in time, she cried. I wasn't sure what I was going to do. I did, so it's all good, and you did wonderfully, she said warmly. The thought of not having made it back made her nauseous. David, anyone else in dire need at the moment? No, Teresa has done what she needs to do as well. We can leave. Sasha was undecided. Her patient needed to be watched carefully, and she hated to leave her like this. Just then she heard the sirens. A big grin broke across her face. That's music to my ears. Isn't that too little too late? Marcus asked. In this case, it's perfect. Yalta shouldn't be alone. How long will this take? Cooper asked from the doorway. She spun in surprise. She'd forgotten he was there. About 20 minutes for the paperwork and to get her transferred, then I'm free to go. Marcus nodded. We're going to hold you to that. I promise, she said. You can see why I needed to be here. I do. Cooper nodded. Marcus? Marcus took off. With Cooper at her side, she walked to her quarters to pack up her few belongings. Only as she stood in the doorway to the tiny room, she realized her room wasn't as she'd left it. What's the matter? Cooper asked, studying the bare-bones closet of her room. There shouldn't be much wrong, as there was nothing here to go wrong. My stuff has been rifled through, she said shortly. He gave her a sidelong glance. You can tell? She reared back slightly and looked at the room again. Then laughed and relaxed slightly. Absolutely, but then when I do surgery, I want my tools in a specific order and at a specific distance from my fingers. In other words, everything is placed exactly where I want it. These, she waved her arm at the shelf of folded clothes, are not the way I left them. Anything missing? She stepped inside and did a quick search. Not that I can see. She pulled a bag out from under the single bed and opened the zipper. I don't keep any valuables here. They are in the office safe. He frowned. In a place like this, that's hardly safe. They aren't criminals here. They are families looking to start again. And many families in that position will do anything to make it happen. She stood up and gathered the closest stack of clothing. He noticed that meant several pairs of jeans and a couple pairs of shorts. He'd love to see her in shorts. Then she'd be gorgeous in anything. While he watched, she quickly finished packing. Within minutes, she straightened and looked around. Do you see if I missed anything? Looks cleaned out. But he dropped to the floor and looked under the bed. He almost laughed at the militant style the bed had been made up in. I think you're good to go. Then to the office for my purse and passport. Not to mention the contract for being here. She led the way with Cooper on her heels. They passed the room with mother and baby and Marcus back standing watch. The ambulance could be heard outside. In the office, she quickly opened the safe and withdrew a brown envelope and a small purse. Then closed and locked it again. They raced back to the patient where he watched as she efficiently managed the transfer. She gave the young woman a hug before releasing her to the paramedics. Cooper immediately ushered her toward the SUV. "We're here, Mason," he said to the silvery-eyed man she'd assumed to be the leader of the group. "There's one more thing," she said to Mason. "And it's something Marcus can help with. Plus, we'll all be together." Mason narrowed his gaze at her and waited. The mother and son are safe, but no one has informed the family or the father that he has a healthy son, or that his wife is going to be fine. Cooper caught his breath behind her. She turned and glanced at him and Marcus at his side. "I'm sure you can understand. A driver took you there. Can you find the location on your own?" Mason asked. She nodded. "That I can do. Even though this place is a maze?" Mason asked, one eyebrow raised. She laughed and handed over a map and a piece of paper. "That's where they live, and this is a map of the camp. I might not be able to figure it out, but you big bad seals will be able to." She grinned as he rolled his eyes at her, but he took the sheet nonetheless. Cooper looked down at her in bemusement. Keeping his voice low, he whispered, "I didn't know angels came in pint size." She froze in shock, then laughed. "I should punch you for that." He snickered. "Go for it. I have a fly swatter around here somewhere." Mason shook his head. "Let's go, you two. We will travel together." "Fun." She hopped into the back of the big black SUV. Cooper sat beside her. Marcus took the passenger seat. With Mason driving the lead vehicle, they slowly wound their way through the camp that was just waking up. Several people dashed inside their small shelters in fear. Many others came running out. Sasha waved at them. "Smile, Marcus. They are scared of you." Marcus shot her a look of surprise. "Me?" he protested. "Why me?" "It's the look. So dour and dark. Smile a little and make their day instead." He snorted in disgust, but he plastered a smile on his face anyway. Cooper chuckled. When Marcus shot the bird at Cooper, he whooped. Lord, this was good to see. Sasha was such a breath of fresh air. She was bringing even Marcus out of his shell. Evan was on the far side of her, being uncharacteristically quiet. When Copper twisted enough that he could see Evan's face, it was to realize he was studying Sasha's profile, as if fascinated. He glared at him, but Evan didn't lift his head. Cooper reached along the back seat and flicked his arm. Evan raised his gaze in surprise, and Cooper deepened his scowl. Evan narrowed his gaze as he studied his friend, and then glanced from Sasha to Cooper and back again, and his face lit with unholy mirth. Cooper knew he was going to be bugged forever. He subsided in his seat and glared out the window, only to see Marcus's smirk in the rearview mirror. "Shit," he said under his breath. They'd never leave him alone now. Just as they reached the correct sector of the camp, a large group of young men stepped out in front to stop the vehicles. And Sasha gasped in recognition. "Oh my God," she whispered. "That's my driver. The one we thought was shot dead." Chapter 8. The vehicles rolled to a stop. Sasha peered forward to see Mason speaking with the men. "Marcus, you need to help him," she ordered. That he opened his door and hopped out immediately caused a snicker from her left. She eyed the man whose name she didn't know and asked, "Do you speak their language?" He immediately shook his head. "Exactly." She turned to Cooper. "Let me out." He shook his head, his gaze never moving from the man sitting on a chair. She followed the same direction as he was looking, and studied her driver. His skin pale and his features drawn. Without a shirt, the bandage around his ribs was easy to see, as was the blood seeping through it. "Cooper," she said in her most imperious tone. "He needs to be questioned and his injuries looked at. We also need to be asking if the other medical personnel here are in danger. Did he have anything to do with my abduction or not?" In the lead vehicle, she could see David and Teresa arguing with the men as well. "Why do you guys have to be so difficult?" she muttered. He slanted a gaze her way, and she glared at him. Then, in a move that surprised everyone, she hopped onto her seat and scrambled into the front, and was out Marcus's door before they had a chance to grab her. Outside, she raced to Jamel. It wasn't his full name, but it was the only version she could enunciate. When he saw her, he bounced to his feet and gasped, his face going sheer white. "Easy, Jamel, sit down." He collapsed back again. But whether it was from his injuries or shock, she didn't know. He appeared agitated when he saw the SEALs surrounded them. "It's okay. They are surrounding me. Not you." "You think?" Cooper said in a cool voice. "We've been looking for him. He was at the same cabin, he gets shot and yet somehow you are moved and he escapes and tells no one." "They said they'd kill me," he cried out in fear. "I was injured. Couldn't move. I waited until everyone was gone. And then tried to move. Only I wasn't alone. The gunman told me if I lived, I had to keep quiet, or they'd come and kill my family." His voice shook and his body racked with tremors. She knew the signs well. "I have to check your ribs. You're running a fever, and that is not good." "Doc," Evan said. "Aren't there others around here that can help him?" "Yes," she said without looking up. "Go find me one." She shot Cooper a stern look. "But I assume people want to talk to him." No, Jamel cried. "No want to talk." Several of the other men surrounded them. "Back up and give me room," she ordered. "You can ask him questions, but I don't want him doing more damage to his injuries." She bent down and reached out to open his bandage, but he shook his hands at her. "No. No," he cried. "They will take me away." "If they do," she said, "I'll be with you." He stared at her with hope. "You would help me." "I'm trying to help you now," she said gently. "Sit still so I can look." He stilled long enough for her to unwrap the bandage. She sat back on her heels. This was what Ron had taken a bullet for. He'd been grazed. That was all. They hadn't intended to kill him or even maim him. "Did you clean this out?" He nodded. "My wife." Sasha sighed. "But you didn't go to the clinic to get help, did you?" "I was afraid. Everyone knew I had been taken too." "Did they?" Cooper asked in a hard voice. "How is that?" Jamel shrank back at his tone of voice. Sasha was about to admonish Cooper when she thought better of it. The camp needed doctors. The doctors needed to be safe. Therefore, Jamel needed to give a good accounting of his actions. So she bit her lip and studied the wound. It would benefit from a good cleaning and a new bandage, but other than that it would pain him, but it wouldn't kill him. She looked at the leg, but decided it didn't likely require any emergency attention from her. But the wounds bothered her. "What happens with him?" "He comes with us." Mason held up his phone. "The Turkish want to have a talk with him." Jamel cried out. She stood up. "You took money for taking those men to where we were working, so they could kidnap us, didn't you?" He looked at her in shame and then nodded. "Well, that answers that question," she said quietly. "Of course the Turkish want to talk to you. They need to know who the men were and why they wanted us in particular. They wanted the Americans. Just the Americans, they said. Which is what we figured." She looked at Cooper, one eyebrow raised. Cooper half lifted and half carried Jamel to the SUV. "Good, now we can finally get to Yalta's family and finish this," she muttered. As she walked back to the SUV with Marcus, she realized that Mason might have changed his mind about letting the father know. She raced over to where he stood with the huge mountain man that seemed to be everywhere and nowhere. Along with his sidekick, she barely saw clearly. Talk about living in the shadows. "Mason," she interrupted when there was a break in his conversation, only to realize she was the reason for the break. They were all looking at her. She brushed her hair back off her head self-consciously. Sorry for interrupting, but I want to confirm that we're still heading for Yalta's family? She stared directly at him. His gaze narrowed as if hoping she'd relent. Instead, she straightened her back and jutted out her chin. Nothing has changed, she said. Lots has changed, he countered. We now have a person of interest that we need to take in for questioning. And that doesn't change the need to let a young man know that his wife and son are alive and well, she said gently. It's only a few minutes from here, she said persuasively. Might as well do it, Marcus said when Mason looked over at him. Doc here is a mite too stubborn for her own good. Exactly, she said with a beaming smile at him. Thank you for explaining, Marcus. Marcus frowned at her. Mason just narrowed his gaze. I'm even more stubborn when it's for the good of others, she said in response to Marcus's irritation. He rolled his eyes at her. You should get that problem fixed, she said earnestly. One of these days your eyes are going to stay in the back of your head, and you'll be blind. He snorted. She raised an eyebrow and stared calmly back. He started to look worried. She snickered. Gotcha. And she ran back to the SUV, laughing. Cooper shook his head at her. Still up to your bad jokes, huh? That was a good one, she cried out. If Marcus was 6 maybe, Cooper said. Well, she chuckled and walked to the open passenger door. She stood up on the running board on the side of the truck, and as he was close enough, cute enough, and the idea just seemed good enough, she leaned over and kissed his cheek. You're a sweetie to be so worried about your buddy. And she scrambled into the back seat where she'd been sitting before. Cooper didn't need to see that the others were staring at him with smirks on their faces. He understood the awkward silence well enough. He sighed and was about to climb in beside Sasha when Marcus opened the front passenger door and asked, Sweetie? With a glare, Cooper got in and slammed the door. There was an odd silence inside as well. He turned his dark gaze on Evan, who was desperately trying to hold back a raucous laugh. Sasha, however, seemed completely calm. She fussed over Jamel. They won't hurt me, will they? Jamel asked. Nope, she said cheerfully. They just want to talk to you. It's important we catch these guys. They shot Dr. Ron because he went to your aid. Her voice deepened. I still don't know if he's pulled through. He's a good man, Jamel said with tears in his eyes. I only wanted to save my family. They kept saying they would kill my little jackal. She's only 8. They said they take them for the men at that age. His shoulders started to shake. I couldn't do that to her. Not to my baby. Sasha's lips turned down, and Cooper could feel his own anger rising. It was so typical of an army, particularly the ones they were facing in the Middle East now. The little girl wouldn't likely have survived and would have died a horribly slow death. He could understand Jamel's actions, though he couldn't condone them. But he could sure get behind Sasha's exuberant show of affection. Chapter 9. Sasha watched and wondered at the speed they were traveling through the camp. Or rather, the lack of speed. What was Mason looking for? And why wasn't he finding it? The stairs were getting uglier the deeper they went. The camp was full of issues, and tolerance was needed. A lot more than tolerance. I'm not really looking forward to seeing Yalta's family, she whispered to Cooper, not wanting Jamel, who'd slumped down on the seat beside her, to hear. You won't be alone this time, Cooper said in a low tone, showing that he'd understood what she meant. Well, Jamel was with me, she added. So I wasn't really alone then either, still. The lead vehicle pulled to a stop up ahead. Swede parked behind it. Sasha loved to see these men do everything so effortlessly. They were so capable and wore their self-confidence like a mantle of power. Very sexy. She waited for Swede to turn off the engine and for Cooper to let her out of the vehicle. She motioned to Jamel. We need him. No, we don't, Cooper said. I think we should get his help anyway. He knows them. If he were to say anything wrong, then Marcus could tell us. Cooper frowned. He turned to look at Jamel, but the man had shrunk deeper into the SUV. See, she announced. He needs to come. Jamel, come with us. He shook his head, but the door at his back opened, and Swede tugged him out. With Jamel between Marcus and Swede, and looking more terrified than she could remember seeing him before, he led the group forward. She walked behind with Cooper and Evan. There were a couple more men around, but she didn't know their names. Cooper had spoken to them earlier, but hadn't introduced her. He was always making eye contact as if they had a way to communicate silently. She wished she did. She also wished she understood the underlying threats going on. Why did Jamel not want to come here? She normally wasn't a suspicious person, but there was something about the way he was acting. As if he were afraid, but not so much of the men they were going to see, but, well, she didn't know. As they approached, men stepped out of the shelters. She could understand. She'd brought a large group of strangers all dressed in military gear, and they appeared threatening. Many of these people had fled persecution in their homeland and came by fear naturally, particularly of the military. "Yalta is okay," she cried out. The men stood arms across their chests, their hard gazes on her. As she was about to step forward, Cooper grabbed her arm to hold her back. Together they stepped up beside Marcus. "Tell them please, Marcus." He immediately started speaking. The men stared at him in surprise. One gestured to the large group, and Marcus shook his head. He seemed to be explaining the group's presence, and obviously convinced them that they weren't in trouble, because they all eased back. She studied their faces, but the one young man she'd seen holding Yalta's hand wasn't there. "Ask for Yalta's husband," she said. Marcus spoke again. Two men stepped back and pointed to a shelter beside them. She bolted inside, Cooper and Marcus on her heels. Inside, lying down in the shadows, was a young man, the one she'd been looking for, despondent and grieving. "No," she cried, dropping to his side. "Yalta is fine." But he wouldn't listen. Marcus crouched down beside her and grabbed the young man's shoulder and gave it a shake. He snapped at Marcus and Marcus snapped back. Then spoke slowly and carefully. She waited and watched. And finally the young man sat up, shock on his face. Words poured from his mouth as he grabbed Marcus's shoulders and gripped them so tight his knuckles turned white. And finally he seemed to believe, his face lit up in joy and he shouted out. Just as suddenly he burst into tears and hugged Marcus. Marcus grinned at her over the young man's shoulder. "It took a bit," he explained. She looked up to see a half a dozen men, and then an older woman slowly enter. And she realized that with the father crying, they thought Yalta was dead. She motioned to Marcus. He slowly stood up and helped the father to his feet. More conversation, then the father turned to his friends and family and beamed. He shouted out something, and the chaos started. She was picked up and hugged several times as the place came alive with joy. The shelter filled with well-wishers. It was all she could do to sneak out. And came face to face with Jamel as he slipped around the back of the building. Where had she gone now? Cooper raced outside. There were so many damn men cheering and slapping each other on the back, it was impossible to maneuver. And impossible to keep track of Sasha. The do-gooder who always seemed to find trouble. And not for doing anything wrong, just for trying to help. That was the problem. For all he knew, she'd found someone else in need and raced over to give aid. He could just imagine what her life was like here. For 3 months she'd have worked herself to the bone and never taken a break. Until the kidnappers stopped her. American she might be and therefore a prize to the terrorist, but if they were smart, they'd have taken her for her medical skills. She was a doctor, sure, but she was a hell of a surgeon too. He stood outside the shelter and made his way to the SUVs, his gaze whipping from one corner to the other. When he reached the vehicle and realized she wasn't there, he roared. "Sasha!" His men turned to look at him. "I can't find her." The group spread. By now the joyful news had spread with even more people arriving. It was possible Sasha was in the middle of it, but Cooper couldn't see her. Anywhere. 10 minutes later his worst fears were realized. Damn it. David and Teresa were out of the vehicles and standing beside the SUV. Teresa was crying quietly as a grid search was quickly organized. "Where's the driver?" Marcus came outside, his face dark. Cooper said in a hard-clipped voice, "He's gone too. And likely with Sasha. The men here say he's well known for selling medical services. That's why they'd been angry when Sasha came the first time to check on Yalta. Jamel wanted payment or he wouldn't return with the doctor when Yalta really needed her." "Oh Jesus," David said. "That's despicable. Everyone struggles to survive here. Jamel is probably not alone in his actions." "Well, if he's got her now, then we'll make sure he's stopped." Cooper's gaze never stopped surveying the crowd. "Marcus, I think we need to let everyone here know what's likely happened and see if they will help." "We don't know that he had anything to do with her disappearance," Mason cautioned. "She could be anywhere." "True, but the men want to help and they know the area, so ask if anyone has seen her. We have to find her fast. If it's the same people that kidnapped her, then it could already be too late." Chapter 10. Sasha stared at Jamel while inside she realized that by sneaking out back she'd left herself alone and exposed to trouble. The look on her Jamel's face wasn't that of a man seeking medical help. "What's going on, Jamel?" He shook his head. "I don't want to do this." "Then don't do it, whatever it is," she countered. "And definitely don't do it if it's wrong. You're already in trouble, don't make things any worse." He gave her a hangdog look that made her even more suspicious. "I need you to come over to another house. To help someone else." "No. I can't do that," she said firmly, her feet already moving backwards. "I have to leave. You know that." "No, these people need you," he cried. She frowned and studied his face. He looked beat up, bruised, but more than that, he looked different. Or maybe she was different. Because he had a slyness to the furtive way he looked around, as if expecting someone to jump out from the shacks. And she realized he likely was. He definitely wasn't acting like normal. She gave a quick glance to the quiet area, as everyone was still partying on the other side of the row, and without giving herself any chance to think, she bolted. But wasn't fast enough. He grabbed her, a gun suddenly appearing from nowhere, and he pointed it at her head. She took a deep breath and let it out shakily. "Jamel, what are you doing?" "What I have to do," he cried. "Do you think I want to do this?" "I don't know," she said in a soothing voice, needing him to stay calm. If he got frightened, then his finger would get trigger happy. And she'd be history. She groaned. "How the hell do I always end up in the shit?" "Move. I need you to come with me," he said, tugging on her arm. He kept glancing around knowing that she'd be missed any moment. When the SEALs found her, she was going to get it. She shouldn't have snuck out the back. Especially not telling anyone. But it had seemed like a good idea at the time. Of course, knowing what she knew now. She could scream for help, but the noise from the front was loud, boisterous. "You only pretended to be dead, didn't you?" He shot her a scornful look. "Of course I did. What would you do in that situation? Stand up and let them shoot me again?" "You could have done something to help us," she said, feeling the sting of more betrayal. "Did you do anything after you escaped?" "What would you have me do?" He cried. "I saw there was a rescue happening, so I stole a truck and came home." "Just like that, you stole a truck?" Still being tugged in the direction he wanted to go, she said, "That's not good." "I was just trying to get home." And she realized he likely made that excuse any time he was caught doing what he shouldn't be doing. It somehow justified his actions. As if doing anything for his family made it okay. "Where are you taking me?" She recognized the sudden silence behind her. Her absence had been missed. "Good." The sudden pause in the noise was then broken by a shout followed by sounds of confusion. "We must hurry." She dragged back on his arm. "No. I don't want to go with you. You're the one that helped the terrorists before. Like hell I'm going to go with you again." And she jerked on his arm hard and broke free. She fled around the first corner and kept weaving through the rows upon rows of temporary housing. Jamel was weasel thin and small, and now that she knew him better, she understood it, described his behavior as well. She kept trying to dodge behind the buildings and circle back and around to where the men had to be waiting for her. In fact, she damn well hoped they were out looking for her. If she could get close enough, she'd start screaming, but there was no point in alerting the enemy to her position if she also couldn't alert her rescuers. She barreled around another corner, took a right, and started running back towards safety. And got 2 steps in before she slammed into a huge man. With her breath knocked out of her, she tumbled to the ground. Before she had a chance to say or do anything, she was picked up like a rag doll and squeezed. Cooper was pissed. At himself. At her. At the little rat driver. He stormed through his section of the camp. One of the refugees who spoke a little English was at his side, asking anyone they came across if they'd seen Jamel or Dr. Sasha. They'd had a stream of no's so far, and it wasn't doing any good to panic, but he wanted to. Damn it. Where the hell was she? She knew it was dangerous here. She had to know that it was possible the kidnappers lived here, still lived here. If they saw her, he should never have let her out of his sight. He cursed yet again to let off a little steam, but his mind was organized and reaching for answers. Anything, he said into his headset. No. No one has seen her. Most weren't awake as it's early and many were hiding as they didn't understand the commotion, but not one has seen Dr. Sasha, and she's well loved here. She was well loved by everyone who'd been lucky enough to have her work on them too. She was just that kind of person. His translator stopped at a shack and sent out several questions. A little girl with a cast on her arm smiled and nodded. The translator crouched down and talked to her. She nodded again and smiled up at him. Then she pointed past her home. Even Cooper understood that. And he ran down the direction she'd pointed out. The translator called up again, but Cooper's feet didn't want to slow. She turned left here. Damn it. He turned and backtracked a few feet, and followed the man who was now heading down a different lane. This place was a maze. How could anyone keep track of it? There were tents everywhere. Did she say anything else? Yes. Dr. Sasha is with Jamel. Of course she was. Well, she wasn't going to stay that way. She was running with the driver chasing her. So she's trying to escape from him. Damn it. He studied the faces as they peered through the doorways. Sasha, where the hell are you? The pathway ended abruptly, and he came to stop. There was nothing ahead of them. Except tire tracks. Shit. Mason. At the quiet affirmative, he quickly explained what he'd heard and found. Security gate is locked down. No one is going in or out. There aren't many vehicles here at all, and none will get outside. That helped, but not by much. He turned to study the tracks. Where's Hawk? Should be 30 seconds away. Sure enough, when he lifted his gaze a second time, it was to see Hawk coming from the side, his gaze on the ground. Her tracks stop here. Likely, after getting into the vehicle. Hawk nodded. But he didn't stop reading the ground and what it would tell him. No. She fell here. He pointed out a series of smudges on the ground that didn't tell him anything. Then she got to her feet, and bending over she raced that way. What way? Suddenly Cooper could see her childlike footprints racing down the path. He took off in pursuit. Hawk right beside him. Let me go in front. Because that made the most sense, Cooper eased the pace back slightly and let Hawk take the lead. Hawk suddenly took a right then a left, and came to a stop at another of the many identical tent homes. Their tracks went in here, he said in a low voice. But I can't tell if she's still in here or not. Not likely. She'd be trying to make her way back to us. Hawk went around to the back of the tent, gave a shout and took off. Cooper was right behind him. Just as suddenly as they started this second chase, it came to an end as they found her and a huge young man who was holding her. Of Jamel there was no sign. Not that he'd waste time worrying about him. Sasha cried out, "Oh, thank heavens. Jamel forced me to go with him again. Cooper nodded, but didn't take his eyes off the massive man who held her in his arms. The man's gaze was hard, cold. Put her down. The man never moved. I said put her down. Nothing. I tried to talk to him, but I get no response either, she said apologetically. He won't do anything. Where is he taking you? I don't know. She struggled to free herself. And couldn't move. The man held her tight. Hawk shrugged. He walked closer as if to walk past. Then in a smooth movement he jumped and hit the huge man in the neck. Sasha tumbled to the ground. Cooper raced to help Hawk, and between them they subdued the man long enough for the others to arrive. Camp security forces came swinging up behind them. When Cooper could, he stood up and spun around. When his gaze landed on her, the tension eased. He swung her up in his arms and held her close. Jesus, he whispered. I was so damn afraid. His heart slammed against his ribcage, and the acid in his stomach threatened to overflow, especially now that she was safe. It took a few moments to realize she was hugging him back just as hard, and that her body was shaking in reaction. God, I'm so sorry. She leaned back to look at him, her hands reaching to cup his face. I just slipped out the back of the tent to avoid the crush with all the men cheering and shouting. I don't blame you for trying to get away, but you can't be anywhere alone. And the sooner I get you back stateside the better, he growled, worry threading through his voice. He slowly led her back down on her feet. Don't do that again. Cheeky as ever, she grinned up at him and said, Don't what? Don't go missing. Don't make you worry. Or don't. Bolt. Return your hug. He glared at her. She smiled at him and slid her arm through his to cuddle closer. Thank you for rescuing me again. He wrapped an arm around her shoulders and led her back to the truck. The crowds around them separated to let them through. He glanced over and caught the look in Hawk's eyes. That surprise and knowing mixed up with a big dose of humor in his friend's gaze made Cooper realize how this exchange must have looked to anyone watching. He shook his head at Hawk as if to say, it was nothing. Hawk's grin widened. Not wanting Sasha to see their exchange, he led her to the SUVs where David and Teresa cried out and ran to her. He waited patiently as they talked and hugged, then separated them. Let's go. We need to get you out of here before something else happens, he muttered. She gasped as she was forced to the other SUV. You're not saying I'm to blame for everything, are you? No, not everything. But too damn much of it, yes. He glared at her. I want you safe. That urchin's grin popped up. Damn, he was getting foolish. All he wanted to do was repeat his actions so he could see it again. Get in, Doc. She frowned and opened her mouth. Don't do it, he growled, fed up and frustrated that he couldn't whisk her away someplace safe, strip her naked and make mad passionate love to her. That it was not going to happen, likely ever, just added to his pain. Her frown deepened. She opened her mouth to blast him, and this time he placed his finger against her lips and shook his head. Don't do it. She growled deep in the back of her throat. And then did something that sent his blood quaking in his boots. She bit his finger. He pulled his hand away, swearing. She grinned up at him unrepentantly. That's what you get for trying to shut me up. Like anything would do that, he scoffed. She laughed, then leaned forward, and the look in her eyes had him thinking about that whole plan to get her naked again. And there was nothing he could do to control his train wreck of thoughts. And then she made it 10 times worse. There's one thing that would work, she whispered. He narrowed his gaze, knowing he was in quicksand and unable to ask for a handout. What? Barely able to breathe, even less able to believe she was being as teasingly playful as she was, he hoped for one answer. The one he wanted so desperately to hear. A kiss. Bingo. Chapter 11. Sasha curled up in the far corner of the SUV and closed her eyes. She didn't understand the light-hearted exchange of the last few moments, but she understood one thing: it wasn't normal behavior for her. So she was either more disturbed by this last attack than she thought, or she'd finally gotten over the breakup of her marriage. Because there was no way to call that exchange anything other than flirting. Something she couldn't ever remember having done before. But it was fun. Outrageous, then so were her circumstances. She'd come to Turkey to get away from all the drama and heavy emotions, and instead she ended up in danger in a world of violence. That's not what she wanted either. So what did she want? She stole a look at Cooper's thunderous face and smirked. He'd be a great place to start. But not here or now. Home first. And didn't that have a delicious sound to it? She closed her eyes and let herself daydream. The miles passing had a hypnotic motion, and it wasn't long before Sasha closed her eyes and leaned her head back. This would be over soon. Surely. A full stomach, warm and safe with the nightmare several hours behind her, she'd relaxed enough to be comfortable and sleepy again. How much longer? She twisted to look at Cooper. Not much. Maybe 20 minutes. She nodded and leaned her head back and closed her eyes. Maybe I'll nap then. The vehicle slowed. Cooper. Swede's sharp voice had everyone leaning forward. Marcus had his weapon out. Sasha slid down on the seat, her hand to her throat. Dear God, now what? The vehicle slowed to a stop. Evan was studying the traffic behind them. Everyone down, Cooper snapped. He had the door open and his gun out. Marcus was at his side. Teresa reached over and grasped Sasha's hand. Now what? Sasha winced. I have no idea. I don't want to leave the vehicle. Teresa took a deep breath. And I really don't want to venture out there. In the horizon, red hues promised a storm in the making. But the sun was up, just sending off a weird light. In front of the SUVs, she could see several damaged vehicles on the side of the road. It's an accident, she cried. Oh no. Is anyone hurt? She glanced to the other SUV parked on the road. David is there already. That was good enough for her. Sasha bolted out of the vehicle, realized Marcus had been standing behind the vehicle watching over them. Don't leave here, ladies, Marcus warned. There are a lot of people over there. But they might need our help too, Sasha said, studying the accident. This isn't likely to be a trap, is it? She murmured in a low voice as they approached the accident scene. In the distance, sirens ripped through the air. So there was help coming. Not likely, but we've seen all kinds of decoys. Maybe, she said doubtfully. I doubt at this point. We've already been rescued. And none of us are so important that they'd continue to come after us. She felt his sharp look but didn't have a clue what was behind it. He was a nice man. Quiet, dark. Easy to tease. She hadn't had time to get to know many of the men, she'd only been with them for a few hours, but they were all the same, dependable and dangerous as hell. She thanked the Lord that they were on her side. She didn't ever want to see the terrorists again. She glanced around at the dozen vehicles stopped on the road. There was hardly access for the ambulance to get in. David was working on one young man. David? He looked up at her and smiled. It's all good. No critical or life-threatening injuries. He straightened and glanced at her as the sirens grew louder. Looks like the authorities are here. That's our cue to leave, Marcus said at her side. Cooper walked toward her and motioned back at the SUV. Back you go. Time to get moving. She turned obediently now that she knew she wasn't needed. Are we on a deadline? She asked Cooper. We are. He glanced at the sky. In fact, we're late. Now awake and alert after the stop, the miles flew by. Teresa asked abruptly, Are you going to go back to the refugee camp? Sasha shook her head. I'd considered renewing my contract, but hadn't made a decision. This just made up my mind. It does that, doesn't it? Teresa stared out the window. I'm not sure what I want to do. I want to go home but don't really know where to go. I told you before you're always welcome to stay with me until you decide. I have an empty house. Thanks. Teresa smiled at her. There's a part of me that feels I should go back to the camp. There's no doubt they need us, but... Her voice caught in her throat. I just can't. I know. I almost feel like I've pushed my luck, Sasha admitted quietly. I don't know how I'll feel as time goes on. But she did know. She wanted to go home. She'd left for a reason, and it no longer applied. She could go home again. She needed to go home again. She'd been running for long enough. Cooper leaned forward as Swede turned the vehicle into a large military compound. After a formal exchange at a guarded gate, they were allowed to enter. Sasha straightened. Are these our allies? She whispered to him from behind. This is one of Turkey's military bases. He nodded. They were part of the team that tracked you down. A group is even now turning the camp upside down to find Jamel. She leaned back and released a heavy breath. They have my thanks. They were escorted to a series of buildings that wound through to a large office. There, courtesies were exchanged, and two men turned to study the three visitors. Do any of you need medical attention? They all shook their heads. The boss nodded. We have flights arranged to take you home soon. Sasha smiled and asked when. The commander looked at his watch. You'll be leaving in just under 6 hours. He looked at the three of them. Before then, I'm sure you understand we have questions. Cooper watched the relief on her face. She'd been through an ordeal, and until it was over, she wasn't going to relax. Hell, neither was he. The group was escorted into a waiting room and offered refreshments. One at a time, they were led back into the office where they were asked for a full accounting. Sasha did her best. But outside of being forcibly taken to the gang's side, it had been a routine day. Did anyone know who you were then? She shook her head. Not really. But they were waiting for me when I got back. Then the questions centered on the driver. Cooper stood guard as they each went in and out of the interviews. Mason, who was speaking with members of the Turkish military, at the other end of the room. After several nods and few short questions and responses, Mason joined him. We're escorting them stateside. Good. Cooper didn't want Sasha to go home without him. Only it didn't happen that way or that easily. The questioning took longer than expected. Apparently, Teresa had seen several men skulking around the camp. At the time she hadn't thought anything of it, but under the intensive debriefing she'd known more than she realized. Cooper had seen it happen time and time again. When the questioning was done, or at least the doctors were done, he was called in. He gave his accounting in a short, terse few sentences. There wasn't much to add. No, he hadn't seen more than 4 at the shack, and they'd seen 3 on board. One man had gone overboard apparently, but no, he hadn't seen him or known if the man had survived. Same in regards to the driver. The medical team said he'd been there but unmoving, but he hadn't seen a body when the shack was trashed. No, he hadn't torched the place. He'd figured the kidnappers might have done so to clean up their tracks. As it went on and on, he realized they were looking for something specific. What's the matter? He asked. Are you missing men? We're missing several that were hired for security at the camp. They are unaccounted for at this time. We are looking for a connection. You think they were a part of this? He frowned, hating the sound of that but realizing it had to be checked out. Did you question the doctors about these men? The men on the other side of the table shook their heads. We're investigating it now. Possibly they've been kidnapped themselves. Cooper frowned. My government needs to be informed. The Turkish commander nodded his head. You'll know when we know. Then the questioning turned to the remaining personnel, the medical teams at the camp. Security had been beefed up, but that still couldn't guarantee the safety of anyone at this point. Cooper knew that. There were no guarantees in life, and certainly not in war. There was a discussion on the nationalities of the volunteers at the camp. He walked out of the room disturbed at the idea of the refugee camp having American citizens potentially involved in the kidnapping. The concept had been bantered about. He sat down beside Sasha and tried to marshal his thoughts. He didn't want the traders to be Americans or be seen posing as Americans. In fact, he wanted nothing by deed or rumor to taint the American name. He was proud of his country. He defended it with his life. And the thought that an American might be a traitor was more than he wanted to contemplate. Problems? Sasha asked. He shook his head, then twisted so he could see her face. Did you get to know any other Americans at the camp? She frowned slightly. Good question. There were definitely a number of them. Some working as volunteers in the medical world, but there were many others as well. Any come to mind? She nodded. The other driver. He was one. Young Carrot Top, and he always had a bright smile. He was from Turkey originally, but his family moved to the U.S. when he was 12. She remembered, her smile widening. He knew some people here, so when they were looking for help, he signed up. He's a volunteer. His was a paid position, I think. But not much. He always made a few extra bucks giving rides in the camp. He wasn't supposed to, and he'd been told off a few times, but... She shrugged. Commerce in a place like that happened. True, but that doesn't mean we have to like it or condone it. No, but it would be almost impossible to stop. He nodded but stayed quiet. What could he say? Just then a soldier arrived to lead them out of the room, out of the building and toward the waiting plane. Soon Sasha would be safe at home. Then she could put this behind her and move on. Now he had to find a way to stay in touch with her. Before she got so deep back in her life, she forgot he existed. Chapter 12. How life had changed. And not necessarily in a good way. What she needed was something to do. A way to move forward. But now, 7 days after returning home, she still felt paralyzed. Incapable of doing anything. She hadn't returned to her clinic. Technically, she had another week off. She'd told her story to so many people, she was starting to hate the sound of her voice. At least Ron was alive and slowly healing, but she hadn't been allowed in to see him yet. What did she want to do from here? She stared out the window of her mother's kitchen. It was nice to visit family now. Something she treasured after her kidnapping. You could just have a vacation, you know. Sasha turned to look at her mother. I am, she said with a smile. I'm here with you. And planning to leave the minute you got here. Her mother's tone was rueful. You can't seem to settle down. Sasha winced. I know, I'm sorry. I'm still not sleeping at night, and although I've recovered physically, it doesn't feel like I've made any great strides emotionally. Do you have to go back to the base? Sasha nodded. I still have to do one more QA session and have a mental health checkup, then I should be done with it all. She also wanted to go back to the base, maybe she could reconnect with Cooper. She hadn't seen him since she'd gotten home. It never occurred to her that she wouldn't. Why hadn't he called? I don't think you'll ever be done with it, her mother said. The words were delivered in an even tone, but there was something odd tucked inside. Sasha had heard something similar from her earlier, but now wondered if what she was hearing was correct. I'm fine, Mom. Her mother lifted her head from the pattern on the table and studied her features carefully. Are you? She asked. I don't want to say the wrong thing and send you off to the other end of the world again, but you've been off since. Her voice faltered. Since Greg? She groaned. I know. But can anyone go through that experience and not be affected? She lifted her shoulders. I think that's partly why I'm having trouble settling now. Last homecoming. It had been to find Greg and Maureen together. And now without a husband to come home to, and no longer having the same best friend who you did everything with, trying to fill your days. And nights. Sasha filled in wryly. Yeah, it's like my life is empty. And yet it's not. No, it's not, but it feels like a void has been created and I have done nothing to fill it. And do you still feel like someone is watching you? Her mother asked abruptly, her worried gaze studying Sasha. I forgot I said that to you. Sasha smiled at her mother and lied easily. It was only in the first day or so. I think it was the fear that I'd be kidnapped again. With good reason. Her mother took a deep breath and words poured out. I know you feel you need to help others and that's very admirable, but could you please stay on U.S. soil? I don't think I could handle it if you went overseas again. Tears shone in the corner of her mother's eyes. Sasha reached out to hold her mother's hands. I'm so sorry. It was never you I was trying to get away from. I know, sweetheart, but as a mother we want to heal all our children's hurts. And when we can't, we sit by and watch helplessly as you make decisions that have a huge impact on us too. While she was trying to figure out how to answer her mother, a text came in. She read it and frowned. Teresa wants to move the meeting off base. She's still having a hard time and doesn't like the military aspect of the location. Her mother frowned. That makes no sense. It's not like you were kidnapped from the base or by the military. You were rescued by SEALs, so that should make her feel better. There often wasn't much in the way of rhyme or reason for feelings. Sometimes one had to just go with their gut. I'm okay with it either way, she said. She quickly texted Teresa back. After several more rounds of messages, they set it up for noon the next day. Good, she said, putting her phone away. That's done. It should be the last step, then I can forget about this mess too. Is the media calling you? All the time, Sasha said cheerfully. And I'm ignoring them all. Greg called while you were overseas, did I tell you that? She asked abruptly. No, you didn't, Sasha said. Outside of an inner disquiet, she was happy to note that the news didn't cause her any distress. Greg was over and done with. She didn't want anything more to do with him. And he called the day after you returned, her mother added quietly. Sasha took a deep breath. Typical that her mother hadn't told her right away. Always waiting for the right time to slip those little zingers in. Then again, until Sasha had a new partner, her mother would consider the old one better than none. Unlike Sasha, Greg was no longer a part of her life and never would be again. Odd, I wonder why. He wanted to see you, her mother said. He was really distraught to hear about the kidnapping. I wasn't impressed myself, Sasha said with a smile. Just glad it's over with. If he calls again, just tell him I'm fine. Tell him yourself, Mom said. You need to face him. Maybe, but I don't have to do it while I'm facing other stuff, Sasha said firmly but gently. He had lots of time to see me before I left. Did he, or did you push him off every time? What would you have me do, Mom? Forgive him? That would be a start. You loved him deeply. I did. Sasha stared at her hands, surprised to find that the phone was back out of her pocket and being turned over and over again in her fingers. That was before he betrayed my trust. We all make mistakes. Sasha smiled. Forgetting your homework on the desk is a mistake. Calling a friend a bitch when you're upset with her is a mistake. What he did was make a decision. Cooper walked the fitness room, swinging his arms back and forth to loosen them up. Since returning from Turkey, he'd been keyed up. As if waiting for the other shoe to drop, which was stupid. He was always going out on missions and never had this feeling. He didn't know what was wrong this time, but the more he looked at Dr. Sasha's kidnapping, he had to wonder what the terrorists planned to do with her and her colleagues. Kill them as an example to the rest of the world. Sell them to the highest bidder. Or use their skills for their own people. And why this group? There were a lot of volunteers at the refugee camp. Interesting that they kidnapped only the U.S. medical staff. Maybe they thought by taking out key personnel, their actions would have more impact. His movements slowed as his mind twisted and turned on the problem. Now what's on your mind? Evan asked as he adjusted the weight on the barbell he was working with. You look like you're trying to solve the problems of the world. Why only medical personnel? Marcus sat up as he recovered from doing his crunches and said, Good question. Maybe that was random chance, and they were just taken because they were American? Evan said as he turned to look at Cooper. Although to randomly grab 4 doctors seems not random at all. He studied his 2 friends. And they were snatched from different parts of the camp. Wait, how do you know that? Marcus hopped to his feet and grabbed his towel to wipe his face. Sasha. Dr. Childs said she'd been working in the one area, but on the opposite side of where David and Teresa had been working. They did have a schedule at the clinic, but her day was shot to shit, as she was basically kidnapped and forced to go see a young pregnant woman who was too scared to go to the clinic. Marcus frowned as Levi, who'd been pumping iron on the far side, walked closer. Yalta? Marcus asked. Yes, Cooper answered. Jamel obviously had something to do with it. But why these 4? I heard your question. Levi wiped his face with the towel in his hands, then threw it around his neck. The only reason to steal medical personnel is if you need their skills. If they just wanted to make an example of these people, any American volunteers would do. Or because you want the refugee camp to suffer as well, Marcus suggested. Which if they'd taken all the personnel it would have, but they only took, what, a third of them? Cooper stood with his hands on his hips. But losing that many doctors was obviously hard on those left behind, and how hard would it be to attract more if they can't keep the ones they have safe? None of this answers the question as to why these medical personnel were snatched versus others. Someone knew who they were, where they'd be working, and determined they'd be the easiest to grab, Levi said. Jamel was paid to keep his clients informed of the doctor's whereabouts, but they did the choosing. In order to choose, they had to know what the choices were. That Jamel couldn't help with. In a grim voice, Cooper said, so in other words, someone knew who was at the camp, and he chose the ones he wanted. Chapter 13. The next day was bright and sunny. Then she lived in California, where it was either sunny or sunny smog. Today there were blue skies, and that was a blessing. It also did a lot to lighten her mood. Her mother's words about Greg calling had drifted into her dreams, making her toss and turn all night. She'd woken in a sweat. Stupid. She pulled into the coffee shop that had a back room to rent for meetings and parked. This location was much nicer than the base where she'd be looking over her shoulder, afraid Greg had somehow found her. It's not that she was afraid of him, but neither did that mean she was looking forward to seeing him again. And the last thing she wanted was a confrontation. She locked her car and walked into the front of the restaurant. A hostess greeted her. I'm having a meeting here today. Not sure if the back room is booked or not. The hostess said, I'll go check. And she hurried away. Sasha surveyed the patrons, wondering if Teresa was sitting at a table waiting for her. She hadn't recognized any military vehicles outside. Then again, they should be only meeting one person after all the rounds she'd done so far. She was surprised she needed to see anyone anymore. Surely she'd answered every damn question imaginable already. The hostess returned. The back room hasn't been booked yet, do you want to do it now? She waffled. I'm not sure what plans Teresa has made already. Maybe just give me a table for 4, and we'll make that decision when the others arrive. Sure. Follow me. The hostess led the way to a table by the window. This is perfect. I can watch for the others this way. Thanks. Can I bring you a coffee while you wait? Thank you, that would be lovely. The waitress hurried off, leaving Sasha studying the other patrons. Teresa should be here soon. She pulled out her phone and checked for a text. Nothing. The coffee came immediately. She sipped it while she waited. The time passed slowly, but she was in no rush. She'd known the appointment would take an hour or so. It would be nice to see Teresa again, too. She hadn't gotten to know her well at the refugee camp, but they'd naturally gravitated toward each other over there. Although Teresa wasn't the easiest person to get along with. Then neither was Sasha at that point in her life. She drank her cup of coffee and waited. Teresa never showed. Neither did the interviewer. An hour later, after several texts having been sent and none returned, she got up and paid for her coffee. She stood outside and studied the parking lot. What had happened to Teresa? She walked to the back of the lot, but it didn't offer any clues. Feeling like she'd mistaken the time or date, even though she'd read the text several times, she walked to her car. Once again in an odd mood, she drove slowly back to her house. Empty and alone, she wandered through the main floor wondering what could have happened. If only Teresa hadn't shown up, then Sasha would have assumed she'd forgotten or had something delay her. But for both to not show meant it was likely her mistake. Surely that had been the correct place. But again she'd checked the texts. Feeling like an idiot and sorry as now she'd have to finish the interview on the base, she walked into the kitchen to make herself some lunch. She should have just eaten at the restaurant. She hadn't been hungry then and still wasn't, but it gave her something to do while her mind stressed over the missed meeting. Opening the fridge, she pulled out the fixings for a sandwich. She grabbed a board and reached for the knife in the butcher block. To find it missing. Her heart stalled. She snagged up her keys, purse, and phone and bolted outside to her car. She hopped in and hit the locks. Then she turned on the engine and backed out of her driveway without even thinking about it. She never questioned her intuition. Her mind said run. She ran. Once out of the driveway, she turned the car around so she was on the far side, several houses down, where she could look at her house. Inside she could hardly breathe. Her fingers shook on the steering wheel. She gasped for breath and desperately tried to calm down. What the hell was going on? She felt like she'd fallen down a rabbit hole. She stared at her house and had to question what she'd seen. Then there was her over-the-top reaction to a missing knife. She'd only been home a week, so knew it was likely a PTSD response, but that didn't explain the instant warning to run. Images of the terrorists shooting their driver, the ensuing panic, Ron. She rolled down her window, took large gulps of fresh air. Who could she even call? Not the police, not when the knife was likely in the dishwasher. Oh God. What if that's all it was? But there was no way she was going inside to check. Cooper. Could she call him? Maybe. He might think she'd overreacted. Then again, did she give a damn? Hell yes she did. She liked him. A lot. He was a good man. She'd seen inside him a year ago in more ways than one. Seen his insecurities. His worries that he'd never regain his full strength. Never be able to return to the work he loved. He'd worked his heart out to get back into the best shape he could. He'd called her after passing his physical and being back on active duty. He'd been so damn happy. She smiled and stared down at the phone in her hand. To call him would be to ruin that. He'd see her as she really was. Someone who wasn't perfect or anywhere near as wonderful as he'd made her out to be. And although that might hurt and be a demoralizing scenario, it was nothing to the cost of her life. Was she sure her butcher knife had been in that block? Why hadn't she checked the dishwasher? Because it never went in there. It wasn't supposed to go in because of the wooden handle. That didn't mean she hadn't done it without thinking. She wasn't herself these days. She knew that. She was running on no sleep and her nerves were strung out. She'd avoided self-medicating herself, but was one small step away from sleeping pills. She had to get some rest. But when she closed her eyes and slept, nameless, faceless thugs threw hoods over her face and carted her away. Everything in her world stemmed from that experience. She opened her phone and called the receptionist at her office, the one she had yet to return to. They knew she was back, but not more than that. Cherry, this is Dr. Sasha. Can you look up a patient's record for me? I'm looking for the contact information for Cooper Braxton. Her receptionist squealed. Oh my gosh. It's you. Are you okay? We heard about you being taken hostage. I'm fine, she reassured the young woman who'd worked at the clinic longer than Sasha had. I'll be in next week, but in the meantime if you could get me that information. Oh, I'm sorry. Hang on. Cherry bubbled away with the news as she searched for the information. Sandra is pregnant and due in 3 months. Chelsea is engaged and I have a new boyfriend, she spouted out randomly. It's been an exciting couple of months for all of us. Yes, very exciting. Sasha missed the office staff. They were all generous, outgoing people, and had yet to step inside the building to let them know she was fine, because they'd ask questions she didn't want to answer. Okay, I have the information. Email it to me please, Sasha said. Sorry, I don't have time to talk, I'm in a hurry. And she didn't want to chit-chat about her adventures. She hung up. It took less than a minute for her phone to beep with the incoming message. Thank God. She opened the message and clicked on the phone number inside. It started to ring. And ring. Shit. She stared at it, frozen. His answering machine kicked in. She made a strangled sound and hit cancel. And breathed deep. She was overreacting. Just a stress-induced panic attack. She should go inside and forget this foolishness. She actually got as far as opening her car door, but the thought of going inside her house made her stomach heave. Crap. She collapsed back inside the car, tears starting to burn in the corner of her eyes. Her phone rang. She stared down at it. It was Cooper. Shit. 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 Cooper let the phone ring through to voicemail. He wasn't sure of the number, but someone had called him. It could have been a pocket dial, but he figured in his line of work, it was better to be safe than sorry. He waited for the voicemail to kick in. When it did, he couldn't believe what he was hearing. That muffled exclamation had to be Dr. Sasha's voice. He was sure of it. Dr. Sasha had called him. Hope tempered with reality as he immediately called her back. Sasha. I see you called, but I missed it. Call me back, please. He left it at that. Terse but friendly. Concerned but not worried. At least he thought so. But her voice had been strange. New girlfriend, Marcus teased. Cooper studied his phone, wishing he'd managed to reach her. I wish, but this one is a little out of my league. Oh, who is it? Marcus said with a frown. Don't think of yourself that way. You are second to nobody. It's Dr. Sasha. Did you say Dr. Sasha called? Levi asked. Evan joined them then. And Cooper realized there wasn't going to be anything private at this point. He explained. She's a hell of a doctor, Levi said in a respectful tone. She's helped a lot of men here. I heard that, Marcus said. I haven't had to see her professionally, thankfully. You have her number, do you? Levi asked, a quirky grin on his face. Are you into sharing? Hell no. Cooper's response was instant and heartfelt. The other two laughed. Besides, he said, you two aren't looking for permanent in the doc. Well, she's no one's plaything. No, she isn't. The doc is good people, Marcus said quietly. He slapped Cooper on the back. But if you ever change your mind, or if it doesn't work out for you, and he took the closest exit, I'll see you two tomorrow. Levi nodded at the direction he went. Marcus is good people too. He needs someone in his life again. That's when Cooper remembered Marcus's first wife died in a diving accident. She'd gone to Hawaii to scuba dive with her sister and had drowned on their second dive. He winced. Yeah, he does. He's come a long way. Marcus had been so dark and morose before, but had apparently found some measure of peace. We'll need to see if we can hook him up, Cooper said speculatively. He's only interested if you've got some of the Keeper's type of magic. He's looking for what Mason and Swede have. Aren't we all? Cooper shook his head. And it's not just those two, it's all five of them. I'm starting to feel like there's something wrong with me, and I'll never get the same chance. Evan snorted. I saw her cling to you. He tapped the cell phone in Cooper's hands. This is your chance. And he walked away too. Levi nodded. Don't mess it up or else a few of us will step up and try our hand. Evan was single. Levi was divorced. Same as Sasha. Cooper had avoided that pain by avoiding getting married. The trauma hurt. At least that's what he told himself. In truth, he hadn't met anyone he wanted to go that distance with. Cooper had had several long-term relationships, but that was before he joined the SEALs, and way before his injury. He was staring at his friends when his phone rang in his hand. Dr. Sasha. Sasha, he asked. Are you okay? No, she whispered. I'm afraid not. Chapter 14. She shouldn't have called him back. She knew that, but she hadn't been able to resist. He'd been good to her so far. Then she hadn't asked anything of him personally. And she fell silent. Damn it. I shouldn't have called you. I'm glad you did, he rushed to say, his voice just concerned enough but not over the top. Is something wrong? She could see his frown in her mind. Hear the worry in his voice. Maybe. Maybe? His tone rose. What do you mean, maybe? She took a shaky breath, trying to calm down the panic and fear inside. I might be just overreacting. Overreacting to what? Still sharp, but now there was a direct business manner to it. That dependable can handle anything attitude. And it helped to stabilize the roller coaster of emotions roiling inside her. Okay, first off. She took a deep breath and said, maybe this is all unrelated and maybe not. Let me explain. She started, and once she didn't hear any sense of disbelief coming through the phone, she explained about feeling like she was being followed, then the restaurant meeting today, and going home to the house and making her sandwich. When she finally wound down, she could feel the weight slide off her shoulders. I'm making too much of this, aren't I? Lord, she was such a fool. I'm not saying that, he said cautiously. Have you contacted Teresa since leaving the restaurant? Have you heard from her? No. Not at all. I only have her cell number, but she hasn't answered. And who were you meeting from the base? I don't know his name. She just wanted my permission to rearrange the meeting, so I agreed. She texted me the new arrangements, and I showed up there as planned. But neither of the other two people showed, he asked in surprise. Not that I could see. And I waited for an hour. And it was the right time. Yes, she said tiredly, rubbing her temple as she slumped down in the car. I checked and double-checked. The right place at the right time. Then she's the one we need to check on first. Fine, but I'm not going back into my house. I'll go find a hotel or something for the night. I can't force myself to step back inside. Don't go anywhere close to your house, he snapped. I'm in my vehicle. I'll be out your way in a few minutes. Stay in the car. She stared down at her dead phone. Wait. You don't know where I live. But of course he didn't answer. He was already driving. She groaned, leaning her head against the headrest. As a precaution, she hit the lock on her doors, hearing the reassuringly click as all 4 doors locked. She was reduced to being a prisoner in her own car. Not a good sign. Given that she had no idea where he was in relation to her, but it was heading into rush hour traffic, she figured she had at least a 20-minute wait. She opened her phone and tried Teresa again. No answer. She left a message again. A vehicle drove slowly past her on the street. The man driving looked at her house and the car slowed yet again. She studied the vehicle, but she didn't know it. Or the driver. The driver stuck his head out of the window and twisted to look behind him. His gaze caught sight of her in the car. She slunk lower. Instantly he withdrew inside and gunned the car. And raced away. Shaking, she stayed low and wrapped her arms around her chest. Jesus, what the hell was going on? When a Jeep drove past and slowed, she pushed herself up again and watched as Cooper parked in her driveway and got out. He took a quick look around, caught sight of her, and motioned with his hand for her to stay there. And he disappeared around the back of her house, leaving her to wait. Cooper walked straight to the back of the house, his gaze intent on the window fastenings, the door lock. Neither appeared to have been tampered with on this side. Didn't mean an intruder didn't break in on a different side. At the kitchen door, he paused. The door was ajar. Not by much, and it could have easily been from Sasha's quick exit from the house. He applauded her common sense and intuition. Even if this was a false alarm, it was better than finding her dead. He nudged the door open and stepped inside. There were no footprints or other obvious signs of an intruder. And the knife she'd mentioned was missing from the butcher block. But had she misplaced it? Or had someone picked it up? He searched the downstairs, but there was no signs of forced entry. And the silence in the place was deafening. The house had an unlived look to it. Then she'd been gone for 3 months, leaving it empty. Possibly it had been broken into during that time, and her knife stolen then. Although a thief wouldn't likely take the one knife from a set. Not if they were looking to pawn items. His gaze landed on the new television. If there'd been a thief, they'd have taken the television. As they hadn't, then a break-in wasn't the likely answer. The downstairs appeared to be empty and undisturbed. He looked out the living room window to see Sasha outside in the car watching the house, her face creased with worry. She'd been through a hell of an ordeal already. She appeared to be handling it, until today. Then incidences piled up and pushed her to react in fear. Maybe justified. Maybe not. He wished she'd called earlier when she first thought she was being followed. He understood. He'd been weeks looking over his shoulder after getting shot. It was something only another survivor would understand. He'd been there and done that. He was sorry she was here now. Upstairs in the small 2-story house, he checked out the second bedroom first, but it was completely empty. He opened the closets anyway. Empty. The bathroom was the same. In the main bedroom he stopped, his breath caught in the back of his throat. The bedding on the double bed had been shredded. By a large knife. And it was still on the center of the bed. Beside the knife was a picture of Sasha and her ex-husband Greg. The picture had been cut in half too. Shit. Thank God Sasha had raced out of the house. He checked that the bedroom was empty, his mind consumed with what-if scenarios. He gave the rest of the room a cursory look to make sure it was empty. Then checked out the bathroom. On the way downstairs, he started the first of several calls. The police would have to be called in now. What if Sasha had gone upstairs? Would she have found the intruder? He moved through the downstairs, thinking about the minimal damage. Someone had been intent on scaring her, not hurting her. Yet. He took several deep breaths to try and still the anger coursing through him, then carefully walked outside to her car. She lowered her window. Well, she demanded. I didn't see anyone leave. No, there's no one in there. Oh, thank you, she cried. I was so worried when you didn't come back out. She smiled up at him, relief wreathing her face. And you should be, he said in low tones. Because someone was in the house earlier. She stared at him, then swallowed hard. How do you know? She clutched his hand. Did you see them? He shook his head. No, but they were in your bedroom. The missing knife was used to cut up the bedding. Her jaw dropped. What? That's just... She shrugged. Why? It makes no sense. On top of the bedding, with the knife, was a picture of you with your ex-husband. And the picture had been cut in half. She slumped into her seat. In a shaken whisper she said, I don't understand. It's a message, he said carefully. Are you sure you have split completely with your husband? It's like someone is telling you it's over. I know it's over. She stared at him earnestly. I haven't seen him since I got back. And he certainly wasn't anyone I saw in the months before I left. She frowned. But he did call my mother and ask her how he could reach me, and told her how thankful he was that I'd survived the kidnapping. That's normal, if it was an amicable split. He'd have done the same, maybe in a slightly different way, but if he'd been married and found out his ex had been through a traumatic ordeal, he'd have called too. Not everyone hated their ex-partners. And you have no intention of going back to him, he asked slowly, trying to read her facial expression. She took a deep breath. It wasn't completely amicable, she said in a low tone. And he saw the pain, the anger, and the pride as she lifted her head and tossed her hair back. No, I won't be going back. I hate to ask. He winced. He really did hate to ask her for the details. Still, the police would ask and pry and dig for more answers. I found him in bed with my best friend, she said, staring straight ahead, her voice carefully devoid of any emotion. I haven't seen her since, and my ex only when I couldn't avoid it. Shit. As reasons went, that was a good one. I'm sorry. Thanks, but I'm not the only one to find a good marriage was only a pipe dream, she said bitterly. Unfortunately, I was blind to what was going on behind my back. I'm a workaholic, and he needed more than I could give him. At least that's what he said. Cooper snorted. He's a child, not a man. She snickered. Yeah, he screamed like a 2-year-old afterwards as well. Why is that? My income is several times his. He thought he should get a portion of it, but the judge didn't agree. I should think not. Cooper frowned. Do you think he's holding a grudge? Startled, she looked from him to her house, then back to him. I wouldn't think so. He was pissed at the time, but I figured it was Maureen who was the angrier. Your girlfriend? Yeah, she has an expensive lifestyle. And she'd have been happier if he'd made out better, he asked slowly, considering if a woman could be responsible for what he'd seen. And realized it had all the earmarks of a pissed-off woman. Or someone tried to make it look that way. Sasha shrugged. Sure. I married for life. Not until someone better came along. Right. He really liked that statement. The police are on their way. Damn. She studied the house. I'll go to my mother's house for the night. He shook his head. I wouldn't do that. You don't want to bring her into this. He motioned to the house behind him. If they know you well enough to attack you in your space here, you don't want them to think the next step is to go to your mother's house to get to you. Her face blanched. A police cruiser drove down the street toward them. Her fingers trembled on the steering wheel. She dropped them to her lap and clenched them tightly. When the cruiser stopped and parked on the driveway of Sasha's house, Cooper gave her an admonishment to stay in the vehicle, and he went over to talk to them. Chapter 15. It was hours before the cops left. They'd brought in a crew to take pictures and dust for fingerprints. There'd been many conversations about the events overseas as the police looked for a connection. Cooper had answered most of the questions for her. She didn't know what all they were doing now. She tried to keep out of it and was currently on her kitchen chair hugging a cup of coffee that Cooper had made for her. She had enough on her mind. She had to find a place to stay for the night, a few days maybe. She wasn't staying here. She would also have to get the locks changed, but all she could think about was moving. She'd originally wanted to buy a house after the divorce, but had been too unsettled, and the prices were so crazy she didn't want to make a snap decision. Good thing she held off. Now all she could think about was getting the hell away. If she owned the property, it would take much longer to get out. She also wanted to move quietly so the intruder wouldn't know. And that was foolish. He had likely been watching the house since the beginning and would be expecting exactly that. He'd just follow her to the next house. The cops had asked her so many questions, and after all the questioning she'd been through already, she'd quickly slipped into monotone answers to get through the process as quickly as possible. We'll need your contact information. She pulled out her cell phone and gave him her number. While in Turkey, her phone had been in the safe most of the time. Now she wondered if it was part of the problem. But to think someone had gone through her phone and tracked her to her home was over the top. Yet this wasn't a random attack. Restless, she wanted to pack up a bag and leave and run a long way away. Last time she'd left the country. And look at how well that had worked. She really needed a safe place to hole up and think. She had lots of decisions to make and no idea how to make them. First things first. Can I go into my room and pack a bag? Yes, I'll take you up. She nodded and walked upstairs to her bedroom. Her mind busied, cataloging what she needed to pack. That made it easier when she arrived in her bedroom. She took one look at the bed and blanched. Then turned and hurried to the closet and pulled out her single bag. She quickly packed the bulk of her clothes before collecting the toiletries from the bathroom. As she stuffed what little she had, she realized how meager her personal possessions were. She'd done a major clean out of her belongings when she left her husband. That left her very little to move to this house. Being unsettled and needing a change, she'd avoided buying much after setting up on her own, and then she'd gone overseas. Her clothing requirements, although more now than in the refugee camp, weren't extensive. She cast one long look at the bedroom she knew she'd never sleep in again and picked up her bag and walked downstairs. "I'm leaving now," she said to the last officer standing at the door. "You have my cell number. Please keep me updated. Otherwise, I'll become a nuisance asking you for updates." He nodded. "Will do. Stay safe, please." She nodded. "I'll try." "She'll be safe," Cooper said, appearing at her side, a protective arm around her shoulders. She smiled up at him. "I really appreciate that you came when I called." He laughed and reached out to pick up her hand and tucked it under his arm. "Good. I'm glad to hear that because I have a place where you can be safe. Come to my place," he urged. "I have a spare bedroom, and the guys and I will keep an eye on you." She froze. Then shook her head. "Oh no. I don't want to live on base again." He frowned that all too perceptive gaze, seeing more than she wanted. "Then come for the night so you have a place for now, and then we'll come up with a better plan." She stared at him suspiciously. Then shook her head again. "Thank you, but no. It's better that I go to a hotel for the next couple of days. I need time to think." He stared at her, his gaze gentle. "You might need time to think, but no one said you had to do it alone." He knew. She stared into his dark eyes and realized he understood. He knew she didn't want to be alone. That the idea, in fact, terrified her. She wavered between feeling like she had to stand on her feet and wanting desperately to throw her arms around his neck and hug him close. Dear God, she didn't want to be alone tonight. She wasn't sure she could do it tomorrow either, but after a good night's sleep, things would look better. They had to. They looked like shit from here. Cooper wanted to leave her car at her house and take her home in his, but she was clutching to her bit of independence with a fierce intensity he knew had more to do with the need to be able to flee than the need to stand on her own 2 feet. He had seen her off and on in the months he'd been healing. The woman before him wasn't the same one. She was different now. Harder. Leaner. Wary. Before she was all smiles and laughter. But she'd been through a betrayal, an ugly divorce, then kidnapped and terrorized and watched her friend get shot. And now she was under attack again, this time it was personal. She might be putting on a brave face for the rest of the world, but he'd seen underneath. He led her out to her car, then handed her a small piece of paper with his address on it. "Do you know this street?" She studied the address, then nodded. "I do." "Good. Then follow me there, and we'll get you set up for the night." "I can go to a hotel." "No," he said. "With me tonight. We'll talk tomorrow." She gave a shuddering breath and gave him a dipped nod. He waited until she was buckled into her car and the engine on, doors locked, then he returned to his Jeep. Careful to keep her in his rear sight, he drove to his small bungalow, keeping an eye out in case they were being followed, but discerned nothing. Just to be on the safe side, he had her park outside a set of apartments at the end of the block, and walked her back to his small house. "You're taking precautions," she said, her gaze searching his. "Are you expecting trouble?" "No, I'm not expecting it, but I don't want to be unprepared just in case." Inside the house, he showed her to her bedroom, and then walked back out to the kitchen. As he put on coffee, his cell phone rang. "Marcus." "Anything?" he asked his friend. "Not much available. The divorce was not contested. They had a prenup in place, Greg comes from a wealthy family who have since lost more than half of their net worth. She came from middle class but of course does well now. She was in school when they first met and married. Did he put her through school? No. Doc is gifted and was granted scholarships the whole way. So she has no debts and doing well. Good for her. And that's where the problem comes in. He wanted her to pay him for having been there while she'd been going through school. Something about wanting a payment for his support against her future earnings. As in, if they'd stayed married, then he'd be expecting a higher quality of living. Cooper snorted at that. The judge said that if he'd kept his pecker in his pants, then his complaints might have more grounds. As it was, the assets since the marriage began were split as evenly as possible. She got her car. He got his Jeep. There was minimal cash, but that was split as well. All common in today's world. Exactly. Greg also broke off with his girlfriend a few months back. So he's reassessing his position and might want to try his hand with his ex-wife. Cooper snorted. He doubted Sasha knew. Typical. Where did you get this, by the way? A combination of public documents and gossip. He's Navy. Nothing is secret here. So true. He tried to keep his voice normal, but his tone ended up cool, detached. Maybe Marcus would let it pass. Cooper. Marcus hesitated. What's up? Damn. Of course he'd notice. Cooper hated to bring it up. Marcus had lost his wife, and they'd been terribly in love. He'd been devastated. That hit had taken him years to get over, and said much about the relationship. Cooper rubbed the back of his neck. I just wondered, is this really the state of today's marriages? Not all of them, but too many, yes, Marcus said. You never got married? No, I haven't found anyone to go the distance. And I have no intention of getting married until I find one who will, he said. It's not that I don't believe divorce is the best or in some cases the only answer, but I don't want it to be my answer. The passion in his voice was hard for him to not hear himself. I want to know she will be there for me, capable of handling the times I'm away, and not complain if I work too hard, that she'll be there when I come back. He sighed. Sorry, didn't mean that to come across so vehemently. Understood. With so many of your friends finding partners, the issue becomes a hot button. In many ways. Cooper groaned. My brother has been divorced twice already, and he's paying child support for 4 kids. Now he's looking at doing it a 3rd time. It's more common than you'd think, Marcus said. Unfortunately. I know, and if he's happy then good for him, but I want something different for myself. I do too, but I have to admit to being concerned that having found love and lost it, that there won't be a second time around for me. His smile came through the phone as he added, but having known the joy once, I am definitely willing to try again. There will be. The phone call ended soon afterward. As the coffee dripped beside him, Cooper stared out the window. Problems? He smiled and turned to face Sasha, giving her an improvised version of the conversation. No, just one of those philosophical issues. Marcus lost his wife in a diving accident, and he's concerned that was his only chance at a perfect love. Sasha nodded and walked to the coffee pot. She filled the cups he'd set out. Cooper hadn't even realized the coffee was ready. I've seen a lot of that. The shock and the fear after a traumatic loss. It's always difficult to move on. Do you agree with it? He asked curiously. Agree that there is only one love per person. She shook her head. No, not at all. I think we have multiple chances at love. We also change and grow, and what we wanted at 16 is very different than at 60. And the type of love, or even our definition of what love is, changes with time and experience. So we can all have someone. I've seen proof of that over and over again. She smiled at him. I might deal in the medical world and see death on a regular basis, but that doesn't mean I don't see the good side of it as well. She stared down at her cup. People are resilient, and the human spirit even more so. Given the right conditions, we can all be crushed, and the opposite is also true. We can all thrive. Sounds like you've thought about it a lot. She laughed and walked through to his small living room. I was always one to question the universe growing up. Medical school showed me we have so few answers that all possibilities must be examined to find the right solution. Divorce taught me. Shadows came into her eyes. The two people can have very different perceptions of the situation. I'm sorry for that. I don't know your husband. Good, she said. One of the hardest things about a divorce is the friendships and the splits that happen as a result of it. He nodded, having been a friend to various halves of relationships. It's hard on the friendships as well, he said. We visit both people. I have several divorced friends. We often did barbecues at each other's houses, yet suddenly were placed on a side. He shrugged. I've really liked several wives that put me on the husband's side. It's a rejection of us too. And it's painful to watch friends split. Sometimes it's easier to back away. I found that as well. Greg was Navy with Navy buddies. It seemed like everyone was uncomfortable around me, so I'm the one who backed off. And maybe they were uncomfortable because their friend had done wrong, and that's something they had trouble with. She tilted her head to the side. It's possible. Several didn't believe it, or not at first. I'm not sure when the details came out as I left. She sighed. If the details came out. No regrets about leaving? She shook her head. None. It's over. He's broken up with his girlfriend. He hadn't meant to let her know. Still, he found himself watching her face intently. She laughed. Okay, now that explains why he contacted my mother. I didn't see why he'd give a shit if he was still with her. You don't think he'd care about you getting kidnapped? Maybe. We were together for years, so you'd hope he cared enough to be concerned. But if he's broken up with Maureen, then he's looking for a replacement. She grinned up at him. I'm not it. Good. He left it at that. But he could feel her speculative gaze. And ignored it. He'd be a fool to not be interested. And he didn't just want her, he wanted so much more. Chapter 16. Sasha filled their coffee cups as Cooper's phone rang. She carried hers out to the back deck to give him privacy. And to give herself a moment to just relax. She didn't want to consider all that had happened so far today, and if the media found out about it, her life would get even more difficult. That was not the way she'd like her mother to hear the news. She quickly dialed her. And got no answer. She redialed, hoping her mother was out shopping and not hiding from reporters. When there was no answer, she left a voice message with a short message to call her back. By the time she'd done that, she picked up her empty coffee cup and wandered back into the kitchen to refill it. And found Cooper still on the phone. She topped his coffee cup up and placed it in front of him, then refilled hers. She sat down and waited, her mind consumed with her mother. If it was any other day, she'd not be so worried, but after everything so far, well? She dialed her again. This time her mother answered. Jesus. Sasha calmed down and had a short conversation with her, letting her know what happened. I'm staying at a friend's house. I'll let you know what I decide to do from here on in. And please call Greg, her mother cried. I know he's been missing you. He called again this morning. He's really sorry for what he did. Please phone him. You need help. Even after everything, I know he'll look after you. Sasha rubbed her forehead. That was not going to happen. After saying goodbye, she hung up and stared down at her phone. Problems? No new ones, she quipped. My mother. She thinks I'm better off with a man. So she wants me to call my ex. She thinks he's a great guy whose fall from grace is forgivable. Apparently he called just after I left her house. Interesting timing. What does the timing have to do with anything? She asked, studying the look on his face. If he'd done the job, he'd have known then that you were on your way home and to get out of there. He pulled out a notepad and said, "We should have the police on the case pull the phone records and see where he made the call from." "Well, we know it was Greg calling," she countered. "My mother knows him very well. And loves him too." "Yes," she said with a shrug. "What can I say? She doesn't know all the details, and I don't want to get into it with her." He grinned. "Hey, I can't blame you. Who wants to air the dirty laundry? Not me." The last thing she wanted to do was go into detail about how her mother thought Greg was the best son-in-law ever. There was a part of her that still wasn't sure if her mother blamed her. As if she hadn't been wife enough that poor Greg had been forced to find another woman to take care of his needs. Her mother had been very happy with her father all those years, so tended to look at relationships with a bright, happy innocence. But with the understanding that being a wife came with specific responsibilities to keep her man happy. Sasha didn't have the same perspective. Especially now. "The officer you spoke with before did not request the meeting." She stared at him, the warmth draining from her face as a rush of white ice raced in. She swallowed. "What? You heard me?" She shook her head. "I heard you, but I didn't quite understand. Why did Teresa tell me he did then?" She knew her voice was rising, but she didn't get it. Why would she do that? Cooper reached across and covered her hand with his. "I don't know," he said in a careful, calm tone. "But we will find out." She stared into his gaze, trying to find a secure footing in the rocky foundation. "I wonder if she wanted to talk but thought I wouldn't take the time unless there was a reason. We also have to consider that it wasn't Teresa contacting you to change the meeting." She frowned and glanced at her cell phone. "We have to find her." Cooper nodded. "The police are looking." He stroked the skin on the back of her hand. She swallowed hard as she thought about all the things that could go wrong with someone like Teresa. The events that had already taken place. "I hate to think of her in trouble," she confessed. "We've already gone through so much." "And she might be just fine," he said quietly. "What do you know about her?" "She flew over with me and we sat together. I got to know her a little, not that she was very forthcoming," she said candidly. She studied the kitchen table, thinking of all the conversations she'd shared with Teresa. "Teresa was always depressed, despondent," Sasha said abruptly. "She worked hard, but the conditions were difficult for her. The pain and the suffering. The sheer hopelessness of the numbers just added to it. There might have been something going on in her personal life too, but I avoided those conversations because of my own situation." "Was she ever suicidal?" Sasha frowned. "I don't think so. We were friends, but life was busy. I was dealing with shit myself, and when there was time, that wasn't the topic of choice. I told her if she ever needed a place that she was welcome to stay with me. But we were so busy. So there wasn't much time to sit about and socialize." He squeezed her hand. "I get it. But I also work with a team, several teams of men, and I do have a basic understanding of who they are inside." "Like what?" she challenged. "Like Mason is an honorable leader. Swede would carry me through a jungle to save my ass. Hawk is a man to call on if you need help. Shadow is, well, it's hard to define that guy, but he's the one that does the worst of the jobs and never complains. Dane is brilliant and sees things others don't. Marcus is all bleeding heart, although he does his best to hide it, and Evan has a bitter edge, but it hides a man just waiting to be called in to help. I could tell you about so many more. Levi Chase Brett." "I get the idea," she said laughing. "I could say something about everyone too, but I didn't spend much time with them. I worked, then slept, and got up and worked again. I was only there 3 months and got thrown in the deep end from the first day. Not sure I ever had a chance to socialize, but yes, I do get an impression of everyone." She marshaled her thoughts. "David worked hard but needed his downtime. I can see him at home doing a full day, then coming home to the beer on the deck. He's social and would have a core group of good friends. It hurt Teresa to see the children suffer over there. She did her work, then walked away as if that was the only way she could keep doing the job." He nodded. That type of work is hard on some people. Ron handled it just fine. And energy, man, he could work. He never complained. He was always there organizing more help and fundraising for medical supplies and specialists. She smiled. I'm seriously delighted to hear that he's going to be fine. Anything to add about Teresa? Not really, other than I think she's very unhappy, and whatever sent her to the volunteer position, it didn't help her underlying issue. Did it help yours? She smiled. Well, I'm feeling much better these days, so maybe. It also created a new set of problems. There is always that sense of guilt for wanting to leave. I have skills to offer, and to not offer them caused conflict. We see that aspect a lot too. We're often sent to regions in need of aid, including our skills, and when the orders are given to withdraw, we withdraw. His phone buzzed. He released her hand and checked it. Mason says the police did check your neighbors, and no one reported seeing any strangers around your house. There was a delivery vehicle in the area during the day, but no one saw him go to your house. So we're no further ahead. Any idea where Teresa might be living? Did she mention her family, friends? No. Sasha looked surprised. I'm not even sure I asked her, she confessed. Good Lord, I'm a terrible person. Except we know you're not, so maybe there's a reason why you didn't. She wasn't a terribly fun person to be around, or maybe it was me who wasn't. Coming home was traumatic for me too. She sighed. Outside of the meetings, I had little contact with her. Cooper studied her face. She'd had a rough time of it these last few months, but she'd held up like a trooper. It would be helpful to know more about her friends and family. We'll ask Ron. Maybe you could call David and ask him. I haven't seen him since the last interview. He's already gone again, Cooper said. But we can follow up. She nodded, hugging her cup of coffee. I need to look for a place to live. Are you sure? It's a fast decision. With a fast reason. Her jaw locked. I don't want to go back there. Do you have friends or family you can go visit with for a few weeks? Make it a holiday at the same time? Maybe. But she didn't look at him. He waited. She sighed. I'd have to deal with Greg then. And my mother. He grinned. Gotta love family. She pursed her lips, then her gaze lit up. I have a friend who is traveling right now. I might be able to contact her about staying at her place. And the invitation is open to stay here. He could see her open her mouth to refuse, then she closed it and nodded. Thanks. I'll see what I can make for arrangements. What are you going to do today? It's a Sunday, right? He nodded. Do you work today? He shook his head. No. Her phone rang suddenly. He watched as she opened it, checked the number and winced. Does it help to avoid him? She raised her gaze to his. Then shrugged. No. I guess not. She slid her finger across the screen of her phone. Hello, Greg. She left the phone on the table so he could hear too. There was a shocked silence, then Greg rushed to speak. Sasha. As you called me, I'd think so, she said in a dry voice. What do you need? Not what do you want. Interesting. Cooper sat back and wondered. Are you all right? I heard the news. I was really concerned. Thank you, she said calmly. But I'm fine. Mom told you that I was okay. Sure, he said, his voice infused with caring. But that's not the same as hearing your voice. Right. I'm fine though, thanks. And she raised her gaze to Cooper. How's Maureen? There was a harsh gasp, then Greg rushed to say, we broke up. Months ago. Ah. Sorry to hear that. Have you heard from her? He asked quietly. She'd planned on contacting you. No, I haven't. And I won't, she said with a note of finality. Silence. I'm sorry. Cooper listened intently, and there actually seemed to be a note of regret in his voice, or he was a darn good actor. He frowned, not liking the idea he was sincere about getting back together again. Sasha didn't appear to be affected by Greg's tone though. Thankfully. I am too. Cooper listened to the painful conversation and tried to be detached. Was there anything in Greg's voice that said he'd have done that to Sasha's house? At this point he wanted to talk to Maureen. He wrote her name down and texted the information to the cops. Maybe they'd be able to track her down. At this time, nothing suggested she'd have come back to vandalize Sasha's house. If the breakup had been months ago, there'd be no need. Apparently, Sasha had the same thought. Why did you and Maureen break up? She moved on, Greg snapped. She was there one day and gone the next. And you've spoken to her since, or has something happened to her? She asked in alarm. Cooper gave the phone a hard glance. I spoke to her sister, and she said Maureen had taken a job on the East Coast, and she had left without wanting to get into it with me. Oh. She relaxed back. Then she's moved on? She smiled up at Cooper. Good. The last thing he wanted to do was deal with Greg. And realized he could put a stop to it right now. He grinned. Walking over, he plucked the phone out of her hand and said, Sorry, Greg. Have to cut this short. She's a little busy. And he closed it. Then gave her a wicked smile and dropped a kiss on her shocked lips. You're welcome. And loved it when she burst into laughter. Chapter 17. She slept soundly. Enough that when the birds first started singing outside her window at 5:30, she was happy to lie there and listen. She did have decisions to make, and a little peace and quiet was perfect. She'd watched a movie and had a beer with Cooper last night. Two friends thrown together by circumstances, and had enjoyed herself. He was the all-American male and a pleasure to be around. That he was sexy as hell and a gentleman just added to the attraction. Make that a gentleman hero. This morning life looked brighter, and she was able to view yesterday in a different light. Obviously someone had more than a little dislike for her, if they'd shredded her bedding. Maureen. Why though? She'd broken up with Greg and already moved on. Yet it was such a female thing to do. But how would she know where Sasha lived? Had her mother told Greg? Hearing a door open, she hopped up to look out the window and saw Cooper doing a few stretches. He was dressed for a jog. She called down, Want company? Surprised, he looked up at her, a wide grin splitting his face. Sure, he called. But I figured you'd be still sleeping. Woke with the birds. Give me 2 minutes. She dressed fast, loving the idea of going for a run. She'd been an obsessive jogger during her marriage and had used it as an outlet to deal with the fallout of the divorce. The refugee camp experience had changed her schedule, but she'd still managed to get in a few. The week back in the States, she'd run every day. It filled her heart with a lightness she couldn't express. As she barreled downstairs and out the front door, laughing at him, she called out, Come on, slowpoke. And hit the sidewalk running and never slowed. He shouted with laughter and raced to catch up. She was gratified to see he did so easily. She knew he was in great shape, but that still didn't make him a runner. Where to? She asked. Trails or roads? Trails every time. He motioned to a side street. Then let's go this way. And he veered off. She followed. How long do you want to run for, so I can determine the best route? She frowned, pondering his question. I'd say I'm good for 5 miles easily, could do 7 for fun and 10 in a stretch. I normally do 10 twice a week, but haven't since going to the refugee camp. She glanced at him. You? Same roughly. But I run daily, so let's settle in the middle and pull through the 7-mile mark. Done. She quickly settled into a rhythm, and he matched his pace to hers. She was happy to see it didn't take much adjusting. He was a powerful man and could outrun her in a heartbeat, but to keep up the endurance of a long jog was a different story altogether. The trail was a series of paths winding through green space with the ocean on her right. She'd lived in a different location altogether, and knowing that she'd not likely ever see Greg here helped her relax. She shook out her tense muscles. They kept up a light teasing conversation the whole way, and the trip passed in half the time she'd been expecting. Back at his house, she ran inside and called out behind her in a teasing voice, "I get the first shower." "Ha!" he called behind her. "Leave me some hot water." "Nope, going to drain the tank." She dashed into the bathroom, stripping off her clothes as she went. Cooper loved the teasing and admired the can-do attitude. That she'd raced ahead of him said much about her energy levels too. He'd enjoyed this morning's run, but it hadn't worn him out. Neither had it worn her out. Good thing. They had a few things to deal with today, and not the least of which was to find Teresa. He'd sent several emails out last night looking for answers to the restaurant meeting. Sasha had shown her the emails and texts from Teresa about the meeting, but there was no name or department of who she'd be meeting. And that concerned him. He was more worried that the texts might not have come from Teresa herself. If her phone had been jacked, it would have been easy to send a message to Sasha, under the assumption she'd recognize Teresa's name. But why? To create an opening to go into her house. Fairly complex maneuvering to go and rip up some bedding. Too complex. Unless Teresa had been snatched and was in danger even now. That didn't explain the setup for the restaurant though. He checked his laptop to see if new information had come in. He'd kept the others in the loop the whole way. If this was related to Teresa and the mess in the refugee camp, then he'd get lots of help. But if it wasn't, then it was a local police issue, and they'd have to wait and see. Marcus had already checked on Greg's location, confirming he was in town. He read through the other emails and found nothing helpful. Damn it. He checked the time. Shower, breakfast, then he'd call the cops who'd been at the house and see if they'd found anything. He sent off a quick email to Mason, asking for an update on Ron's condition. Sasha wanted to see him if she could. Then he closed the phone down and headed to his bathroom. His turn for a shower if she'd left him any hot water. He grinned. If she hadn't, he'd have to dream up a way to retaliate. He was loving this playful side of Dr. Sasha. Chapter 18. Sasha grabbed her phone while she searched the refrigerator for food. Hello. Sasha. She closed her eyes. Shit. Why hadn't she checked the number first? She didn't want to talk to him again. Hello, Greg. She rubbed her temple. Oh, sorry, really bad timing, she lied. I'm on my way out. Wait, where are you going? She frowned. None of your business. Why? No reason, just curious, and that voice was back to being warm and friendly. I was thinking we could have coffee somewhere. She narrowed her gaze, trying to figure out what was behind the suggestion. I doubt it's going to work out, she said smoothly. I have a lot on my list. You still need to take a break, don't you? I'd love to see you. His voice deepened. I missed you. Oh, do you miss Maureen too? What I had with her was nothing like what I had with you. He took a deep breath. I'd hoped to do this in person, but if you won't give me a chance to see you. There was an odd silence, then he continued with, Look, I was an idiot. I shouldn't have done what I did. I don't have an excuse other than to say I was lonely as you were working so much. So it's my fault? She'd heard this all before. And your excuse is still as poor as it was the first time I heard it. Obviously, you tired of our marriage and no longer cared about me. I do care. I don't have a good excuse. I can only tell you over and over again that I'm sorry, and it won't happen again. Except you never said that while you were happily playing house with my best friend, she snapped. You're only saying it now that you're alone again. I'm not interested in filling Maureen's shoes. I'm happy to be friends, but that does not include benefits. She hit the end call on her phone and realized Cooper was leaning against the doorframe. He'd probably heard the entire conversation. And damn it, her fingers were trembling. How long does it take for someone to get the message? We've been split for over a year. But like you said, he's lost his current partner and is alone now, Cooper said quietly. She nodded. His problem. Not mine. And not Cooper's. She shouldn't be dumping all this on him. She stood up. I need to eat, then I need to do something. As in excess energy, and you need to go for another run to distress. As in my life has been out of control for too long, and I need to grab a hold again. Shall we go see Ron? She spun, her face lighting up like a light bulb. Yes. Can we? Yes. He smiled and held up his phone. Just got permission. He's been asking about you. She grinned. Now that is a man to have your back. He's been huge for getting help for those in need. Then let's get something to eat and go see him. And he was true to his word as he quickly scrambled up eggs. She made toast, and within a few minutes they were sitting down and eating. A half hour later they pulled into the Naval Hospital parking lot. She shook her head. I forgot he'd spent so many years in the service. And been awarded many medals. Is he the reason we warranted the rescue? She asked. I'd been holding off asking why we got such attention. Don't get me wrong, I'm so damn grateful for it, but I'm curious. He laughed. He's one of the reasons your plight was brought to our attention, but not the only one. We were already in Turkey doing training exercises. Ah, makes sense. She smiled and walked ahead of him slightly. At the reception, she stood off to one side as he talked to the woman. The hospital was huge, but she'd worked here before. He's down this way. Cooper held out his hand. Follow me, he said. She laughed and reached out for his hand. It is visiting hours, right? It is, Cooper said cheerfully. He's on the second floor. And he led her right to Ron's room. She stepped inside and saw him. He saw her at the same time and opened his arms. She raced into them. Oh my. I was so afraid we'd lost you. She hugged him gently. I'm fine. He grinned. Now at least. I wasn't so sure a week ago. Figured I'd pushed my luck for the last time. I hated to leave you in that damn cabin, she cried, settling back on the edge of his bed to study his face critically. But the twinkle in his eye and returning color to his skin reassured her. And I hated to see you go. He smiled up at her, his face crinkling with wrinkles. But I was out of it at that point, so the timeline of events are a blur. It wasn't long after Sasha and the others were hustled onto the boat that you were rescued, and the shack was torched, Cooper said from the side of the room. Ron's face lit up when he saw Cooper. The men shook hands. Thanks for the rescue. Ron sighed. I'd wondered at the time if the driver had been a part of it. Really? I'd considered that someone on the inside must have known where to find us. She studied his pale face. We weren't even all on the same side of the camp. I know. He coughed, his face rippling in pain. But I can't say I'm too surprised to hear what he was up to. Terrible circumstances bring out terrible actions. Most of those people are still in survivor mode. Cooper said, we think someone hired the driver. It's that man we want. She understood what he meant, but that didn't mean it was an easy concept to accept. And does it do any good to find the person now? We are free. As long as it's not followed us home, Ron said quietly. She was silent until they walked out of the Naval Hospital toward Cooper's Jeep. Is there any chance it followed us home? I can't answer that, but considering your situation, we have to look at it. Cooper opened the passenger door to the Jeep. It's possible, but why? I don't know. She shrugged. There are doctors everywhere. There's no reason for them to want to find us now. It's not like we heard or saw anything useful. They didn't discuss bigger plans with us. She smiled at him as he got inside the driver's side and closed the door. I really can't see it. Good, then that's one less thing to worry about. She smiled. Besides, I should be safe. I'm on the base with the big bad seal. He snickered. There are dozens of us here. And except for a random shooting by a naval discontent, I should be safe. He glanced over at her. Got to love how everyone hears about the bad shit. We also hear about the good shit. She grinned. And the very good shit. Like rescuing me and mine. Happy it was a rescue and not a recovery. Where to now? She asked. Sasha. She froze and turned in her seat. Of course. Her ex-husband. Hello, Greg. Cooper placed an arm around the seat back and her shoulder in silent support, his warm breath hot on her neck as he whispered, Easy. She nodded slightly in acknowledgement. What a surprise, Greg said with a bright smile. It is. Sorry I can't talk now, we're late. She glanced at Cooper. Shall we go? No, wait. Greg leaned in to see her. It's a nice surprise to see you. Cooper wasn't going to let this asshole get any closer to Sasha. He turned on the engine and shifted the Jeep into gear. Bye, Greg, she called out. As Cooper drove the vehicle through the parking lot toward the exit and away from Greg, she let out a shaky breath. I should have spoken with him. Do you still care for him? No. She shook her head. There is nothing more deadly than a dead love. And are you sure the love is dead? Oh yes, she said. I'm sure. He fell quiet. Then it shouldn't bother you to see him. He turned the Jeep out of the parking lot and onto the main road. It's not the fear of seeing him because I loved him and I'm afraid to lose him, it's the betrayal that hurts. The fear that inside I'm really as he sees me. And that is not enough, she whispered. That I'm the one to blame for everything. That I wasn't a good enough wife, a good enough woman to keep him. No one likes to see themselves in a harsh light. You know that's garbage, right? His voice was harsh, his tone piercing. In my head I do. But my heart says I'm equally at fault for what happened. I can see he might have needed more time with me. That he couldn't handle the demands my job required of me. Still, he didn't have to do what he did. I'd forget about him completely if I were you. Cooper pulled the Jeep into the mainstream traffic. He's a child in a man's body. Men don't sit there and whine. They do something about the problem. She laughed. How true. She watched the traffic meander through town. Why is the traffic so light? No idea, but it's nice. Then again, it is Sunday. He turned down a second corner and pulled into one of the large hangar-looking buildings. Why are we here? We're going to meet the rest of my team. Are you sure I should? I'm a mess. And that's why you aren't making any decisions today or tomorrow, he said firmly. Too much is going on. And then what? She said softly. Stay with you? That's hardly an imposition, he said quietly, reaching across and holding her hand. You're special, Doc, we all want to keep you safe. She slowly turned her head. Do you think I'm not safe? He glanced at her and shook his head. No, he said seriously. I don't. Hell. He was never one to deal in lies and innuendos, and given the strange circumstances surrounding her, he'd really like to keep a close eye on her. He needed to keep her safe. Up ahead. He pointed out a huge flock of birds rising from the sands on the left. Wow. That's a lot of birds, she said, studying them. I don't remember seeing them in such a large group. Just another day in paradise. He grinned as he turned off the Jeep and hopped out. He came around to her side and helped her down. Let's go see the gang. She smiled and walked into where a dozen men pretended to be busy doing something, and yet nothing at the same time. They stopped and watched as Cooper slipped Sasha's hand into the crook of his arm and brought her over to them. Her footsteps slowed as she studied the faces of the team. She recognized a few faces. But only a few. She gasped when she saw Marcus in front of them. She slipped her arm free and ran to him. Cooper could only watch as she threw herself in Marcus's waiting arms. He swung her around before placing her back down on her feet again. She laughed in delight. "Looks like you ended up all right after all," she teased. "Hey, I was never the one in trouble," Marcus protested. "It was you who caused us the grief all the time. And you who kept scaring those poor people," she cried out, a big smile on her face. "What did they do to you?" "Huh? They wouldn't show us where you'd gotten to fast enough," he growled, but there was no heat in his voice. Good thing or Cooper would have to step in, but instead he watched her easy camaraderie as she went to the others. She greeted one by one and gave each a big hug and a thank you. When she reached Swede, she shook her head and held up her arms, waiting like a 2-year-old. He chuckled and picked her up so she could reach around his neck. Marcus murmured at his side, "If you are letting her walk through your fingers." "Hell no, I'm not," he snapped. Marcus held up his hands in surrender and added, "Just saying." "Just saying what?" Cooper dared him to continue. And he did, but it wasn't quite the angle Cooper expected. "I guess I'm saying that I'm feeling a whole lot better about my future, after all." Meaning? Cooper wasn't going to let this drop until he knew exactly how Marcus felt. Especially in regards to Sasha. "That I think I'm ready to look around for someone again." Cooper was silent for a long moment as he watched Sasha greet Mason. "And no," Marcus said. "I won't trespass. But if you and she don't work out." "There is no her and me," Cooper snapped, but his voice was low, tinged with regret. "At least not yet." "Bullshit. It's there. You just don't believe she'd want someone like you." Cooper frowned. He hadn't considered that as a reason. He wasn't lacking self-confidence, and his ego was extremely healthy. Did he think he wasn't worthy of her? No, it was more a case of him putting her so high up that there was almost a bit of star power there. Something he'd never have thought to see as a problem before. She wasn't a celebrity. But she was highly regarded in her profession and well-loved everywhere. Look at the easy way she'd just worked into the guys' hearts. He knew what they were all thinking. The guys stared at him, speculation in their gazes, as Sasha went to Chase and Brett and introduced herself. He didn't think she knew them, but that wouldn't stop her from reaching out. She checked to see if she'd missed anyone and walked to Hawk. Cooper didn't know what she said to him, but he was grinning like a fool. Then in a surprise move she reached up and kissed Big Silent Shadow on the cheek and whispered something in his ear. He smiled down at her so gently, Cooper knew he wasn't the only who wanted to know what she said. She threw out her arms and turned in a big circle. "I am so damn glad to be home." They smiled at her, but the air had changed to a sense of weightiness. Cooper knew she'd picked it up. He waited for her to turn that steady gaze his way. She studied the men one at a time, then narrowed her gaze and looked at him. "Cooper, what don't I know?" He didn't want to tell her. But she needed to know. "David went overseas again." She nodded. "We knew that. He'd planned to turn around as soon as he was allowed. And he's gone missing again." Chapter 19. Her cheeks tight, her shoulders tense, she said in a curt voice, "Why?" "Why didn't I tell you before we got here?" he asked in a calm voice, not pretending to misunderstand the question. "Because I wasn't allowed to tell you." She studied him for a long moment and realized he was going to do what he needed to do regardless, and she really wouldn't want it any other way. "Are you going after him?" There was a group hesitation, then Cooper shook his head. "No. We won't be." Her shoulders slumped. "Of course not." She looked to be ready to cry, then shoved back her shoulders. "And Teresa, is her disappearance related?" Mason answered, "There's no evidence to say they are connected, but it's hard to imagine how they can't be." Teresa was terrified of going back. She was desperate to not have to complete her contract. There was a justified reason to walk away. No contracts will force her to finish if they can't protect her. And some of the people are diehards and say that they have to finish because the people need the help. She rubbed her temple. David was a diehard. That's why he couldn't wait to go back. As for Teresa, well, I suggested a colleague to help her deal with the trauma of the kidnapping. And did she contact your colleague? Do you know? I don't know, she said. I can call and see. As several of the men nodded, she pulled out her phone. Simone? Hey. Sasha smiled as her friend babbled in joy at her voice. I'm fine. Yes, I know it was pretty rough for a while, but I'm doing better. That's actually why I'm calling. I referred a coworker to you. She'd been kidnapped with me. Teresa Guild. Simone said, yes, I've spoken with her. Oh good, Sasha said. She was supposed to meet me at a restaurant yesterday, and never showed. I've been trying to contact her but no luck. When did you see her last? 2 days ago. We had a normal session, and she booked another appointment for next week. You haven't spoken to her since? Did she give you any indication she might be leaving? Going away for a few days? Something? No, I'm sorry, but she didn't. There was a fraught silence as the other woman considered the issue. Honestly, it was mostly the trauma she'd been through, and her broken marriage. Damn it. Sasha rubbed her temple. I'm really worried about her. And she explained what had happened to her. I'm so sorry to hear that, Simone said. I'll let you know if I hear from her. Sasha rang off, explaining to the men who'd been listening in. Broken marriage? Cooper said. Now why did I think she'd been happily married? How many happily married women do you know that spend a full year in a refugee camp without their husbands? Sweet asked. None, Evan answered. There was an awkward silence as the men looked at each other. Sasha stared at them suspiciously. What are you thinking? Just wondering if she went over alone or with a partner, and if she went with a partner, who he was. Do you think it makes a difference? Information, Mason said in that strong, quiet voice she always associated with him, is always helpful. We can't make decisions when we don't have the information we need. But even if she was married, what would that have to do with her disappearance now? No one answered. Her breath gushed out in a whoosh. I don't remember her ever mentioning a husband. Neither did I see her with anyone else but our team. She frowned as she dredged through the memories in her mind. Sasha. Cooper studied her face. What are you thinking? It's just she spent a lot of time with David. They were about 10 years apart and spent a fair bit of time together. But we all did, so I can't see why that would be anything different. It might not be. Marcus studied her. But you seem to notice it, as if it was something different. I don't know what it is though, she continued. Honestly, I worked all the time, so haven't a clue what was going on around me. I was healing from my own divorce and deliberately didn't want to see what others were doing. She added the last note defiantly. If others were involved in a relationship, I didn't see it. So let's reverse that then. Do you know who David hung around with? She hated prying into personal lives. This dissection of others. Because in its deepest form it was a dissection of herself. Why hadn't she noticed more? Because she didn't want to see. She didn't want to see everyone else happy and moving on when she was still hurting. No, maybe not hurting, but not ready to venture out into that dating world again. It hurt to be out there. Such a meat market sound to it. She wasn't like that. She was shy inside. Reserved. She worked. That's what she did. She didn't party, go to the bars, or hang out with many friends. She had her husband and they had their friends. She'd been content. Content as in seriously happy, wallowing in her own muddy pigsty. Only it hadn't been the same for Greg. As she'd found out too late. It hurt even now, but not from the lack of love or the loss of her life partner, but the betrayal. Why hadn't he said something to her? Sasha. She threw her head back. I hate meddling into other people's lives. And how do you feel about kidnapping? She glared at Evan, who smiled at her, as if that would take the sting out of his words. David never seemed to be short of friends. She took a deep breath. He's a lovable character with a great personality, and if he wanted a partner for the night, then he'd have had no shortage of offers from the staff or anyone around for that matter. She could sense the curiosity in their gazes and was determined to forestall the next question. No, not me. I never got involved with anyone there. I don't do hookups, she said coolly. And because I don't follow what other people do. And yet you know more than you thought, Cooper said. Maybe. She thought about the gentle interaction she'd seen. The tiny touches that happened between lovers and realized she did know. He was likely having a relationship with her, yes. And do you know how her husband would have reacted? No. She stared at him, shadows in her heart. But if she was married, I can only imagine. Cooper heard the pain in her voice. Understood what was behind it. There was nothing he could do but hope she wasn't still in love with the guy. Because Cooper knew he was half in love with her himself. Always had been. She was, well, he had no words to describe her. He admired her energy and compassion. He already knew she was dedicated and hardworking and caring. He'd thought she was a sexy bomb back when she was doing surgery on him. They'd connected, he knew they had, but she'd been married. Which explained that although there'd been a connection between them, she'd always been proper. There'd been no other option. Not for her or for him. And he admired her all the more for that. She'd never made him question her motives or integrity, and always made him stop and wonder at the person she was. Especially when she'd done that C-section at the refugee camp. He'd watched from the doorway. She hadn't hesitated. He'd seen the disbelief on Marcus's face when she'd held up the scalpel, and her giving him that moment to turn away before she took that first incision. Just as he knew his abilities and his strengths, so too did she. He was damn proud of her. And he was such an idiot. Cooper. He turned to look at Marcus and raised an eyebrow. What? Thoughts? He shrugged. I'm just wondering what lengths Teresa's husband would go to punish his wife and her lover. Sasha gasped softly as he reached out to her. Not saying that it's related in any way, or that you'd be involved somehow, but we've all seen how love brings out the best and the worst in people. A rather grim heaviness settled in the air. What nationality is he? And would he have any connections to pull off that original kidnapping, or only possibly this second one? She mentioned something about having connections if she was married that could explain it, Sasha said. But she was always vague and refused to give details. She frowned at Mason. She was moody and often depressed, so I didn't get into too many discussions with her. Not to mention if she was having an affair that might have contributed to her depression. Sounds like we should be putting these questions to David. Sure, she said candidly. It would affect anyone. And if her husband was there or came and went, it would add to the stress. Maybe he found out about it, or maybe he broke it off, and she just pretended to still be married. She shrugged as if she'd seen too many strange circumstances for it to be anything of interest. And given her profession, he could imagine. That's Simone's department. Give me broken bones and sliced tissue any day over broken hearts and shattered egos. The others laughed. Good enough. Shadow said without lifting his head from his cell phone, he's Turkish. They were married 8 years ago in Turkey. Now to find out where he's been these last couple of days. He frowned, clicking away. He works for the Turkish military. That doesn't explain how I'd be taken at the same time. It's not as if my kidnapping was random, she exclaimed. No, there will be a reason. We haven't found it yet, that's all. Neither does it have anything to do with the break-in at my house, she cried. Why would it? It wasn't Teresa staying there with me. And she gasped, the color fading from her skin. What? Cooper asked. We had to give our contact information when we returned, Sasha said. So we gave our cell numbers and in my case my house. I gave her my address if she ever needed a place. She'd planned to stay at a hotel but wasn't looking forward to it. But she could have just as easily given a hotel and a room number. Sasha shook her head. They wanted next of kin, permanent address, and family member contact information. Things like that. It will be easy to find, Cooper said. All that information will be on file. It is, Sweet announced, holding up his cell phone. She gave 430 Cypress Lane. Sasha cried out, "That's my address." Chapter 20. Sasha shook her head. Is it that simple? No, it couldn't be. That doesn't make sense. What about the picture of me and Greg cut in half? The intruder would know that image had nothing to do with her. I wouldn't be at all surprised if that's exactly what it was all about. The fact remains that your house was given as a permanent address for someone else, and that person has gone missing. Your house was broken into and vandalized. They have to be connected. And David, she asked in a small voice. He's a good man. He's a good doctor, Mason corrected. You don't know the man himself. She blinked. Maybe I don't, but I can tell a lot about people by working with them. David was a dedicated vagabond. He loved women and he loved life, and for him they didn't go together. His mistress was his work. The rest were and always would be playthings. And while he was there with a woman, it would be a hell of a ride. Only Ferris wheels are a treat, and the view is special when you get to the top, but like all these kinds of relationships, the wheel always comes down. Wow. She smiled at Hawk, who studied her intently like he hadn't quite seen her species before. It's not that difficult. You work with someone for a long time, and you get to know who and what they are. Look at you guys. Although there are going to be some in this group you are closer to than others, you wouldn't have a problem turning your back on any of them because they'd guard it for you, not stab into it. It's the same in the trenches of an overcrowded refugee camp. He had my back, and I never doubted that he'd be there when I needed him. The same in reverse. She took a deep breath and added in a lower tone, I didn't have that same feeling with Teresa. What was she like? Besides despondent, depressed, and then switching to deliriously happy. It's as if she were two people. Very high energy, then dragging her ass. No one knew which way she'd be on any given day. She worked hard and put in a solid day, but we all know the type that watch the clock to leave the minute the workday is done. But at the camp, the day was never done. So how did she distress in order to go from deep depression to deliriously happy? She stared at him. Likely in bursts with David. Silence. That was something they could all understand. There was nothing like an affair to remove the drudgery of the day and give you something special to look forward to. Where is her husband now? She studied their faces. Can't you find out? According to his commanding officers, he's taken a week's leave. She shook her head, then said, so he could be behind all this? In theory, but that still doesn't connect him to you or to Ron. Neither does it connect to the driver. Maybe someone should be asking that weasel those questions. Cooper glanced at his watch. We'll have to contact the Turkish military. We don't know if they're holding the driver in custody. I can't say I'd want to go back and face him, but I would if need be. Face who? The driver? Cooper asked. He's a nobody. Just a scam artist looking to make a living off the blood and sweat and tears of others. The husband. They stopped and stared at her. Why would he be interested in talking with you? Mason asked. If he's got David and Teresa, then he might be interested. I don't know, she cried. I'm grasping at straws here. Cooper walked over and placed an arm around her shoulders. Come on. Time for a meal and maybe an evening jog. Let some of this tension out. We should go back to Ron, ask him about David and Teresa. Ask him about her husband. We will. You don't need to get involved. She wasn't sure who said that, but it didn't matter, the answer was the same. I might not need to, she said. But I am just as involved as anyone. More so as I was kidnapped and had my house vandalized. Thank you. She studied the men who had done so much for her and her country, and softened her tone slightly. I know that's your job, just like I don't like anyone interfering in my job. But if there is anything I can do to help, I'd like to. Cooper took her home after the meeting. A restless energy simmered inside. He wanted to do something constructive, and couldn't see any way to move forward. How about barbecue steak and Greek salad for dinner? She froze. You cook? As often as possible. He laughed at the interested look on her face. You don't? I do, she said, her smile flashing. But my ex didn't. Ah. He hopped out of the vehicle and walked to the front door of his house. Good thing I'm not your ex. And more things for you to change next time around. What next time? She asked. I'm not sure I'll go there again. You will, he said, a serious tone in his voice. You're the kind of woman who likes to know she has her life in order, so you can work on the areas you love. I had that, remember? It didn't turn out so well for me. He unlocked his front door. And that just means it's time for a progress check. In the years you were married, you made huge strides. You finished med school. Completed your specialty. Worked in your field. If your marriage didn't quite work out the way you expected, then analyze why, tweak, and move on. Marriage is hardly a strategy. No, but life is. You can go through it and make decisions on the fly, or you can look a few steps ahead and work toward them. You already did that by picking a profession and backtracking to see what you needed to do to achieve it, and you did that, and so much more. It doesn't feel like an achievement. It feels like. She frowned as if uncertain how to answer. He waited, interested to see how she'd respond. Only she didn't answer as her phone buzzed. She pulled it out. It's David. She read the text. He wants to meet. She looked at Cooper. He says come alone. He's in trouble. No explanation. Chapter 21. I'm glad he contacted me, Sasha cried out. I was so worried. I'm still worried, Cooper said carefully. Think about the message, come alone. He's in trouble. We can't confirm it's even from him. We'd thought he'd left the country. She froze. I forgot about that. We will go, but we're taking precautions. He turned around in the hallway as if trying to pull his thoughts together. It's a public place, she protested. What could possibly happen? He shook his head. That's true as far as that goes, but we need to have backup just in case. She glanced down at the text. I could change the location and make it one closer. No, let's not do anything suspicious. He pulled out his phone. Mason, we've had a development. She listened while Cooper explained. Her stomach growled, reminding her food had been a long time ago. Walking over to the sink, she got a glass of water. All the information they'd gone over this morning roiled around inside her head. Nothing made any sense. Mason said no one can confirm that David left the country. She spun to look at him. What? You said he went overseas. He nodded. That's what we heard. However, his passport was last scanned when he came home with us and hasn't been used to leave. According to Turkish officials, he hasn't re-entered Turkey. Now he may have another way to travel, and once over there he could have entered via another way, or gone to another location altogether, but he's likely still here. She held up her phone. So chances are this is from him. And he is in trouble. Cooper nodded. She drank her water, hating the bubble of acid in her stomach. Let's go. She placed her glass down on the counter. Do you want to drive or will I? She headed to the front door, not waiting for him to join her. Hold up, he said. You're going to be a few minutes late for this meeting. Why's that? Because Mason is grabbing a couple of men and he's going to join us. She shook her head. That won't work. If it's David, it might spook him, and if it isn't David, then they could be looking for a trap. He smiled. Sweetheart, we do this shit all the time. She growled at him. Maybe, but I don't. I deal with the people after you have done your shit. He laughed. The sound was so unexpected she found herself grinning in reaction. She sighed happily. Being around you has been good for me. How's that? He asked as he unlocked the Jeep. She got in and waited until he joined her, trying to formulate her thoughts. After the divorce I changed. Became quiet. Depressed. Some said I was morose. I knew I had to do something, and running away to help at the camp suited my change of lifestyle. She slowly rotated her neck, even now struggling with the pain and suffering she'd seen. Only there wasn't much to smile about there. Sure, these people had escaped persecution. They were so damn thankful to be alive. But they were in a holding state. They had no place to go, and no way to get to this hoped-for future. Of course, I buried myself in work, and although the depression eased, the lightness inside hadn't returned. I didn't analyze it. I had no time for such things, but since being back I've gone through a complete overhaul of the experience. She took a deep breath, and realized that the lightness wasn't so much gone but had been toned down by circumstances, yet it was there ready and willing to be turned back up. She smiled at him. I've seen it pop up more and more in the last 10 days, but there'd been no real reason that I could pinpoint, other than the fact I was alive. She laughed. And that's a huge reason, but I've come to realize the marked improvement is due to you. Me? He asked in surprise. Yes, you. You make me smile. She said the words simply. There was no reason to adorn them. They were the truth and so much more powerful because of that. Thank you, he said, his voice warm and so damn caring. She needed that. Needed to know that someone cared. That she wasn't alone in this messed up world. That someone understood what she'd been through and wouldn't judge her or expect more of her than she could give. No, she said with a big grin, thank you. Now he laughed. I don't think it was me as much as your stress easing. A painful breakup hurts. We shove a lid on top and try to deal with every day. And if we're lucky while the lid is on, some of the pain eases. Time is good for that. And if we're really lucky, some of the issues resolve in other ways. But when the time is right, you can open it up and find out that you've moved past everything. So you just accept that you're a good guy, huh? She teased. I'm a good guy, yes. But the healing is in a large part due to your own hard work. He shot her a wicked grin that started in his eyes and made her heart beat faster. And I'm happy to know you like being around me. Just as long as you don't pin a hero complex on me, I'm fine. Like you did to me? She heard him suck in his breath. Then he winced. Ouch. Just figured while we're clearing the air that maybe we should be clearing the air. He took his eyes off the road to study her for a long moment. In one way, I suppose, but that begs the question, what are we clearing the air for? Her turn to suck in her breath. Ouch. And she laughed. Nice turning of the tables, by the way, while deflecting the questions. And exactly just what you are trying to do yourself. He pointed out with a grin. So what we're clearing the air for is to see if there is anything between us that needs an open pathway to proceed. At the surprised silence in the vehicle, she shrunk back against the passenger door and wished she'd kept her mouth shut. She added in a low voice. Or not. He shook his head. Sorry, I misunderstood, she rushed to say, wishing she could go back 5 minutes. How mortifying. I said it had been a while, and I wasn't good at this to begin with. Forget I said anything. Let's focus on David. She didn't say the next words out loud, but she thought them. Let's focus on David so I can get past this and get my life together. Something that was past time. Cooper pulled the Jeep into the parking lot and turned off the engine. Yes, it's been a while for you, and maybe that's a good thing. I do prefer to have an open conversation than not. I was just surprised, he said calmly as he twisted in his seat to look at her. I'm more used to mind games. Something I hate in a relationship. She reached for her door handle to get out, but he caught her chin up in his fingers. So just for clarity, because it feels like things got so very muddy all of a sudden, he leaned forward. Yes, we are clearing the air to see what there is between us. No, I don't have a hero complex, but I did, and maybe still do have an angel complex. Don't make me out to be anything more than a flesh and blood male, and we'll do fine. She went to tug her chin free, but he wouldn't let her. He'd waited too long to respond to her earlier comment, and now embarrassment had set in. I wasn't rejecting you. I was surprised. Plain and simple. And just in case you have any doubts. He leaned forward and kissed her. It was a light searching kiss, looking for a response and wondering if he'd find one. He started to pull back, but she threw her arms around his neck and kissed him back. And that's when he realized that Dr. Sasha, the tiny dynamo who raced from one place to another with so much energy and compassion, was going to be exactly the same in bed. Just then that passion boiled over as if a lid had been removed and quickly threatened to consume them. A heavy knock on the window as a large male walked by brought him to his senses. She was sitting in his lap and his hand was under her shirt, cupping her delicious breast. Jesus, he whispered in shock. What the hell was that? She buried her face in his neck, her body trembling in his arms. He held her close and rocked her gently. Lady, I don't know what you've been doing with all that passion, but holy shit. That gurgled a startled laugh out of her. She lifted her head, and there was that cheeky grin he'd first seen right after his surgery. That was the doctor he'd fallen in love with. He rested his forehead against hers. She took a second shaky breath. That was... Yeah, I know. Jesus. He lifted his head, not wanting the real world to interfere with the haze of intimacy they'd found. We have to go. But he couldn't release her, instead he cuddled her close. I suppose the others are here. Yeah, that was Swede who pounded on the window. Thank God the guys understood. Too bad he didn't. He'd wanted a relationship, wanted to see what they could create. It never occurred to him that this heat simmered beneath the surface. And now that it had, there was no way in hell he could ignore it. All he wanted was to take her home to bed. She was already staying with him. At his house. And if they were lucky, in his bed. We need to go in, she murmured, shifting back to her seat. I can't say I want to now. He winced. The guys won't say anything to you. Maybe not, but that doesn't make it any less embarrassing. He watched her slip out of the Jeep and slam the door. But it will make it that much harder to take you back to this point, he muttered. He exited and locked up, then hurried to catch up with her. She might want to put a little distance between them, but he'd do his damnedest to remove the little bit that was already there. Chapter 22. Inside the restaurant, she stopped and assessed the patrons. The hostess walked toward her, a big smile on her face. Dr. Childs, I believe. Sasha nodded. I presume my other party is here and waiting. Yes, please come this way. The woman walked Sasha toward the back. Cooper was just a pace behind. She refused to look around at the full tables. There were some men she knew, but the last thing she wanted was to be any more embarrassed than she already was. Making out in the front seat of the Jeep. Like high school all over again. And wasn't it supposed to be the back seat? Then again, she didn't think the vehicle had one of those. The hostess motioned to a small meeting room. I'll bring the menus, and would you like coffee? Sasha nodded, her gaze on the lone person in the room. She walked forward. David? He froze, then turned toward her. And she saw his haggard face for the first time. Oh my God, what's wrong? She ran to the table and sat down beside him and wrapped her arms around him. They have Teresa. His words were said so simply, she didn't know what to say in response. Then Cooper sat down beside her and David cried, No, you can't be here. He placed his hands on the table flat and pushed himself. His gaze zinged to Sasha. I said come alone. Cooper was there instantly. With a hand on David's shoulder, he settled him back down. I am here. No games. What the hell is going on? With a shaky breath, David sat down hard. He shook his head. They said they'd kill her if I brought in the authorities. Kill Teresa? Sasha cried out softly. Why, what's going on? He gazed at her with a tortured look. Her heart bled for him. David, talk to me. I can't, he whispered. I can't be responsible if they hurt her. I thought if I talked to you, we'd be able to find a way to help her. But if they see these men... They aren't the police, but they are the men that can help, she said forcefully. So please. Start at the beginning, please, Cooper said. He brought out his phone and laid it on the table. I'm going to record this. But David stared at the phone as if it was going to bite him. Sasha reached across the table. David, she said in her no-nonsense tone. Talk to me. His breath released in a long, shaky movement, and he gave her an abrupt nod. Teresa and I were an item in the camp. We didn't expect it to happen. Nor did we realize just what the relationship meant. He splayed out his hands. I didn't know she was married. Sasha raised her eyebrows. She didn't tell you, or things blew up so fast that she was caught up too? The latter, at least I'm presuming so. They had been having trouble for a long time, so she joined the volunteers for the year so they could rethink their relationship. The camp was close enough they could go back and forth. But in the meantime she was there, on the spot, and missing out on one of life's biggest glory moments, love. He scrubbed his face with both hands. But she was still married, Cooper prompted. David nodded. And no longer wanted to be married. Then the kidnapping happened. We almost didn't make it, and that brought us both a chance to rethink what we wanted. A waitress walked in with their coffees and several menus. Sasha thanked the woman. David stared out the window until she left. And then, Cooper prompted. I've never been married before, David said. I've been involved in lots of relationships, but none that mattered more to me than my work. Until I met Teresa. And did she reciprocate the feeling? Sasha listened to Cooper's questions, but she was trying to reconcile the woman she'd known briefly. This explained the woman's depression. Her melancholic state. But then why not get a divorce? Was she going to get a divorce? Yes, she planned to tell him that weekend, but it didn't work out that way. Then when we returned stateside, she acted oddly. I wasn't sure what was going on. I tried to talk to her, but she wouldn't talk. She just kept saying things were different now. So she wasn't going to get a divorce now? The kidnapping had been traumatic. Maybe it had been enough to change her mind, but not necessarily. Sasha had gone through a period of determining what was important in her life. Now she was getting back to living. Hence Cooper at her side. She said she loved me more than anything, and she'd do everything she could to keep me safe. Then she walked out the door. He shook his head. I should have questioned her. Pleaded with her to explain. To tell me what was really happening. Then how do you know she was taken? Cooper studied David's face. Maybe she returned to her husband and is breaking contact with you. David shook his head. He pulled out his cell phone and slid it across the table. Cooper opened the phone. Look at the last text. It's from her. The text opened up. Help me, please. Cooper parked outside the hangar, and with Sasha at his side and David dragging his heels, he waited until the truck pulled up beside them. Shadow hopped out with Hawk. Another vehicle pulled up right afterwards. This time Swede exited along with Marcus. Sasha beamed at them all. David shrunk into his jacket. Are they ready for us? Hawk asked. Yeah. And Cooper ushered David into the hangar where the others who'd been in Turkey waited. Levi stood, his face cold and hard and so damn dark that Cooper was even feeling it. Levi was above all else a fair man. But this situation was so not normal. Local police? Mason asked from Levi's side. Not yet. Cooper pulled out a chair for David to sit down. And you're right. They are likely the ones to handle this, but I'm not sure. You'll have to hear the rest. David believes she's being held on a tanker in international waters out of the bay. Levi barked, "Why?" David waved his hand around as if they'd all go away, then he said, "It's something she said. Her husband's brother worked on a tanker, and Harkin threatened to take her out and deep six her in the ocean at one point in time when they were fighting." "Anything more?" Levi's tone was low and deep. His gaze was locked on the doctor. "I said she mentioned having connections. That could have been because her husband worked for the Turkish military," Sasha said quietly. "I don't remember her talking about the shipping industry, though." David twisted so he could look at her. She didn't talk much, but there was one thing that wasn't allowed, and that was adultery. The air filled with the question of why she'd taken that step then. So she has an affair, the husband finds out and gets angry and punishes the wife. Makes sense. But then why try to kidnap the other 3 doctors? Swede pondered out loud. But Cooper got it. Camouflage. He studied David. Even better, he could make this into a terrorist hit against the Americans at the same time. There were several sighs as everyone fit the pieces together. So wait, Ron and I were taken to hide the fact that David here was the target? Sasha said in outrage. And Teresa. She'd have been killed. It's the only way the husband would be free of her permanently. Sasha shook her head. It's too elaborate. Why? He had access to the camp, knew he could find someone there like Jamel to help. All Harkin needed was a way to arrange your transport after you were picked up. It's just too. She didn't have words. David? She turned to him. Is this what you think happened? He frowned. I know she was terrified of her husband. Worried what he might do, worried he might have been behind the kidnappings. One of the reasons we'd meshed so well was she went along with my passion for work. She'd be able to travel with me, and we'd be together all the time instead of apart most of the time. But that's all changed now. She was terrified of leaving the country again, he admitted. She's really traumatized. And not thinking straight. Cooper interjected, when did you last see her, and what was the conversation like? It was yesterday, he admitted. Late in the afternoon. I'd hoped to spend the night with her, but she got a text from her husband and became very antsy. She told me it was all over and to leave. So I left. But I didn't go far. I took another room in the same hotel, as I had no place to go, and drank myself silly. He stared at the men. When I got up this morning, she'd checked out already. He handed over his phone and said, then I got a text from her. Swede picked up the phone and quickly clicked through it. So was she just avoiding me all this time? Sasha asked. Why set up the meeting with me and not show up? She got cold feet, David said. About what? You're both adults. If you choose to have an affair, that's between you two. I told her to let you know she was okay, but she was scared, as she couldn't explain her behavior without taking that irrevocable step. She wasn't sure what to do, so did nothing. So I worried when I didn't need to. That's not true, Cooper said. What about your house? Oh my God, I forgot about that. Sasha stared at him, then slumped in place. Was I being followed? The house watched. But for what purpose? None. So why vandalize my house? What's this about your house? David asked, puzzlement wrinkling his forehead. Marcus quickly explained, adding, unless once again her house wasn't related to this issue. Yet the destruction sent her racing out of the house, leaving it empty. Where had you planned to go before Cooper stepped in to help? To my mother's house, most likely. At their nods, she said, or a hotel. She studied their faces and saw something move behind Cooper's gaze as he shifted from her to the others. He asked, so it is him? Marcus nodded. He'd be my number one choice. And mine, Swede said. We've all seen it before. Okay, enough of this talk. Sasha hopped to her feet, walked over to Cooper and stood in front of him. Who do you think broke into my house? Greg. Chapter 23. She gasped. Why would he do that? Because he figured it would send you back into his arms. She shook her head. I wouldn't go. But did he know that? How big is his ego? Would he have believed you'd go back to him when you were in need? Didn't you say he was close to your mother? And your mother wanted you to get back together with him. She stared at Cooper, her thoughts moving at lightning speed. That's awful. But believable? Shadow stepped up. What is his ego like? Does he think you'd go back to him if you had the chance? Her throat closed up. But he was unfaithful. Why would he think I'd sign up for that again? She shook her head. I wouldn't. Did you love him? That was from Swede. She nodded and bit her lip. I did. But he betrayed me, so obviously he didn't love me. And if I did give him another chance, I could never trust him. In many ways that would be so much worse. I need to know he'd be there for me all the time, not just until someone better came along. At that she heard the strangled gasp from behind her. David. I'm sorry, David. She walked over to give him a hug. That didn't come out right. No, maybe it's true though. I don't know. She was hot and then cold and then. I don't know. So is she missing, or is she just avoiding you? Levi asked in exasperation. Maybe the better question is the husband in town? Swede said, walking over from where he'd gone to look at the computer. His brother's ship is out in the bay. He's registered as being on board. There was an awkward silence as everyone turned to look at David. He shrugged. I can only tell you what she said to me. Would he really kill her because of an indiscretion? Evan asked. Absolutely, Levi said. It happens all the time. That truth, however, does not make it a fact in this case. She might have changed her mind and returned to Turkey. I presume that camp was close enough that she could hop back and forth to see her husband, but why then did she leave from the U.S.? We were hired through an organization Ron is associated with. They handle all visas, and the agreement covers airfare to and from the U.S. Maybe she was planning for the future. By signing up from here, she had a guaranteed escape from the camp, and therefore from her husband. That way she could get away in case she needed to. A company here? Cooper asked. What's the name of it? She frowned and turned to David. Do you remember? He shook his head. My contract is different. I work with Ron, and he runs so many projects, I tend to move from one to the other. Teresa might not have been hired through there, either. Her husband is a Turk, and quite likely she received priority placement as well. Did you know her before going to the refugee camp? He nodded his head. Yes, I did. Saw her a few times but not in years. Sasha stood up. So we're getting nowhere again. I'm going to go see Ron. Maybe he can shed some light on this mess. Just so you know, David stood up, his throat working, Ron is Teresa's father. What? Sasha stared at him in shock. I didn't know that. Okay, so this is officially a soap opera. Sasha sat down hard. I'm presuming Ron was against her marriage and didn't like her husband? David stared at her in surprise. No, he didn't. They couldn't stand each other. Why? It was Cooper who answered. Because it was Ron who was shot. As if there was something personal behind it. But it could have been any of us, Sasha murmured, her thoughts flinging backwards to the nightmare as it happened. If her husband was in the group, Teresa didn't appear to recognize him or anyone. The terrorists might have been primed ahead of time as to who he was. Maybe targeted him for that reason, Cooper added in a quiet voice. Why didn't she say something? Sasha asked, tears filling her eyes. Even when he lay dying, she didn't let on that Ron was her father, Sasha cried. She was devastated, but was afraid of bringing attention to herself. David flipped his phone back and forth several times. Her stress level was off the wall. She'd planned to see someone for counseling. He studied Sasha. I would have backed off if she'd told me what was going on. I only wanted to keep her safe. Keep her alive and healthy until we could be together. His gaze turned hopeful. Maybe she's gone into hiding to avoid her husband. If he's here, he can't stay indefinitely. Sasha had no words of wisdom to offer. There was so much going on. Information they needed and didn't have available. She's a good doctor, David said. Not brilliant, but solid. There are few enough of those out there. Sasha stood up abruptly. I'm going to go see Ron. If anything develops, then please tag me so I'm in the loop. No, you won't, at least not alone, Cooper said easily. No being alone until we get to the bottom of this. There wasn't any point in arguing, and truthfully, she was happy to hear that. She nodded abruptly. Fine, be a hero. She smiled at the others. Goodbye. The chorus of farewells had her grinning. Until she got outside and saw the Jeep, and the reminders overwhelmed her. What will happen with David? He's free to go. He didn't do anything. He's worried about Teresa, with good reason. But there's nothing I can do right now, and I need to just do something normal. I understand. So we'll go and see Ron, maybe visit your mom, and then figure out what's next. And damn it if his voice didn't turn smoky and dark. She shivered and wondered briefly if they shouldn't divert to his house instead. He turned on the Jeep and drove to the hospital. Let's go see what he has to say. I doubt he knows anything. We at least need to check it out. Ron was awake and happy to see them. Until he heard the news. His face took on such a gray cast, Sasha wondered about contacting the doctor on the floor. She had no idea what medications he was on, but the last thing they needed was for him to have a heart attack. Teresa was his daughter, and finding out she was in danger had to be a blow. Have you seen her since our return? Sasha asked. No, I haven't, he said softly. She's not happy with me. Ron stared out the window. I didn't approve of the marriage and knew she wasn't happy. But neither did I approve of her hooking up with David. Don't get me wrong, I really like the man, but I didn't want her to be another of his short relationships, and neither did I want her breaking her vows. He turned to face Sasha. I would, however, condone a divorce. Her husband is an ass and treated her terribly, but she wouldn't see it. What was I or anyone else going to do? She always treated me as a casual friend rather than her father in public. He shrugged. I wanted her to return to the US with me, but she refused. Maybe she changed her mind. Sasha explained their working theory. He frowned. If she was short on money, I'd have helped her out. Would have happily bought her a return ticket. But the contract gave her a flight home, allowing her to leave without him knowing. Sasha frowned. That flight home wasn't going to help much if she had nowhere to hide. Of course, this is only conjecture. No, it makes sense, Ron said. Her husband can't travel to the US. Not legally, so he wouldn't be able to follow her. When she was here for a visit, I took her over to the office. I'm sure that's when she considered the notion. He can't come here? No, he has a record. So he's not allowed in the US. And his brother? He has two. The middle one works in the shipping industry, and he travels the world on freighters. I think the younger one has worked with him, but not sure that he still does. Cooper opened his phone and texted Swede. Let's make sure they know he can't come over here. But that doesn't help get her back, Sasha added quietly. She glanced at Ron and added, her brother-in-law's freighter is docked in the bay. We have to help her. He tried to get out of bed and groaned. Right idea, wrong pronoun, Sasha said. You have to heal. She'll need you to be there when we get her back. Right idea and wrong pronoun, Cooper calmly repeated. I will be helping to get her back again. You, however, will not. She glared at him. Ron chuckled. I'm so glad to see you found someone, Sasha. You look very happy. She snorted. Then you're blind. Ron grinned. Generally, I see people very clearly. Cooper watched Ron, looking for any deception. But he couldn't see any. A man dedicated to his work, and likely at the expense of his family. Then again, his daughter was in her late 30s, and well past the point of needing a father to be there at every corner. He nudged Sasha toward the door. The hour was late. Bye, Ron? She smiled at him as they walked out. What's the rush? I thought you wanted to go to your mother's as well tonight. Not sure I do, she prompted. I'll have to explain your presence in my life, and that won't be easy, as she's still looking for Greg to return. Maybe having me there with you will help to change her mind, he suggested, liking the idea for that reason alone. As they walked toward his Jeep, she appeared to reconsider and pulled out her phone. Okay, I'll see if she's going to be there. Or just arrive unexpectedly so she doesn't have time to let your ex know you're coming. Sasha laughed. That works too. They arrived at her mother's place 20 minutes later to find her sitting outside in the lawn. She beamed when she saw her daughter. Then her gaze caught on Cooper and she frowned. Hello, she said slowly. Who are you? Cooper stepped forward and held out his hand. I'm a friend of your daughter's. Instantly, the other woman's gaze turned speculative. Nice to meet you. It should be, Sasha said. He's one of the men who rescued me, Mom. She turned to Cooper and said, This is my mother, Caroline. Nice to meet you, Caroline. He put on just enough charm to smooth the awkwardness, but not enough to make her suspicious. I see, her mother said, but it was obvious she didn't see at all. We were at the hospital visiting Ron and thought we'd stop by to say hi, Sasha carried on breezily. Her mother smiled warmly. And I'm so glad you did. Can I make you some coffee? Sure, that would be lovely. Caroline got up and went inside, leaving Sasha and Cooper alone. That went well, he murmured, barely keeping his grin back. Like hell, Sasha muttered in response. Well, I'd best go face the music. She's motioning at me from the window. Cooper glanced over, and sure enough, she made a hard motion to her daughter. Then, seeing Cooper watching, she gave a small wave and turned away. I can go talk to her, he said. No, you can't, she hissed. How do you explain this? She motioned between the two of them. Us? She stood up, shaking her head. I could explain, he said. She spun around and studied him. How? What would you say to her? Her mother stepped out at that moment. The coffee is dripping. Thanks, Mom. I'd hoped you'd have come inside with me so I could show you my new dishes, Caroline said, a faint rebuke in her voice. Sorry. But Sasha's voice was completely unrepentant. Cooper decided they could do this dance forever, or he could shake it off. She was afraid you'd ask questions. So I'd just like to clarify that we are seeing each other. I care for her very deeply. Your daughter is a very special woman, and I feel very blessed to have her in my life. Sasha stood frozen beside him. Caroline stood with her mouth open in shock. I met her over a year ago. She helped put me back together again, and it was because of her that I would return to the work I love. She was happily married at the time, so I walked away. Neither cheating nor breaking up a marriage is something my sense of honor or integrity would allow. I found her again. He reached across and lifted her hand in his. Literally, as it were, and when I realized she was single, I knew I'd do anything for a chance with her. What kind of chance? Her mother asked, clearly torn. As in, permanently. She's a very special woman, as I'm sure you agree. Yes, of course. Caroline said slowly. She's my daughter. And deserves to be treated with honor and respect, and of course given a whole heart, not just a cheating heart, he added calmly. Her mother sat back, a lemon slice look on her face, then her shoulders sagged and she nodded. Yes, she does. She turned to her daughter who'd been sitting immobile at his side. And is this what you want? Sasha squeezed Cooper's hand and said, I really want to see where this is going. And Greg? Sasha laughed. Greg is a deceitful, lying, two-faced son of a bitch. He betrayed me. I will never get back together with him. He burned that bridge permanently. I need to know my partner has my back, not targeting it. The coffee maker inside beeped. Caroline quickly stood up and rushed inside. Did you mean it? He asked, trying to keep his voice neutral. Mean what? What I said about the relationship with you, absolutely. She studied him. Did you mean what you said? Absolutely. She smirked, then said in a wicked tone that caught him off guard, Does that mean we can go to bed now that we have all the basics out of the way? I sure hope so, he whispered fervently, heat rippling through him. Can we skip coffee? A giggle escaped. Her eyes widened, and she slapped a hand over her mouth and stared at him. But her eyes were twinkling with mirth. Sasha, are you all right? Caroline called from the kitchen. I'm fine, Mom, she managed to get out, but her shoulders still shook. He loved that light-heartedness in her. In fact, he was pretty darn sure he loved her. Period. And likely had for a long time. Now to get her out of here and back to his place, fast. Chapter 24. I thought we'd never get out of there, she whispered as she buckled up her seatbelt, then waved goodbye to her mother. Do you think she believed us? I'm sure she did. We were giggling like 2-year-olds. With good reason. He pulled the Jeep into traffic. So a quick stop at your place then mine? Hell no. He glanced over at her in surprise. Sorry. She leaned closer and ran a silky hand down his thigh. Your place then mine. Shit, he whispered in a strangled voice. You do pick your times, don't you? Not intentionally, but right now, I do wish we were at your house and tucked up in your bed. And she let her fingers slide down the inside of his thigh. He made a strangled sound and switched lanes. Your empty house is closer. No, never there, she said. I want to be in your bed. And that's where I want you, he said when he could, his voice a hoarse whisper. You're a hell of a tease. No way, she said. I'm making promises. When he groaned, she laughed. When he wove in and out of traffic and managed to get them back to his house in record time, she knew he was as anxious as she was. She tumbled out of the passenger side and ran around to his side where she threw herself into his arms. He picked her up and pinned her against the hood of the Jeep, her legs wrapped around him and his erection exactly where she wanted it. Minus the clothing. She wanted this man with an overwhelming passion. She couldn't imagine that ever changing. With tears in her eyes, she kissed him. She poured her feelings into that kiss. Emotions she'd worked hard to heal over the last year. He was so damn honorable. And that mattered. Hell yeah, it mattered. He'd never cheat on her. He'd never hurt her deliberately, and he'd never act like a kid with his hand stuck in the candy jar when he got caught. If he did wrong, he'd stand up and take the punishment like a man. A man. Jesus. A fucking big man. She rocked against him, her thighs tightening around his. He flung his head back and thrust against her. Jesus, he cried as if seeing where they were standing. What is it about you that I lose all sense of awareness? He hitched an arm under her hips and walked into the house, the door slamming behind them. She pressed frantic kisses on his cheek and jaw and neck, her hands running under his shirt while he growled. And then he ran up the stairs to his bedroom. She giggled. He flung the two of them on the bed, but twisted so he landed on his back, even now looking out for her. She sat up and rode him through his jeans. Fuck, he roared, his hands going for the snap closure. She immediately shifted so he could open his pants and helped him drag them off. His boxers went with them. She pounced. But he wasn't having any of it. Hell no, fair play. She shot him a frustrated look and stood up, then whipped her shirt over her head and stepped out of her capri-length pants. She stood in her thong and bra and stepped up on the bed. He immediately stood up and placed tiny kisses over the lacy triangle. His fingers slid underneath the elastic edge to find the dampness inside. She cried out, her knees buckling. He flipped her to the side and quickly reversed their positions. Now it was his turn. His tongue tasted and stroked and sucked, then delved until she was a writhing mass of nerves on the bed. "Cooper, now," she cried out. "I want you inside of me." He slid one finger down through her damp curls. She opened her legs wide. "Yes," she hissed. "More. More." Carefully he worked one finger inside, and she realized he figured she might struggle with his size. And she might, but it was a challenge she was more than up to. She pushed up on his shoulders, and he willingly rolled over. She grinned. "You'll fit, no worries there." He shouted with laughter. "You are awful tiny." "I am, and you're awfully big," she whispered, stroking the full length of him. "But we're made for this." She threw one leg across and straddled him, her hips almost shaking with need. She gave him a saucy smile as she placed him at her entrance and slowly sank down, but not all the way. His breath caught in the back of his throat as he tried to lift his hips up, his back aching as she rose slightly above him to keep him where she wanted him. "Which?" he said in a thick voice. "Never," she whispered and relaxed, feeling the stretching as he filled her completely, and still there was more of him. She let herself sink lower. He groaned. She moaned. And shuddered when she took all of him. She sat in place for a long moment as she reveled in the sensation. It had been a long time. And never this perfect. This man had snuck into her heart and soul, and she'd welcomed him into her body with joy. "God, I miss this," she murmured. "Not as much as I missed you this last year," he whispered. "I was heartbroken to find out you were married. Then I was heartbroken for you when I heard about your divorce." "But not for yourself, huh?" she said, loving the moment. "And needing so much more." "No, you are mine. Have been since I first saw you," he whispered, reaching up to cup her breasts. "Don't ever doubt it." She placed her hands on his chest and leaned forward to stare into his eyes and started to ride. Gazes locked, she took them both to the edge of the precipice. He slid his hands down to her hips and held her in place as he ground up hard against her and sent them both over the edge. Collapsing down onto his chest, she lay against his heart, hearing that rapid beat against her ear. His arms gently stroked down her back, tremors still racking his heavily muscled frame. "We're so damn lucky to have found each other," she whispered. "You're so damn special," he whispered. Still recovering, she propped her head on her hands and smirked. "Does that mean you're ready to go again?" He gave a shout of laughter and hardened up perfectly, already inside her. "Good thing," she said. "I've been abstinent for a long time." "Planning to make up for it?" he asked suggestively. "Depends, are you up for the job?" Not only was he up for the job, he was bound and determined to give her a night she'd never forget. And he was very goal-oriented. Chapter 25. The next morning, true to his word, Cooper pulled into her driveway just before noon and said, "Here we go. If we make it fast, we can head to the beach afterwards." She reached over and kissed his cheek. Something she'd done dozens of times already this morning. There was nothing like a night of hot passion to make for the best moods. Perfect. She really could use more clothes, and she had a few plants she didn't want to see die because of neglect. They walked up together, holding hands. The house was dark and silent, but with Cooper at her side, the edgy fear wasn't there. She loved not having to face this alone. She unlocked the door and walked inside. Her huge fern on the front window was crying out for water. "You go pack what you need, I'll water this guy." She smiled at him. "There are 2 more in the kitchen." His phone rang as she ran lightly up the stairs, bracing herself for the reminder of what her bedroom had looked like last time. She could have asked Cooper to accompany her upstairs, but that seemed a little silly. Outside her door, she took a deep breath and walked in. Then, averting her gaze, she went to work. She had a small suitcase in the closet that she pulled out and opened. Quickly, she emptied her drawers. There were more clothes in her closet. She rifled through them, choosing a dress and a sweater. That's all she had room for. With a quick walk through the bathroom, she collected a few more toiletries and added them to the growing pile. With the suitcase in hand, she walked out of the room. There was a second bathroom, but it was empty of everything but what a guest might need. The spare bedroom door was closed. She dropped the suitcase at the top of the stairs and pushed the door open. Walking inside, her nose caught the scent of something strong. Something foreign. And something that didn't belong. She spun around to run out of the room, but strong arms grabbed her and a hand slapped over her mouth. She struggled, panic overtaking her normal judgment, and she went wild, kicking and twisting to get free. To let Cooper know she was in trouble. Stupid bitch. She shuddered. She didn't know that voice. But she understood one thing. He was big, strong, and determined. Her energy drained quickly, and she hung limp in his arms. She could barely hear the voice in the background, as if he whispered something to someone. And she was pretty sure it wasn't to her. Cooper answered his phone as he filled up a large mug of water and walked from plant to plant. "Mason, what's up?" The middle brother, Martin, was granted shore leave. He's due back today. Cooper's breath released suddenly. "Anyone go with him?" "Yeah," the younger brother called Yarnell. Cooper's mind suddenly filled with possibilities. Do you think that could be the older brother, Harkin? Using the younger brother's passport to get into the country? He is on a week's leave. And the freighter picked up several men down the coast 4 days ago. Supposedly, Yarnell was one of them. So Harkin travels as the younger brother, joins the freighter, and lands in the U.S. illegally. And it just so happens that his wife, who's been having an affair, disappears around the same time. We've contacted the freighter. They say the brothers aren't due back until later today, but they have given the Coast Guard permission to board. His voice turned dry. Of course, that could mean nothing. It means they either don't have her or don't know she's on board. I vote the latter. This is a vendetta of the brothers against the wife. Do we have any information on the brothers? The younger one is clean of any violations. The middle brother is divorced. The wife had a restraining order against him. He was accused of domestic violence, but the wife refused to press charges. She is currently living in Germany. All 3 brothers reside in Turkey. So a predisposition for violence, particularly against wives. Exactly. Okay, keep us posted. He went to close the call, then remembered. Mason, can you shoot me a picture of the brothers? Just in case. And he suddenly realized that it was quiet upstairs. As in too quiet. Shit, he whispered in a low voice. What's the matter? Mason said in a terse tone. Cooper whispered, we're at Sasha's place. He slowly turned to face the empty doorway. She went upstairs 10 minutes ago, and now it's quiet. And his instinct kicked in. Damn it, it's too quiet. Give me 2 minutes if I don't call you back. He hung up and slipped the phone in his pocket. He shifted to the base of the stairs. Studying the layout of the house, the stairs and the flooring, he realized that because it was hardwood, it would be impossible to make it up without the wood creaking. Unless... He hopped onto the railing and quickly pulled himself up to the 2nd floor, his gaze on the level above him as he landed like a cat in the hallway. Could Sasha have lain down? Fallen asleep? Her suitcase stood at the top of the stairs. He peered into the master bedroom. It was empty. Doing a quick check, he checked the ensuite bathroom and moved back out to the hallway. The 2nd bathroom stood wide open. He stuck his head in, but it was empty. The spare bedroom door was closed. Shit. With his ear against the wood, he listened. Breathing. Behind the door. Well, that answered that. He stepped back slightly and took a running jump, slamming against the door. It held. He hit again, focusing on the latch. The door popped open. To show Sasha against the headboard, her arms tied behind her back. Unconscious. He searched the room, but her attacker was gone. The window curtains fluttered in the breeze. He growled deep inside his throat as he stared out into the afternoon sun. Outside of indents in the soft ground below, showing the intruder had exited that way, there was no sign of him in the yard. He opened his phone. Mason, Sasha was attacked. The intruder got away. I'm checking her now. When the pulse beat strong under his fingers, he closed his eyes and collapsed onto the bed. She's alive. Thank God for that. He could hear voices in the background, but he was so overwhelmed he couldn't speak. We're 5 minutes away. Hold tight. And Mason hung up. Cooper leaned over the bed and stroked Sasha's face. Wake up, sweetheart. Wake up. She muttered something unintelligible, and her eyelids fluttered. She sighed, then opened her eyes. When she saw him, tears filled her eyes. Cooper. I'm so sorry, sweetheart. She blinked in confusion. What happened? Don't move. He pulled a pocket knife from his pocket and cut the bindings holding her arms. That hurts, she cried out as her arms rolled forward. He picked up her closest arm and rubbed some life back into it. Do you remember what happened? He asked gently, dropping a kiss on her wet cheek. Attacked from behind. Why does this keep happening? Her voice was low and pained, breaking his heart. At least it wasn't Greg. Even worse, it's not about you. Thank God. Imagine if it was. And she realized what she'd said. Poor Teresa. The Coast Guard is on its way to search the ship for her. But Sasha was shaking her head. I doubt she's there. The guy that's after her was here. Her gaze widened and she cried out, Look! And he knew. He spun and lashed out but took the blow on the side of the head. The last thing he heard was Sasha's voice crying out to him. No. Don't hurt him. Mason kicked the truck into speeds he had no business using as he barreled toward Dr. Sasha's house. They tried to call Cooper's phone several times and no answer. The Jeep was parked in the driveway. Mason pulled up behind it. Shadow raced out to the front door. It was locked. Mason beat him to the back door. The door was open. Mason backed up and looked at the second floor. There were no sounds and no windows open on that side. It was also a long drop. Not an impossible one, but... Motioning at Shadow, Mason slipped inside. With one ear cocked, Mason watched as Shadow joined him. They did a fast sweep of the downstairs, but the upstairs needed to be checked. Taking the stairs 2 at a time, he was on the second floor in seconds, Shadow at his heels. They checked the rooms where the doors were open, then centered on the one room with the closed door. And reassessed. It wasn't closed. It hung drunkenly, as in someone had already kicked it in. He knew the damn place was going to be empty. At his signal, the two entered low and swept the room. Shit. What was there, a 4-minute window? Mason nodded. Just about. He had his phone out and called the others. Marcus. They're both gone and the Jeep is here. Hello. Anyone home? A wavering voice from downstairs called, Hello. Mason exchanged a look with Shadow and walked down the stairs. At the bottom was an older man. Hi. Can I help you? The man looked at him suspiciously. Maybe we should be asking you that? What's going on over here? Martha sent me to check on that young girl who lives here. Said she just came back and left, only there's people here all the time. You got to have special license to run a bed and breakfast, you know. Really? Well, maybe you could describe what you've seen. Particularly in the last few minutes. And why would you care? Mason didn't have time for this shit. He gave the man the short version of who he was and why he was there. We suspect that one of my men and the young woman you mentioned were taken out of here against their will. When was their time? The man said in a querulous voice. First she was gone, then she's home, then she's gone. And she lets a friend stay here. He shook his head. We're a quiet neighborhood, but he's creepy. Then she rolls in today when the guy is here, and now you, but I didn't see anyone leave. Have you been watching? Mason snapped sharper than he intended. All the time. The older man looked discomforted. Martha watches. He pointed to the house beside Sasha's. That's our place, and Martha is handicapped, you know. She can't move much and has such fun watching what goes on in the neighborhood. Not in a mean way, of course, but trying to be a good neighbor. But there's times I've got to take her into the doctor, and she frets then. Might miss something important. And likely hadn't been home in the hours the house had been vandalized in the first place. Meaning she was nosy as hell when she was here. But that worked in their favor. Quickly he learned the men looked like brothers, and Martha thought she saw a woman once. From the description, she could be Teresa. But you didn't see anyone leave. No, Martha and I had our dinner, and when we came back there was no change, but a panel van did drive away, come to think of it. He frowned. I suppose I might have missed them. Then you guys did too, because you arrived right after. License plate. No, didn't see it. Color. White? Make? Nope. What can you tell me about it? Mason asked, barely keeping his exasperation at bay. It had backed into something. Rear right taillight was gone, and the bumper and corner crumpled. Already rusted, so not recent. He leaned forward and said in a low tone, they should have gotten that fixed. Yeah, they should have, but they didn't. And now he'd get them. Marcus waited at the docks for the Coast Guard to return. He'd wanted to be on the boat heading out to the freighter, but had missed it. He stomped his feet, still pissed. They could have waited 5 minutes. Marcus, get in. He spun to look as Evan and Dane pulled up in a powerboat. About time. You don't know the half of it. One of our own is missing, Dane snapped. He pulled the speedboat out of the harbor as soon as Marcus jumped in. Evan quickly shared the latest news. Cooper is missing. Jesus. Marcus stared at the freighter in the deep water. Was his friend on there? I know. A search is on for the van. Evan motioned to the wharf. Hawk is handling the surveillance on the dock, and Mason is on his way here with Shadow. Marcus nodded and thought about the tiny dock and what she'd done for so many men. I'd change that to 2 of our own are missing. Agreed, Evan said. Let's get these assholes. Chapter 26. No. Sasha stared at the tiny room and the bunk overhead. What had happened? And why? As she lay there, she could feel movement under her. A ship. She was once again on a bloody ship. She rolled over and gasped in shock. Cooper lay unconscious beside her, blood oozing from a head wound. Immediately she tried to reach over for him, but her hands were tied in front of her. She glared at the rope only to realize they'd been tied in a hurry with a thick rope that couldn't be tightened enough to hold her small wrists. Immediately she twisted her wrists free and slid the rope to the floor, then scrambled over to Cooper. The bleeding had slowed, and there was no softness to the bone below. Some swelling had set in, but it wasn't much yet. His pulse was strong. His color good. She shook him hard. Cooper, wake up, she whispered, we've been kidnapped. And his eyes popped open. Talk about instant awareness. She bent over and kissed him. Love that about you. His gaze flashed in her direction, then around the room. Instantly assessing. Instantly seeing the details she'd taken several minutes to understand. She appreciated that nimble mind. His awareness of the danger they were in. And while he was doing that, she pulled the knife out from his ankle sheath. He stared at her in surprise as she cut his bonds, but accepted it back when she handed it over to him. She stepped out from the bed and straightened. And gasped in shock. Teresa. She reached up to shake the woman lying on the top bunk. No reaction. I've got a pulse. Good. Cooper was at the door checking the knob. Locked? Of course, she whispered. Just the 3 of us, no windows. And the floor is moving. We're on a ship. A freighter, more to the point. And likely we both know which one. She nodded. Why would they snatch us? Wrong time. Wrong place, he said, staring at her. Either they kept Teresa there until they could move her to the ship, or had moved her and were cleaning up so they left no evidence that they'd been there. Or they forgot something and returned. You mean they were living in my house? She gasped. That's not something I want to imagine. Think about it, he said, it's the address she gave. They probably cut up your bedding to send you running out of the house. It gave them a place to hide out, or to hide Teresa out, or both. And no one would know you weren't there. The door burst open. Several men rushed in with big batons and wailed on her and Cooper. She cried out and tried to fight back, but she was picked up and thrown over a man's shoulder. They were so strong. "Cooper," she cried out, but there was no response as she was turned to get through the narrow door. Cooper was fighting hard and taking a beating. "No," she screamed. "Let him be." And she did the only thing she could do. She sank her teeth into her attacker's neck. The man roared and threw her to the ground. She was up in a flash, his baton somehow in her hand, and she wielded it with a ferocity she'd never felt before, hitting him and any of the others she could reach. And anger, once unleashed, she couldn't stop, and she beat the men attacking Cooper until she couldn't lift her arms anymore. "Easy. Stop, Sasha. Stop." She bent over gasping to find men flat on the floor unconscious and her hands covered in their bloody spray. She struggled for breath. Cooper's voice finally penetrated the red haze in her head. "Come on, we have to get out of here now." Cooper dragged one man lying half in and half out of the room all the way in, then motioned at her to go ahead of him. "Not without Teresa," she said fiercely, her mind cataloging the bloody cuts and welts on Cooper's face and neck. Bruised and bloody, he gave her a fierce grin and nudged her toward the door. "I'm getting her, you get moving." He reached up and snagged the unconscious Teresa, pulling her over his shoulder. Go. "Where?" "Stairs. We need to find the stairs up." She bolted forward. He'd taken worse beatings and kept going. He wasn't about to stop now. Their lives depended on it. He followed Sasha down the narrow hallway to the closest exit and up the stairs. They met no one on the way up. He hadn't had a chance to look the four men over, but didn't think any were the ones they suspected of kidnapping Teresa. However, given their recent actions, they were all complicit in the crime. Sasha opened a door. Daylight shone in. "Stop," he hissed. "They could be out there." Too late, she was already racing across the deck toward the ladder. Only men were boarding and flowing across the deck now. "Coast Guard." "Thank God." "Stop or I'll shoot," roared a voice behind him. Cooper didn't know if the enemy had seen the new arrivals, but he wasn't going to stop. He raced forward. Shots rang out behind him. He ducked and bolted behind the lifeboats. The Coast Guard had scattered, but someone returned fire. Likely, all of them. He lowered Teresa to the deck and tucked her under the suspended boat. A hawk's cry soared overhead. Only it originated too close by to be a bird. Cooper gave a fierce grin. That was Mason's voice. On the other side of the lifeboat. Cooper's voice hissed. "Mason." "Yeah," Mason whispered back. "Sasha and Teresa are with me." Gunfire split the air around them. Sasha clutched his arm tight. "What do we do?" "Stay hidden and wait it out. Mason is here." "And if he is," he whispered, peering around, "so are others." A gun barrel suddenly pressed against the base of his neck. The man holding it said, "Get up slowly." Cooper, his gaze locked on Sasha's terrified face, rose. "Walk forward. Bitch, get up and follow him." Forced to leave Teresa behind, Cooper snagged up Sasha's hand and dragged her close. "Walk," he whispered. She followed. He could feel her tremble. Feel her tiny frame shake as she tried to hold it together. He walked deliberately close to the rails and kept his gaze forward, his mind racing for options. A bird soared overhead. A second hawk cried in the sky. "Now stop there." "Shit." He froze and glanced around. 6 feet to the railing. 100 feet to the water. He'd take the chance, but with Sasha? A single shot fired. Sasha's knees buckled. "My leg," she cried out. Decision made. He caught Sasha up in his arms, and in 2 steps he sprung up and soared over the railing. Shots spat around him. He felt one tug his shoulder. He cradled Sasha close. And they fell. Sasha whimpered and clung to him. The landing was going to hurt. He wrapped his arms around her tight, pinning her against her chest. With his other hand he held her neck and said, "Hold on." He took a deep breath and sealed her lips with his own. And they hit the water hard. Chapter 27. Sasha felt the hard force of the water try to separate them as they slammed into it, but Cooper held her against him so tight she never felt any pain. They sank for a long moment, then he kicked up hard, and they started moving to the surface. His mouth still on hers. Several more hard kicks and they broke the surface. She gasped for air. The shock of what just happened argued with the shock of the cold water. "You okay?" "Yeah," she said, crying, blinking to clear her vision. "I'm okay." "Just hold tight," he whispered as he struck out strong. "The Coast Guard boat is close by." "Oh, thank God." He swam strong and she kicked every time he did. It hurt, but it felt good. She couldn't believe this had just happened. What about Teresa? "The men will look after her." She kissed his cheek, the water splashing up between them. "Thank you for saving me." "Really?" He chuckled and snuggled her in his arms. "I threw you off the ship." "No, you didn't. You carried me off." "Different story." He laughed. "Any way you like to think of it." "There is the Coast Guard." She twisted and looked. "Good thing. I'm getting cold." "Shock," he said, striking out again. "Yes, Doc," she said. He grinned. "You are very cheeky considering that you just got shot." "Hopefully just a graze," she whispered. "Besides, I had a guardian angel who could fly." She smiled and wrapped her arms tighter around his neck. Starting to feel a little woozy. "Hold on. Don't give in just yet." He reached the boat to find several men reaching down for him. They had Sasha up on the deck and wrapped in blankets before he made it on board. Safe finally, he stood and stretched. He accepted a blanket and wrapped it around his shoulders. There was a commotion above. He turned. The bullet hit him square in the belly. He was lifted up off his feet and slammed back down on his back, where he stared at the sky. "Cooper." He could hear Sasha cry out. One of the Coast Guard men bent over him. He could hear voices, could see faces. But there was ice in his veins. His blood pumped out across his abdomen, dripping down his side. Then pressure. So much damn pressure. Chapter 28. Several shots slammed into the side of the boat. Everyone scattered. Sasha ignored them as she worked frantically on Cooper. The blood was welling on his lower abdomen. "Get me a helicopter," she screamed at the men under cover. 10 minutes out. She nodded. Good. She worked to stabilize Cooper, but the bleeding was heavy. She used part of her shirt to fold up a wad of dressing, and using his knife, she cut away his shirt and tied the pad around him. The Coast Guard vessel would have a medical kit on board, but with the bullets pinning them in place, no one was moving. His heartbeat was strong, but his color was poor. His temperature, low. "Cooper, you stay with me," she cried. "Sasha," he whispered. "I'm here." "Save your strength," she whispered, leaning over him. "We've got a helicopter coming for you. Only if you come with me." "I'm fine," she cried. "It's you." "I'm fine." But his voice was fading. "I didn't go through everything I did to lose you now." "You haven't lost me." She leaned over and placed her lips against his. "Never." "Are you sure?" "Jesus, Cooper. You know I love you." "No." He squeezed her hand. "I didn't know that. But I'd hoped." And he fell silent, his head rolling to the side. Shit. She lifted the dressing, but the hole was small and nasty. They needed to get that darn bullet out. She was more worried about what damage it might have caused inside. She studied the sky. Where was the damn helicopter? Finally she heard the whoop-whoop as it spun closer, the noise loud in the sudden silence. The gunfire above had stopped. Good. Maybe this was over now. It could land up top, couldn't it? But then she'd have to move him up the ladder, and she didn't want to do that if not necessary. Not any more than was necessary. The Coast Guard brought a stretcher to her side. It was amazing to see how efficient the professionals worked to transport him. Without ceremony, Cooper was transferred to the helicopter. She watched in amazement as he was whisked away. Not to worry. Mason spoke at her shoulder as he helped her to sit down. Cooper is strong. He'll be fine. She knew all too well that even the simplest of wounds could be the downfall of the strongest of men. In Cooper's case, his injury wasn't even close to being simple. Cooper opened his eyes to a room that he'd seen too much of already. He was in the hospital. Again. Shit. Anger and disbelief overwhelmed him. He didn't want to be here. He didn't want anything to do with being injured. How are you feeling? He smiled, his gaze following Sasha's voice. Inside he relaxed. It was her. She lay stretched out on the bed beside him. You're supposed to be in the hospital, he snapped. You were shot in the leg, weren't you? Just a graze. Besides, I'm in the hospital, she said with a smirk. And as I'm in bed, I'm resting too. But you're in my bed. She leaned forward, heat in her gaze. You don't want me in your bed? Ha, it's all I can think about, he said, feeling his insides ease as he realized they were both going to be fine and that she really was there with him. Well, you're not that badly injured, she whispered, dropping kisses on his temple, her fingers trailing across his chest. Really? He asked in delight. Nope. You'll be down for a few weeks at the most. Relief overwhelmed him. Then maybe that's too bad, he whispered, tumbling her into his arms. I'd love to spend a few weeks in bed with you. You should be so lucky. Oh, I plan to get lucky, often. She laughed and kissed him. Sounds good to me. Maybe I'll keep you after all. You'll keep me? His grin split across his face at her wording. You know, that's a great idea. You think so? She studied him suspiciously. Why is that? Because I always aspired to be part of the keepers. He took a moment to explain how the group of SEALs earned the nickname. She blinked at him in surprise, then understood. Her laughter pealed out, filling the room with sunshine. You are now a bona fide member. He tugged her down and kissed her. And knew he was the luckiest man in the world. This concludes Book 6 of Seals of Honor, Cooper. Now hear the first chapter of Marcus, Seals of Honor, Book 7. Seals of Honor, Marcus, Book 7, Chapter 1. Shit, he was tired. Not that Marcus Donner would let anyone know. Not bone-weary. That implied he could feel his bones. And that was beyond him. This last mission had been hell. But he'd made it home. Enjoyed 4 days of rest. Not that enjoyed was quite the right word. Maybe survived. Now back to training. In Alaska this time. The military base here was huge, and he enjoyed coming to this part of the country. The North offered unique geographical challenges for them. In a way that was a relief. He could use something to beat down. Home was empty. Lonely. He'd slept the first day away. And the second had been like moving through treacle. His body was recovering fine. His heart, his mind, not so fast. Yet the melancholy had nothing to do with his work. Lord, he loved his job. Loved his chance to serve. Especially in this capacity. He gave his all every day. He'd buried himself in his work for years. And it had helped him to heal. Only now there was just a hole in his heart. A void in his life. One he wasn't sure how to fill. Life wasn't the same when you came home to an empty house. An empty life. More than that, it was hard to come home and know it wasn't going to change, if he didn't change it. And that was a mission he wasn't ready for. When he'd found out they were heading to Alaska for wilderness training, he couldn't wait. He'd had enough of his own company by then and needed to focus on something he could grab onto and do something about. Not stare at this emptiness inside. How could something that didn't exist hurt? It made no sense. But it was a reality that he'd lived with for several years now. God, he'd loved Fiona, his wife of 5 years. Losing her had been the toughest thing in his life. He'd gone off the wall for a while. It was the guys who'd reined him back in. He'd have died happy on a mission. He'd been crazy and on edge and had pushed the edge farther. He knew he'd been out of control for a time. He hadn't cared. He'd needed to die in action. It was the only way he could live. But the guys had knocked some sense into him. Levi had finished the job by making him realize that his death would be on his team. That's what Levi had finally gotten through to him. And that was something he couldn't do. He knew the guilt, the pain of losing someone. How could he force that onto them? So he'd forced himself to deal with the new reality of living without Fiona. But damn it, it hurt. Still, he went out, gave his heart to the mission, and came home. Alone. It had taken months before the guys let him do that alone thing. For the longest time he was babysat by one or the other as they kept a watchful gaze on him. He'd both hated them and loved them for it. As he healed, they'd eased back. In a way that was worse. Now he was always alone, and he didn't want to be. Not any longer. The emptiness clawed at him. Now he craved more. And buried that need in work, again. Alaska was good. Tons of rough territory. His muscles screamed to run free. He loved to feel his heart pound, his muscles burn. It was beyond anything. And he enjoyed every minute of it. Soaking wet, mud in his face and his heart pounding in his chest. The hunt. There was nothing like a good chase to keep him alive and moving. This training exercise was man against the wilderness and man against himself. And of course, man against one another. Sure, there were always bad guys, but right now he was after another SEAL team. And he wanted to beat their ass. He grinned ferociously. Was there ever anything more primitive than being pitted against an enemy that was equal to you? That age-old fight for dominance. To find the alpha between them. The thing was, his buddies were the best of the best, and they were all alphas. This wasn't so much about being the top as much as it was about knowing that in real situations he would be top, regardless of who stood with him. There was no room for error in the real world, and that meant there was no room for error here either. Shots fired, whizzing past his head. Shit. He ducked and was moving before his mind had registered that someone had snuck around and seen him. He zinged to the left and then right as he slipped through the wetlands. The river water was high, the ground soft and marshy. And the clumps of wild grasses deceptive. The ground was so rough with hillocks he could lie flat behind one and be completely hidden. Movement on the right had him sliding to his belly as he waited and watched. The ground cover was such it was damn near impossible to see anyone. It became a waiting game. He knew the drill wasn't over until the other team was caught. There was no surrender in this instance. The training area was 40 square miles. He had a lot of ground to cover. He slowly lifted his head and looked around. And heard a rifle click behind him. Shit. 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 He hated to lose. Slowly he raised his hands, considering his options. He wasn't going to get taken. No way in hell was that going to happen. Move. Marcus froze. He didn't know that voice. But making these practices real was what it was all about. Only this training session was on taking out snipers. Not plaid-wearing grizzled hunters. Wearing a bright orange cap and with chew in his mouth, the man nudged him hard with an old 30-30 lever-action rifle. Marcus almost smiled, but the rifle looked too well used for humor. I said move. Not sure how this was playing out, Marcus followed the orders. This was not public land, and no one but military should be anywhere close. People did sometimes accidentally trip into the region though. It happened. And to give the old man the benefit of the doubt, maybe Marcus had stepped onto private land. Not sure how possible that was considering the area, but he'd been wrong before. He turned and walked forward as ordered. He looked around hoping to see one of his men sporting a huge grin. "Don't know what the hell you think you're doing here," the old man growled, "but I am not going to find out." Marcus shook his head but stayed quiet. What the hell just happened? Or was he part of the practice session? That was the best explanation given the circumstances. Then again, there was nothing normal about this guy. Trying to wrap his head around the sudden change, he knew one thing. The old rifle in the guy's hand was non-military, but it had a serious end and lots of years of use. So an old geezer who lived alone and hunted when he pleased and where he pleased most likely. Still, Marcus's job was as it always was, to escape and take down the sniper. But not at the expense of getting shot. And never by hurting a civilian, unless he deserved it. And if this guy was a civilian, the last thing he wanted was for his team to find out he'd been given the shakedown by this guy. Friend or enemy? Too early to tell. They hadn't been aware of any friendlies in the region, even confused ones. But that's what a real-life session was all about. You couldn't plan for every contingency. It wasn't possible. And this was just another example. "Where are we going?" he asked in a low conversational voice. He was in full combat gear, so it was impossible to not understand who he was on one level. He was obviously a soldier. That he was a SEAL wasn't something he planned to divulge. "Don't matter to you none." The serious end of the gun nudged his back. Still confused and half afraid he was being taken for a ride, while the other half worried he'd stumbled into something much more serious. Marcus kept on walking. But he reached up his hand to his ear, and under the pretext of scratching, he sent out a series of taps on his earpiece asking for help. He had a cell phone, but that didn't mean he had service. He didn't know if his team could hear him or not, but the communications had been working at the beginning of the day. They'd gone to silence early on. Now he had to deal with the outdoorsman. "How long have you lived here?" he asked in the same conversational voice as he walked forward. "Doesn't matter." "Right. Not very talkative." "Do you live alone?" "Doesn't matter." Marcus tried again. "It's beautiful out here." "Yep." Well, that was an improvement. He considered his options. Instinct said this wasn't part of the training exercise, and that they'd moved a mile to the left of where he'd been. The ground had smoothed out as they backed away from the marshy land, giving way to less rock and more grass. They were also heading into skinny growth forest. He glanced around, but there was still nothing to indicate this man had a home here. If he did and it was somehow inside the training area, then his actions might be understandable. But that didn't mean taking another person hostage at gunpoint was acceptable at any time. Inside, he was laughing in disbelief. This was not the way he'd planned on spending his day. And the fallout for the rest of his team, huge. What the hell? The last thing he wanted to do was let them down. He could have taken this guy out, ripped the rifle away from him. For him, that was easy enough. So why hadn't he? Because he'd have likely hurt this man in the process, and over what? What did he want? Marcus never hurt a civilian. Never hurt anyone who didn't have it coming. Hell, no one knew who he was or what he did most of the time anyway. That was the way his group liked it. Secrecy was paramount given the kind of work they did. There was always someone looking for payback. So was it surprise? Curiosity? Confusion? All of the above. He straightened. Besides, they'd been walking in the direction he'd planned to go anyway. Turn here. And the rifle prodded him on the shoulder to go deeper into the trees, and not the direction he wanted to go. Okay, enough of this shit. His muscles tensed as he searched for the right moment. Now be quiet, the man snapped, his voice harsh, deep. I don't want them knowing we're here. Them? Marcus froze and narrowed his gaze while he tried to adjust his vision. They'd gone into a deep pocket of trees, dark enough he had trouble seeing for a few moments. Who is them? He asked, but his gut said the news wasn't going to be good. There was something about his tone. Senses on alert, Marcus lightened his steps. Who the hell was here? And if there was someone, why were they here? Doesn't matter. They slipped to the back of the dense treed area. Given the wilderness up here in Alaska, he couldn't imagine that anyone lived like this permanently, but he knew hundreds did. He could see the appeal of homesteading for a short time period, understand the thrill and the sheer joy in living so close to the land, but it wouldn't be his choice long term. But here he hadn't seen anything that resembled a house in any way. So where were these people? Intrigued, he had to reconsider the options. Was this man in trouble? Did he need help? Not likely, if there was a rifle at his back. What? And the gun prodded him again. Shish. Frowning, Marcus continued to move forward, wondering what the hell he'd stumbled into. Had the training mission gone south? Or was his team going to jump out and laugh at his fool ass? He'd almost prefer it. Still, if this was a training mission, it was a hell of a side shoot. And had nothing to do with taking down snipers. He reached up and tapped his earpiece again, then caught sight of something out of the corner of his eye. He spun and dropped as the butt came down hard, and missed him. He rolled and lashed out, dropped the man to his knees. Grinning fiercely, he bounced to his feet and quickly overpowered the older man. With him pinned in a headlock, Marcus said in low tones, "Now you're going to tell me what the hell is going on." "It's my daughter," the old man said, wheezing. Now that Marcus could see him clearer, he could tell he had to be in his 70s. "They've got my daughter." Marcus froze. "Who has your daughter?" The old man waved a hand at the heavily wooded area in front of them. "Over there." "Then why didn't you just ask for my help?" "Didn't know if you were one of them." "Why the hell would I be part of the group holding your daughter?" Marcus asked. "You're dressed like them." "Shit." Book 7 is available now.